The Heart of Little Shikara, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heart of Little Shikara by Edison Marshall from Everybody's. Part 1. If it hadn't been for a purple moon that came peering up above the dark jungle just at nightfall, it would have been impossible to tell that little Shikara was at his watch. He was really just the color of the shadows, a rather pleasant brown. He was very little indeed, and besides, he was standing very, very still. If he was trembling at all from anticipation and excitement, it was no more than Nahar, the tiger, trembles as he crouches in ambush. But the moon did show him peering down through the leaf clusters of the heavy vines, and shone very softly in his wide-open dark eyes. And it was a purple moon, no other color that man could name. It looked almost unreal, like a paper moon painted very badly by a clumsy stage hand. The jungle moon quite often has that peculiar purplish tint, most travelers know, but few of them indeed ever try to tell what causes it. This particular moon probed down here and there between the tall bamboos, transformed the jungle, just now walking into a mystery and a fairyland, glinted on a hard-packed elephant trail that wound away into the thickets, and always came back to shine on the coal-black oriental eyes of the little boy beside the village gate. It showed him standing very straight and just as tall as his small stature would permit, and looked oddly silvery and strange on his long dark hair. Little Shikara, son of Koda Dunu, was waiting for the return of a certain idol and demigod who was even now riding home in his howdah from the tiger hunt. Other of the villagers would be down to meet Warwick Sahib as soon as they heard the shouts of his beaters, but little Shikara had been waiting almost an hour. Likely, if they had known about it, they would have commented on his badness, because he was notoriously bad, if indeed, as the villagers told each other, he was not actually cursed with evil spirits. In the first place, he was almost valueless as a herder of buffalo. 3 times when he had been sent with the other boys to watch the herds in their wallows, he had left his post and crept away into the fringe of the jungle on what was unquestionably some mission of witchcraft. For small naked brown boys, as a rule, do not go alone and unarmed into the thick bamboos. Too many things can happen to prevent them ever coming out again. Too many brown silent ribbons crawl in the grass, or too many yellow striped creatures, no less lithe, lurk in the thickets. But the strangest thing of all, and the surest sign of witchcraft, was that he had always come safely out again, yet with never any satisfactory explanations as to why he had gone. He had always looked some way very joyful and tremulous, and perhaps even pale, if from the nature of things a brown boy ever can look pale. But it was the kind of paleness that one has after a particularly exquisite experience. It was not the dumb, teeth-chattering paleness of fear. "I saw the sergeant of the jungle," little Shikara said after one of these excursions, and this made no sense at all. "There are none of the king's soldiers here," the brown village folk replied to him. "Either thou liest to us, or thine eyes lied to thee. And didst thou also see the chevron that told his rank?" "That was the way I knew him. It was the black bear, and he wore the pale chevron low on his throat." Now this was little Shikara all over. Of course he referred to the black Himalayan bear, which all men know wears a yellowish patch of chevron shape just in front of his forelegs. But why he should call him a jungle sergeant was quite beyond the wit of the village folk to say. Their imagination did not run in that direction. It never even occurred to them that little Shikara might be a born jungle creature, expatriated by the accident of birth, one of that free, strange breed that can never find peace in the villages of men. "But remember the name we gave him," his mother would say. "Perhaps he is only living up to his name." For there are certain native hunters in India that are known far and wide as the Shikaris, and possibly she meant in her tolerance that her little son was merely a born huntsman. But in reality little Shikara was not named for these men at all. Rather it was for a certain fleet-winged little hawk, a hunter of sparrows, that is one of the most free spirits in all the jungle. And it was almost like taking part in some great hunt himself to be waiting at the gate for the return of Warwick Sahib. Even now the elephant came striding out of the shadows, and little Shikara could see the trophy. The hunt had indeed been successful, and the boy's glowing eyes beheld, even in the shadows, the largest, most beautiful tiger skin he had ever seen. It was the great Nahar, the royal tiger, who had killed 100 cattle from nearby fields. Warwick Sahib rode in his howdah, and he did not seem to see the village people that came out to meet him. In truth, he seemed half asleep, his muscles limp, his grey eyes full of thoughts. He made no answer to the triumphant shouts of the village folk. Little Shikara glanced once at the lean bronzed face, the limp, white, thin hands, and something like a shiver of ecstasy went clear to his 10 toes. For like so many other small boys all over the broad world, he was a hero worshipper to the last hair of his head, and this quiet man on the elephant was to him, beyond all measure, the most wonderful living creature on the earth. He didn't cry out, as the others did. He simply stood in mute worship, his little body tingling with glory. Warwick Sahib had looked up now, and his slow eyes were sweeping the line of brown faces, but still he did not seem to see them. And then, wonder of wonders, his eyes rested full on the eyes of his little worshipper beside the gate. But it was quite the way of Warwick Sahib to sweep his grey, tired-out eyes over a scene and seemingly perceive nothing, yet in reality absorbing every detail with the accuracy of a photographic plate. And his seeming indifference was not a pose with him either. He was just a great sportsman who was also an English gentleman, and he had learned certain lessons of impassiveness from the wild. Only one of the brown faces he beheld was worth a lingering glance, and when he met that one, his eyes halted in their sweeping survey, and Warwick Sahib smiled. That face was the brown, eager visage of little Shikara, and the blood of the boy flowed to the skin, and he glowed red all over through the brown. It was only the faintest of quiet, tolerant smiles, but it meant more to him than almost any kind of an honor could have meant to the prematurely grey man in the howdah. The latter passed on to his estate, and some of the villagers went back to their women and their thatch huts. But still little Shikara stood motionless, and it wasn't until the thought suddenly came to him that possibly the beaters had already gathered and were telling the story of the kill. Then, with startling suddenness, he raced back through the gates to the village. Yes, the beaters had assembled in a circle under a tree, and most of the villagers had gathered to hear the story. He slipped in among them and listened with both outstanding little ears. Warwick Sahib had dismounted from his elephant as usual, the beaters said, and with but one attendant had advanced up the bed of a dry creek. This was quite like Warwick Sahib, and little Shikara felt himself tingling again. Other hunters, particularly many of the rich sahibs from across the sea, shot their tigers from the security of the howdah, but this wasn't Warwick's way of doing. The male tiger had risen snarling from his lair, and had been felled at the first shot. Most of the villagers had supposed that the story would end at this point. Warwick Sahib's tiger hunts were usually just such simple and expeditious affairs. The gun would lift to his shoulder, the quiet eyes would glance along the barrel, and the tiger, whether charging or standing still, would speedily die. But today there had been a curious epilogue. Just as the beaters had started toward the fallen animal, and the white heaven-born cigarette case was open in his hand, Nahar's great tawny mate had suddenly sprung forth from the bamboo thickets. She drove straight to the nearest of the beaters. There was no time whatever for Warwick to take aim. His rifle leaped like a live thing in his arms, but not one of the horrified beaters had seen his eyes lower to the sights, and yet the bullet went home. They could tell by the way the tiger flashed to her breast in the grass. Yet she was only wounded. One of the beaters, starting, had permitted a bough of a tree to whip Warwick in the face, and the blow had disturbed what little aim he had. It was almost a miracle that he had hit the great cat at all. At once the thickets had closed around her, and the beaters had been unable to drive her forth again. The circle was silent thereafter. They seemed to be waiting for Khusru, one of the headmen of the village, to give his opinion. He knew more about the wild animals than any mature native in the assembly, and his comments on the hunting stories were usually worth hearing. "We will not be in the honored service of the protector of the poor at this time a year from now," he said. They all waited tensely. Shikara shivered. "Speak, Khusru," they urged him. "Warwick Sahib will go again to the jungles, and Nahara will be waiting. She owes 2 debts. One is the killing of her mate, and ye know that these 2 tigers have been long and faithful mates. Do ye think she will let that debt go unpaid? She will also avenge her own wound." "Perhaps she will die of bleeding," one of the others suggested. "Nay, or ye would have found her this afternoon. Ye know that it is the wounded tiger that is most to be feared. One day, and he will go forth in pursuit of her again, and then ye will not see him riding back so grandly on his elephant. Perhaps she will come here to carry away our children." Again Shikara tingled, hoping that Nahara would at least come close enough to cause excitement, and that night, too happy to keep silent, he told his mother of Warwick Sahib's smile. "And sometime I, thine own son," he said as sleepiness came upon him, "will be a killer of tigers, even as Warwick Sahib." "Little sparrow hawk," his mother laughed at him. "Little one of mighty words, only the great Sahibs that come from afar, and Warwick Sahib himself, may hunt the tiger. So how canst thou, little worthless?" "I will soon be grown," he persisted, "and I too will sometime return with such a tiger skin as the great heaven-born brought this afternoon." Little Shikara was very sleepy, and he was telling his dreams much more frankly than was his wont. "And the village folk will come out to meet me with shoutings, and I will tell them of the shot in the circle under the tree. And where, little hawk, wilt thou procure thine elephants and such rupees as are needed? Warwick Sahib shoots from the ground, and so will I. And sometimes he goes forth with only one attendant, and I will not need even one. And who can say? Perhaps he will find me even a bolder man than Gunga Singhai, and he will take me in his place on the hunts in the jungles." For Gunga Singhai was Warwick Sahib's own personal attendant and gun-carrier, the native that the protector of the poor could trust in the tightest places. So it was only to be expected that little Shikara's mother should laugh at him. The idea of her son being an attendant of Warwick Sahib, not to mention a hunter of tigers, was only a tale to tell her husband when the boy's bright eyes were closed in sleep. "Nay, little man," she told him, "would I want thee torn to pieces in Nahara's claws? Would I want thee smelling of the jungle again, as thou didst after chasing the water-buck through the bamboos? Nay, thou wilt be a herdsman like thy father, and perhaps gather many rupees." But little Shikara did not want to think of rupees. Even now, as sleep came to him, his childish spirit had left the circle of thatch roofs, and had gone on tremulous expeditions into the jungle. Far away the trumpet call of a wild tusker trembled through the moist hot night, and great bell-shaped flowers made the air pungent and heavy with perfume. A tigress skulked somewhere in a thicket, licking an injured leg with her rough tongue, pausing to listen to every sound the night gave forth. Little Shikara whispered in his sleep. A half-mile distant, in his richly furnished bungalow, Warwick Sahib dozed over his after-dinner cigar. He was in evening clothes, and crystal and silver glittered on his board, but his grey eyes were half-closed, and the gleam from his plate could not pass the long dark lashes. for his spirit was far distant too, on the jungle trails with that of little Shikara. Part 2. One sunlit morning, perhaps a month after the skin of Nahar was brought in from the jungle, Warwick Sahib's mail was late. It was an unheard of thing. Always before, just as the clock struck 8, he would hear the cheerful twinkle of the postman's bells. At first he considered complaining, but as morning drew to an early afternoon he began to believe that investigation would be the wiser course. The postman's route carried him along an old elephant trail through a patch of thick jungle beside one of the tributaries of the Manipur. When natives went out to look, he was neither on the path nor drowned in the creek, nor yet in his thatched hut at the other end of his route. The truth was that this particular postman's bells would never be heard by human ears again, and there was enough evidence in the wet mold of the trail to know what had occurred. That night the circle under the tree was silent and shivering. "Who is next?" they asked of one another. The jungle night came down, breathless and mysterious, and now and then a twig was cracked by a heavy foot at the edge of the thickets. In Warwick's house the great protector of the poor took his rifles from their cases and fitted them together. "Tomorrow," he told Gunga Singhai, "we will settle for that postman's death." Singhai breathed deeply but said nothing. Perhaps his dark eyes brightened. The tiger hunts were nearly as great a delight to him as they were to Warwick himself. But while Nahara, lame from Warwick's bullet, could no longer overtake cattle, she did with great skillfulness avoid the onrush of the beaters. Again little Shikara waited at the village gate for his hero to return, but the beaters walked silently tonight, nor were there any tales to be told under the tree. Nahara, a fairly respectable cattle killer before, had become in a single night one of the worst terrors of India. Of course she was still a coward, but she had learned, by virtue of a chance meeting with a postman on a trail, after a week of heart-devouring starvation, 2 or 3 extremely portentous lessons. One of them was that not even the little deer drinking beside the Manipur died half so easily as these tall forked forms of which she had previously been so afraid. She found out also that they could neither run swiftly nor walk silently, and they could be approached easily even by a tiger that cracked a twig with every step. It simplified the problem of living immensely, and just as any other feline would have done, she took the line of least resistance. If there had been plenty of carrion in the jungle, Nahara might never have hunted men, but the kites and the jackals looked after the carrion, and they were much swifter and keener-eyed than a lame tiger. She knew enough not to confine herself to one village, and it is rather hard to explain how any lower creature that obviously cannot reason could have possessed this knowledge. Perhaps it was because she had learned that a determined hunt with many beaters and men on elephants invariably followed her killings. It was always well to travel just as far as possible from the scene. She found out also that just as a doe is easier felled than a horned buck, certain of this new kind of game was more easily taken than the others. Sometimes children played at the door of their huts, and sometimes old men were afflicted with such maladies that they could not flee at all. All these things Nahara learned, and in learning them she caused a certain civil office of the British Empire to put an exceedingly large price on her head. Gradually the fact dawned on her that, unlike the deer and the buffalo, this new game was more easily hunted in the daylight, particularly in that tired-out, careless twilight hour when the herders and the plantation hands came in from their work. At night the village folk kept in their huts, and such woodcutters and gypsies as slept without wakened every hour to tend their fires. Nahara was deathly afraid of fire. Night after night she would creep round and round a gypsy camp, her eyes like 2 pale blue moons in the darkness, and would never dare attack. And because she was taking her living in a manner forbidden by the laws of the jungle, the glory and beauty of her youth quickly departed from her. There are no prisons for those that break the jungle laws, no courts and no appointed officers, but because these are laws that go down to the roots of life, punishment is always swift and inevitable. "Thou shalt not kill men" is the first law of the wild creatures, and everyone knows that any animal or breed of animals that breaks this law has sooner or later been hunted down and slain, just like any other murderer. The mange came upon her, and she lost flesh, and certain of her teeth began to come out. She was no longer the beautiful female of her species, to be sung to by the weaver birds as she passed beneath. She was a hag and a vampire, hatred of whom lay deep in every human heart in her hunting range. Often the hunting was poor, and sometimes she went many days in a stretch without making a single kill. And in all beasts, high and low, this is the last step to the worst degeneracy of all. It instills a curious, terrible kind of bloodlust, to kill not once, but as many times as possible in the same hunt, to be content not with one death, but to slay and slay until the whole herd is destroyed. It is the instinct that makes a little weasel kill all the chickens in a coop, when one was all it could possibly carry away, and that will cause a wolf to leap from sheep to sheep in a fold until everyone is dead. Nahara didn't get a chance to kill every day, so when the opportunity did come, like a certain pitiable kind of human hunter who comes from afar to hunt small game, she killed as many times as she could in quick succession, and the British Empire raised the price on her head. One afternoon found her within half a mile of Warwick's bungalow, and for 5 days she had gone without food. One would not have thought of her as a royal tigress, the queen of the felines, and one of the most beautiful of all living things. And since she was still tawny and graceful, it would be hard to understand why she no longer gave the impression of beauty. It was simply gone, as a flame goes, and her queenliness was wholly departed too. In some vague way she had become a poisonous, a ghastly thing, to be named with such outcasts as the jackals or hyenas. Excessive hunger in most of the flesh-eating animals is really a first cousin to madness. It brings bad dreams and visions, and worst of all, it induces an insubordination to all the forest laws of man and beast. A well-fed wolf pack will run in stark panic from a human being, but even the wisest of mountaineers do not care to meet the same gray band in the starving times of winter. Starvation brings recklessness, a desperate, frenzied courage that is likely to upset all of one's preconceived notions as to the behavior of animals. It also brings, so that all men may be aware of its presence, a peculiar lurid glow to the balls of the eyes. In fact, the 2 pale circles of fire were the most noticeable characteristics of the long tawny cat that crept through the bamboos. Except for them, she would hardly have been discernible at all. The yellow grass made a perfect background. Her black stripes looked like the streaks of shadow between the stalks of bamboo, and for one that is lame, she crept with an astounding silence. One couldn't have believed that such a great creature could lie so close to the earth and be so utterly invisible in the low thickets. A little peninsula of dwarf bamboos and tall jungle grass extended out into the pasture before the village, and Nahara crept out clear to its point. She didn't seem to be moving. One couldn't catch the stir and draw of muscles, and yet she slowly glided to the end, and then began her wait. Her head sunk low, her body grew tense, her tail whipped softly back and forth with as easy a motion as the swaying of a serpent. The light flamed and died again in her pale eyes, and soon a villager who had been working in Warwick's fields came trotting in oriental fashion across the meadow. His eyes were only human, and he did not see the tawny shape in the tall grass. If anyone had told him that a full-grown tigress could have crept to such a place and still remained invisible, he would have laughed. He was going to his thatched hut, to brown wife and babies, and it was no wonder that he trotted swiftly. The muscles of the great cat bunched, and now the whipping tail began to have a little vertical motion that is the final warning of a spring. The man was already in leaping range, but the tiger had learned in many experiences always to make sure. Still she crouched, a single instant in which the trotting native came 2 paces nearer, and then the man drew up with a gasp of fright, for just as the clear outlines of an object that had long been concealed in a maze of light and shadow will often leap with sudden vividness to the eyes, the native suddenly perceived the tiger. He caught the whole dread picture, the crouching form, the terrible blue lights of the eyes, the whipping tail. The gasp he uttered from his closing throat seemed to act like the fall of a firing pin against the shell on the bunched muscles of the animal, and she left her covert in a streak of tawny light. But Nahara's leaps had never been quite accurate since she had been wounded by Warwick's bullet months before. They were usually straight enough for the general purposes of hunting, but they missed by a long way the theoretical center of impact of which artillery officers speak. Her lame paw always seemed to disturb her balance. By remembering it, she could usually partly overcome the disadvantage. But today, in the madness of her hunger, she had been unable to remember anything except the terrible rapture of killing. This circumstance alone, however, would not have saved the native's life. Even though her fangs missed his throat, the power of the blow and her rending talons would have certainly snatched away his life as a storm snatches a leaf. But there was one other determining factor. The Burman had seen the tiger just before she leaped, and although there had been no time for conscious thought, his guardian reflexes had flung him to one side in a single frenzied effort to miss the full force of the spring. The result of both these things was that he received only an awkward, sprawling blow from the animal's shoulder. Of course he was hurled to the ground, for no human body in the world is built to withstand the ton or so of shocking power of a 300-pound cat leaping through the air. The tigress sprawled down also, and because she lighted on her wounded paw, she squealed with pain. It was possibly 3 seconds before she had forgotten the stabbing pain in her paw, and had gathered herself to spring on the unconscious form of the native. And that 3 seconds gave Warwick Sahib, sitting at the window of his study, an opportunity to seize his rifle and fire. Warwick knew tigers, and he had kept the rifle always ready for just such a need as this. The distance was nearly 500 yards, and the bullet went wide of its mark. Nevertheless, it saved the native's life. The great cat remembered this same far-off explosion from another day in a dry creek bed of months before, and the sing of the bullet was a remembered thing too. Although it would speedily return to her, her courage fled, and she turned and faced into the bamboos. In an instant Warwick was on his great veranda, calling his beaters. Gunga Singhai, his faithful gun-carrier, slipped shells into the magazine of his master's high-calibered, close-range tiger rifle. "The elephant, Sahib?" he asked swiftly. "Nay, this will be on foot. Make the beaters circle about the fringe of bamboos. Thou and I will cross the eastern fields and shoot at her as she breaks through." But there was really no time to plan a complete campaign. Even now the first gray of twilight was blurring the sharp outlines of the jungle, and the soft jungle night was hovering, ready to descend. Warwick's plan was to cut through to a certain little creek that flowed into the river, and with Singhai to continue on to the edge of the bamboos that overlooked a wide field. The beaters would prevent the tigress from turning back beyond the village, and it was at least possible that he would get a shot at her as she burst from the jungle and crossed the field to the heavier thickets beyond. "Warwick Sahib walks into the teeth of his enemy," Khusru, the hunter, told the little group that watched from the village gate. "Nahara will collect her debts." A little brown boy shivered at his words, and wondered if the beaters would turn and kick him, as they had always done before, if he should attempt to follow them. It was the tiger hunt in view of his own village, and he sat down tremulous with rapture in the grass to watch. It was almost as if his dream that he himself should be a hunter of tigers was coming true. He wondered why the beaters seemed to move so slowly and with so little heart. He would have known if he could have looked into their eyes. Each black pupil was framed with white. Human hearts grow shaken and bloodless from such sights as this they had just seen, and only the heart of a jungle creature, the heart of the eagle that the jungle gods by some unheard of fortune had put in the breast of little Shikara, could prevail against them. Besides, the superstitious Burmans thought that Warwick was walking straight to death, that the time had come for Nahara to collect her debts. Part 3. Warwick Sahib and Singhai disappeared at once into the fringe of jungle, and silence immediately fell upon them. The cries of the beaters at once seemed curiously dim. It was as if no sound could live in the great silences under the arching trees. Soon it was as if they were alone. They walked side by side, Warwick with his rifle held ready. He had no false ideas in regard to this tiger hunt. He knew that his prey was desperate with hunger, and that she had many old debts to pay, and that she would charge on sight. The self-rage that is felt on missing some particularly fortunate chance is not confined to human beings alone. There is an old saying in the forest that a feline that has missed his stroke is like a jackal in dog days, and that means that it is not safe to be anywhere in the region with him. He simply goes rabid, and is quite likely to leap at the first living thing that stirs. Warwick knew that Nahara had just been cheated out of a kill, and someone in the jungle would pay for it. The gaudy birds that looked down from the tree branches could scarcely recognize the prematurely gray man as a hunter. He walked rather quietly, yet with no conscious effort toward stealth. The rifle rested easily in his arms, and his gray eyes were quiet and thoughtful as always. Singularly, his splendid features were quite in repose. The Burman, however, had more of the outer signs of alertness, and yet there was none of the blind terror upon him that marked the beaters. "Where are the men?" Warwick asked quietly. "It is strange that we do not hear them shouting." "They are afraid, Sahib," Singhai replied. "The forest pigs have left us to do our own hunting." Warwick corrected him with a smile. "Forest pigs are brave enough," he answered. "They are sheep, just sheep, sheep of the plains." The broad trail divided like a three-tinned candlestick into narrow trails. Warwick halted beside the center of the three that led to the creek they were obliged to cross. Just for an instant he stood watching, gazing into the deep blue dusk of the deeper jungle. Twilight was falling softly. The trail soon vanished into shadow. Patches of deep gloom relieved here and there by a bright leaf that reflected the last twilight rays. A living creature coughed and rustled away in the thickets beside them. "There is little use of going on," he said. "It's growing too dark. But there will be killings before the dawn if we don't get her first." The servant stood still, waiting. It was not his place to advise his master. "If we leave her, she'll come again before the dawn. Many of the herders haven't returned. She'll get one of them sure. At least we may cross the creek and get a view of the great fields. She is certain to cross them if she has heard the beaters." In utter silence they went on. 100 yards farther they came to the creek, and both strode in together to ford. The water was only knee-deep, but Warwick's boots sank 3 inches in the mud of the bottom, and at that instant the gods of the jungle, always waiting with drawn scimitar for the unsuspecting, turned against them. Singhai suddenly splashed down into the water on his hands and knees. He did not cry out. If he made any sound at all, it was just a shivering gasp that the splash of water wholly obscured. But the thing that brought home the truth to Warwick was the pain that flashed vivid as lightning across his dark face, and the horror of death that left its shadow. Something churned and writhed in the mud, and then Warwick fired. Both of them had forgotten Mugger the crocodile that so loves to wait in the mud of a ford. He had seized Singhai's foot, and had already snatched him down into the water when Warwick fired. No living flesh can withstand the terrible rending shock of a high-powered sporting rifle at close range. Mugger had plates of armor, but even these could not have availed against it if he had been exposed to the fire. As it was, several inches of water stood between, a more effective armor than a 2-inch steel plate on a battleship. Of course, the shock carried through, a smashing blow that caused the reptile to release his hold on Singhai's leg. But before the native could get to his feet, he had struck again. The next instant both men were fighting for their lives. They fought with their hands, and Warwick fought with his rifle, and the native slashed again and again with the long knife that he carried at his belt. To a casual glance, a crocodile is wholly incapable of quick action. These two found him a slashing, darting, wolf-like thing, lunging with astounding speed through the muddied water, knocking them from their feet and striking at them as they fell. The reptile was only half grown, but in the water they had none of the usual advantages that man has over the beasts with which he does battle. Warwick could not find a target for his rifle, but even human bodies, usually so weak, find themselves possessed of an amazing reserve strength and agility in the moment of need. These men realized perfectly that their lives were the stakes for which they fought, and they gave every ounce of strength and energy they had. Their aim was to hold the mugger off until they could reach the shore. At last, by a lucky stroke, Singhai's knife blinded one of the lurid reptile eyes. He was prone in the water when he administered it, and it went home just as the savage teeth were snapping at his throat. For an instant the great reptile flopped in an impotent half-circle, partly reared out of the water. It gave Warwick a chance to shoot, a single instant in which the rifle seemed to whirl about in his arms, drive to his shoulder, and blaze in the deepening twilight. And the shot went true. It pierced the mugger from beneath, tearing upward through the brain, and then the agitated waters of the ford slowly grew quiet. The last echo of the report was dying when Singhai stretched his bleeding arms about Warwick's body, caught up the rifle, and dragged them 40 feet up on the shore. It was an effort that cost the last of his strength, and as the stars popped out of the sky, one by one through the gray of dusk, the two men lay silent, side by side, on the grassy bank. Warwick was the first to regain consciousness. At first he didn't understand the lashing pain in his wrists, the strange numbness in one of his legs, the darkness with the great white Indian stars shining through. And then he remembered, and he tried to stretch his arm to the prone form beside him. The attempt was an absolute failure. The cool brain dispatched the message. It flew along the telegraph wires of the nerves, but the muscles refused to react. He remembered that the teeth of the mugger had met in one of the muscles of his upper arm, but before unconsciousness had come upon him he had been able to lift the gun to shoot. Possibly infection from the bite had in some manner temporarily paralyzed the arm. He turned, racked with pain, on his side, and lifted his left arm. In doing so his hand crossed before his eyes, and then he smiled wanly in the darkness. It was quite like Warwick, a sportsman and English gentleman, to smile at a time like this. Even in the grey darkness of the jungle night he could see the hand quite plainly. It no longer looked slim and white, and he remembered that the mugger had caught his fingers in one of its last rushes. He paused only for one glance at the mutilated member. He knew that his first work was to see how Singhai had fared. In that glance he was boundlessly relieved to see that the hand could unquestionably be saved. The fingers were torn, yet their bones did not seem to be severed. Temporarily at least, however, the hand was utterly useless. The fingers felt strange and detached. He reached out to the still form beside him, touching the dark skin first with his fingers, and then, because they had ceased to function, with the flesh of his wrist. He expected to find it cold. Singhai was alive, however, and his warm blood beat close to the dark skin. But he was deeply unconscious, and it was possible that one foot was hopelessly mutilated. For a moment Warwick lay quite still, looking his situation squarely in the face. He did not believe that either he or his attendant was mortally or even very seriously hurt. True, one of his arms had suffered paralysis, but there was no reason for thinking that it had been permanently injured. His hand would be badly scarred, but soon as good as ever. The real question that faced them was that of getting back to the bungalow. Walking was out of the question. His whole body was bruised and lacerated, and he was already dangerously weak from loss of blood. It would take all his energy, these first few hours, to keep his consciousness. Besides, it was perfectly obvious that Singhai could not walk, and English gentlemen do not desert their servants at a time like this. The real mystery lay in the fact that the beaters had not already found and rescued them. He wore a watch with luminous dial on his left wrist, and he managed to get it before his eyes. And then understanding came to him. A full hour had passed since he and his servant had fought the mugger in the ford, and the utter silence of an early night had come down over the jungle. There was only one thing to believe. The beaters had evidently heard him shoot, sought in vain for him in the thickets, possibly passed within a few hundred feet of him, and because he had been unconscious, he had not heard them or called to them, and now they had given him up for lost. He remembered with bitterness how all of them had been so sure that an encounter with Nahara would cost him his life, and would thus be all the more quick to believe that he had died in her talons. Nahara had her mate and her own lameness to avenge, they had said, attributing in their superstition human emotions to the brute natures of animals. It would have been quite useless for Warwick to attempt to tell them that the male tiger, in the mind of her wicked mate, was no longer even a memory, and that premeditated vengeance is an emotion almost unknown in the animal world. Without leaders or encouragement, and terribly frightened by the scene they had beheld before the village, they had quickly given up any attempt to find his body. There had been none among them cool-headed enough to reason out which trail he had likely taken, and thus look for him by the ford. Likely they were already huddled in their thatched huts, waiting till daylight. And then he called in the darkness. A heavy body brushed through the creepers, and stepping falsely broke a twig. He thought at first that it might be one of the villagers coming to look for him, but at once the step was silenced. Warwick had a disturbing thought that the creature that had broken the twig had not gone away, but was crouching down in a curious manner in the deep shadows. Nahara had returned to her hunting. Part 4. "Sometime I too will be a hunter of tigers," little Shikara told his mother when the beaters began to circle through the bamboos. "To carry a gun beside Warwick Sahib, and to be honored in the circle under the tree." But his mother hardly listened. She was quivering with fright. She had seen the last part of the drama in front of the village, and she was too frightened even to notice the curious imperturbability of her little son. But there was no orderly retreat after little Shikara had heard the two reports of the rifle. At first there were only the shouts of the beaters, singularly high-pitched, much running back and forth in the shadows, and then a pell-mell scurry to the shelter of the villages. For a few minutes there was wild excitement at the village gates. Warwick Sahib was dead, they said. They had heard the shots and run to the place of firing, and beat up and down through the bamboos, and Warwick Sahib had surely been killed and carried off by the tigress. This dreadful story told, most of the villagers went to hide at once in their huts. Only a little circle of the bravest men hovered at the gate, and they watched with drawn faces the growing darkness. But there was one among them who was not yet a man grown, a boy so small that he could hover unnoticed in the very smallest of the terrible shadow patches. He was little Shikara, and he was shocked to the very depths of his worshipping heart. For Warwick had been his hero, the greatest man of all time, and he felt himself burning with indignation that the beaters should return so soon. And it was a curious fact that he had not as yet been infected with the contagion of terror that was being passed from man to man among the villagers. Perhaps his indignation was too absorbing an emotion to leave room for terror, and perhaps far down in his childish spirit he was made of different stuff. He was a child of the jungle, and perhaps he had shared of that great imperturbability and impassiveness that is the eternal trait of the wilderness. He went up to one of the younger beaters, who had told and retold a story of catching a glimpse of Nahara in the thickets until no one was left to tell it to. He was standing silent, and little Shikara thought it possible that he might reach his ears. "Give ear, Puran," he pleaded. "Didst thou look for his body beside the ford over Tarai stream?" "Nay, little one, though I passed within 100 paces. Dost thou not know that he and Singhai would of a certainty cross at the ford, from which he might watch the eastern field? Some of you looked on the trail beside the ford, but none looked at the ford itself, and the sound of the rifle seemed to come from thence." "But why did he not call out?" "Dead men could not call, but at least ye might have frightened Nahara from the body. But perhaps he is wounded, unable to speak, and lies there still." But Puran had found another listener for his story, and speedily forgot the boy. He hurried over to another of the villagers, Khusru the hunter. "Did no one look by the ford?" he asked, almost sobbing, for that is the place he had gone. The native's eyes seemed to light. "Hi, little one, thou hast thought of what thy elders had forgotten. There is level land there, and clear, and I shall go at the first ray of dawn." "But not to-night, Khusru?" "Nay, little sinner, wouldst thou have me torn to pieces?" Lastly, little Shikara went to his own father, and they had a moment's talk at the outskirts of the throng, but the answer was nay just the same. Even his brave father would not go to look for the body until daylight came. The boy felt his skin prickling all over. "But perhaps he is only wounded and left to die. If I go and return with word that he is there, wilt thou take others and go out and bring him in?" "Thou goest?" His father broke forth in a great roar of laughter. "Why, thou little hawk, one would think that thou wert a hunter of tigers thyself." Little Shikara blushed beneath the laughter, for he was a very boyish little boy in most ways, but it seemed to him that his sturdy young heart was about to break open from bitterness. All of them agreed that Warwick Sahib, perhaps wounded and dying, might be lying by the ford, but none of them would venture forth to see. Unknowing, he was beholding the expression of a certain age-old trait of human nature. Men do not fight ably in the dark. They need their eyes, and they particularly require a definite object to give them determination. If these villagers knew for certain that the protector of the poor lay wounded or even dead beside the ford, they would have rallied bravely, encouraged one another with words and oaths, and gone forth to rescue him. But they wholly lacked the courage to venture again into the jungle on any such blind quest as little Shikara suggested. But the boy's father should not have laughed. He should have remembered the few past occasions when his straight little son had gone into the jungle alone, and that remembrance should have silenced him. The difficulty lay in the fact that he supposed his boy and he were of the same flesh, and that little Shikara shared his own great dread of the night-curtained jungle. In this he was very badly mistaken. Little Shikara had an inborn understanding and love of the jungle, and except for such material dangers as that of Nahara, he was not afraid of it at all. He had no superstitions in regard to it. Perhaps he was too young, but the main thing that the laugh did was to set off, as a match sets off powder, a whole heartful of unexploded indignation in Shikara's breast. These villagers not only had deserted their patron and protector, but also they had laughed at the thought of rescue. His own father had laughed at him. Little Shikara silently left the circle of villagers and turned into the darkness. At once the jungle silence closed round him. He hadn't dreamed that the noise of the villagers would die so quickly, although he could still see the flame of the fire at the village gate behind him. It was almost as if he had at once dropped off into another world. Great flowers poured perfume down upon him, and at seemingly a great distance he heard the faint murmur of the wind. At first, deep down in his heart, he had really not intended to go all the way. He had expected to steal clear to the outer edge of the firelight, and then stand listening to the darkness for such impressions as the jungle would choose to give him. But there had been no threshold, no interlude of preparation. The jungle, in all its mystery, had folded about him at once. He trotted softly down the elephant trail, a dim, fleet shadow that even the keen eyes of Nahara could scarcely have seen. At first he was too happy to be afraid. He was always happy when the jungle closed round him. Besides, if Nahara had killed, she would be full fed by now and not to be feared. Little Shikara hastened on, trembling all over with a joyous sort of excitement. If a single bird had flapped its wings in the branches, if one little rodent had stirred in the underbrush, little Shikara would likely have turned back. But the jungle gods, knowing their son, stilled all the forest voices. He crept on, still looking now and again over his shoulder to see the village fire. It still made a bright yellow triangle in the dusk behind him. He didn't stop to think that he was doing a thing most grown natives and many white men would not have dared to do, to follow a jungle trail unarmed at night. If he had stopped to think at all, he simply would have been unable to go on. He was only following his instincts, voices that such forces as maturity and grown-up intelligence and self-consciousness obscure in older men. And the terror of the jungle could not touch him. He went straight to do what service he could do for the white sahib that was one of his lesser gods. Time after time he halted, but always he pushed on a few more feet. And now he was over halfway to the ford, clear to the forks in the trail, and then he turned about with a little gasp of fear. The light from the village had gone out. The thick foliage of the jungle had come between. He was really frightened now. It wasn't that he was afraid he couldn't get back. The trail was broad and hard and quite gray in the moonlight. But those far-off beams of light had been a solace to his spirit, a reminder that he had not yet broken all ties with the village. He halted, intending to turn back. And then a thrill began at his scalp and went clear to his bare toes. Faint through the jungle silences, he heard Warwick Sahib calling to his faithless beaters. The voice had an unmistakable quality of distress. Certain of the villagers, a very few of them, said afterward that little Shikara continued on because he was afraid to go back. They said that he looked upon the heaven-born Sahib as a source of all power, in whose protection no harm could befall him, and he sped toward him because the distance was shorter than back to the haven of fire at the village. But those who could look deeper into little Shikara's soul knew different. In some degree, at least, he hastened on down that jungle trail of peril because he knew that his idol was in distress, and by laws that went deep, he knew he must go to his aid. Part 5. The first few minutes after Warwick had heard a living step in the thickets he spent in trying to reload his rifle. He carried other cartridges in the right-hand trousers pocket, but after a few minutes of futile effort it became perfectly evident that he was not able to reach them. His right arm was useless, and the fingers of his left, lacerated by the mugger's bite, refused to take hold. He had, however, 3 of the 5 shells the rifle held still in his gun. The single question that remained was whether or not they would be of use to him. The rifle lay half under him, its stock protruding from beneath his body. With the elbow of his left arm he was able to work it out. Considering the difficulties under which he worked, he made amazingly few false motions, and yet he worked with swiftness. Warwick was a man who had been schooled and trained by many dangers. He had learned to face them with open eyes and steady hands, to judge with unclouded thought the exact percentage of his chances. He knew now that he must work swiftly. The shape in the shadow was not going to wait all night. But at that moment the hope of preserving his life that he had clung to until now broke like a bubble in the sunlight. He could not lift the gun to swing and aim it at a shape in the darkness. With his mutilated hands he could not cock the strong springed hammer, and if he could do both these things with his fumbling, bleeding, lacerated fingers, his right hand could not be made to pull the trigger. Warwick Sahib knew at last just where he stood. Yet if human sight could have penetrated that dusk, it would have beheld no change of expression in the lean face. An English gentleman lay at the frontier of death, but that occasioned neither fawning nor a loss of his rigid self-control. 2 things remained, however, that he might do. One was to call and continue to call as long as life lasted in his body. He knew perfectly that more than once in the history of India a tiger had been kept at a distance, at least for a short period of time, by shouts alone. In that interlude perhaps help might come from the village. The second thing was almost as impossible as raising and firing the rifle, but by the luck of the gods he might achieve it. He wanted to find Singhai's knife and hold it compressed in his palm. It wasn't that he had any vain hopes of repelling the tiger's attack with a single knife blade that would be practically impossible for his mutilated hand to hold. Nahara had 5 or so knife blades in every paw, and a whole set of them in her mouth. She could stand on 4 legs and fight, and Warwick could not lift himself on 1 elbow and yet wield the blade. But there were other things to be done with blades, even held loosely in the palm at a time like this. He knew rather too much of the way of tigers. They do not always kill swiftly. It is the tiger way to tease long moments with half-bared talons, to let the prey crawl away a few feet for the rapture of leaping at it again, to fondle with an exquisite cruelty for moments that seem endless to its prey. A knife, on the other hand, kills quickly. Warwick much preferred the latter death. And even as he called again and again, he began to feel about in the grass with his lacerated hand for the hilt of the knife. Nahara was steadily stealing toward him through the shadows. The great tigress was at the height of her hunting madness. The earlier adventure of the evening, when she had missed her stroke, the stir and tumult of the beaters in the woods, her many days of hunger, had all combined to intensify her passion, and finally there had come the knowledge in subtle ways that 2 of her own kind of game were lying wounded and helpless beside the ford. But even the royal tiger never forgets some small measure of its caution. She did not charge at once. The game looked so easy that it was in some way suggestive of a trap. She crept forward a few feet at a time. The wild blood began to leap through the great veins. The hair went stiff on the neck muscles. But Warwick shouted, and the sound for an instant appalled her. She lurked in the shadows, and then as she made a false step, Warwick heard her for the first time. Again she crept forward to pause when Warwick raised his voice the second time. The man knew enough to call at intervals rather than continuously. A long continued outcry would very likely stretch the tiger's nerves to a breaking point and hurl her into a frenzy that would probably result in a death-dealing charge. Every few seconds he called again. In the intervals between, the tiger crept forward. Her excitement grew upon her. She crouched lower. Her sinewy tail had whipped softly at first. Now it was lashing almost to her sides, and finally it began to have a slight vertical movement that Warwick, fortunately for his spirit, could not see. Then the little light that the moon poured down was suddenly reflected in Nahara's eyes. All at once they burned out of the dusk, 2 blue-green circles of fire, 50 feet distant in the darkness. At that Warwick gasped for the first time. In another moment the great cat would be in range, and he had not yet found the knife. Nothing remained to believe but that it was lost in the mud of the ford, 50 feet distant, and that the last dread avenue of escape was cut off. But at that instant the gasp gave way to a whispered oath of wonder. Some living creature was running lightly down the trail toward him. Soft, light feet that came with amazing swiftness. For once in his life Warwick did not know where he stood. For once he was the chief figure of a situation he did not entirely understand. He tried to probe into the darkness with his tired eyes. "Here I am," he called. The tiger, starting to creep forward once more, halted at the voice. A small, straight figure sped like an arrow out of the thickets and halted at his side. It was such an astounding appearance as for an instant completely paralyzes the mental faculties. Warwick's first emotion was simply a great and hopeless astonishment. Long inured to the mystery of the jungle, he thought he had passed the point where any earthly happening could actually bewilder him. But in spite of it, in spite of the fire-eyed peril in the darkness, he was quite himself when he spoke. The voice that came out of the silence was wholly steady, a kindly, almost amused voice of one who knows life as it is and who has mastered his own destiny. "Who in the world?" he asked in the vernacular. "It is I, little Shikara," a tremulous voice answered. Except for the tremor he could not keep from his tone, he spoke as one man to another. Warwick knew at once that little Shikara was not yet aware of the presence of the tiger 50 feet distant in the shadows, but he knew nothing else. The whole situation was beyond his ken, but his instincts were manly and true. "Then run speedily, little one," he whispered, "back to the village. There is danger here in the dark." Little Shikara tried to speak, and he swallowed painfully. A lump had come in his throat that at first would not let him talk. "Nay, protector of the poor," he answered. I came alone, and I am thy servant." Warwick's heart bounded. Not since his youth had left him to a grey world had his strong heart leaped in just this way before. "Merciful God," he whispered in English, "has a child come to save me?" Then he whipped again into the vernacular and spoke swiftly, for no further seconds were to be wasted. "Little Shikara, have you ever fired a gun?" "No, Sahib." "Then lift it up and rest it across my body. Thou knowest how it is held?" Little Shikara didn't know exactly, but he rested the gun on Warwick's body, and he had seen enough target practice to crook his finger about the trigger. And together, the strangest pair of huntsmen that the Indian stars ever looked down upon, they waited. "It is Nahara," Warwick explained softly, for he had decided to be frank with little Shikara, trusting all to the courage of a child. "It all depends on thee. Pull back the hammer with thy thumb." Little Shikara obeyed. He drew it back until it clicked, and did not, as Warwick had feared, let it slip through his fingers back against the breech. "Yes, Sahib," he whispered breathlessly. His little brave heart seemed about to explode in his breast, but it was the test, and he knew he must not waver in the Sahib's eyes. "It is Nahara, and thou art a man," Warwick said again. "And now thou must wait until thou seest her eyes." And so they strained into the darkness, and in an instant more they saw again the two circles of greenish smouldering fire. They were quite near now. Nahara was almost in leaping range. "Thou wilt look through the little hole at the rear, and then along the barrel," Warwick ordered swiftly, "and thou must see the two eyes along the little notch in front." "I see, Sahib, and between the eyes," came the same breathless whisper. The little brown body held quite still. Warwick could not even feel it trembling against his own. For the moment, by virtue of some strange prank of Shiv, the jungle gods were giving their own strength to this little brown son of theirs beside the ford. "Thou wilt not jerk or move?" "Nay, Sahib." And he spoke true. The world might break to pieces or blink out, but he would not throw off his aim by any terror motions. They could see the tiger's outline now, the lithe, low-hung body, the tail that twitched up and down. "Then pull the trigger," Warwick whispered. The whole jungle world rocked and trembled from the violence of the report. When the villagers, aroused by the roar of the rifle, and led by Khusru and Puran and little Shikara's father, rushed down with their firebrands to the ford, their first thought was that they had come only to the presence of the dead. 3 human beings lay very still beside the stream, and 50 feet in the shadows something else, that obviously was not a human being, lay very still too. But they were not to have any such horror story to tell their wives. Only one of the 3 by the ford, Singhai the gun-bearer, was even really unconscious. Little Shikara, the rifle still held lovingly in his arms, had gone into a half-faint from fear and nervous exhaustion, and Warwick Sahib had merely closed his eyes to the darting light of the firebrands. The only death that had occurred was that of Nahara the tigress, and she had a neat hole bored completely through her neck. To all evidence she had never stirred after little Shikara's bullet had gone home. After much confusion and shouting and falling over one another and gazing at little Shikara as if he were some new kind of a ghost, the villagers got a stretcher each for Singhai and the protector of the poor, And when they got them well loaded into them, and little Shikara had quite come to himself and was standing with some bewilderment in a circle of staring townspeople, a clear, commanding voice ordered that they all be silent. Warwick Sahib was going to make what was the nearest approach to a speech that he had made since various of his friends had decoyed him to a dinner in London some years before. The words that he said, the short vernacular words that have a way of coming straight to the point, established little Shikara as a legend through all that corner of British India. It was little Shikara who had come alone through the jungle, said he. It was little Shikara's shining eyes that had gazed along the barrel, and it was his own brown finger that had pulled the trigger. And thus, said Warwick, he would get the bounty that the British government offered, British rupees that to a child's eyes would be past counting. And thus in time, with Warwick's influence, he would be a great voice through all of India. For small as he was, and not yet grown, he was of the true breed. After the shouting was done, Warwick turned to little Shikara to see how he thought upon all these things. Thou shalt have training for the army, little one, where thy good nerve will be of use, and thou shalt be a native officer along with the sons of princes. I myself will see to it, for I do not hold my life so cheap that I will forget the thing that thou hast done tonight. And he meant what he said. The villagers stood still when they saw his earnest face. And what, little hawk? Wilt thou have more? He asked. Little Shikara trembled and raised his eyes. Only sometimes to ride with thee in thy howdah, as thy servant, when thou again seekest the tiger. The whole circle laughed at this. They were just human after all. Their firebrands were held high and gleamed on little Shikara's dusky face and made a lustre in his dark eyes. The circle, roaring with laughter, did not hear the sahib's reply, but they did see him nod his head. I would not dare go without thee now, Warwick told him. And thus little Shikara's dreams came true, to be known through many villages as a hunter of tigers and a brave follower and comrade of the forest trails. And thus he came into his own, in those far-off glades of Burma, in the jungles of the Manipur. End of The Heart of Little Shikara.
The Man Who Cursed the Lilies, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Cursed the Lilies by Charles Tenney Jackson. Tedge looked from the pilot-house at the sweating deckhand who stood on the stubby bow of the Marie-Louise, heaving vainly on the pole thrust into the barrier of crushed water hyacinths across the channel. Crump, the engineer, shot a sullen look at the master ere he turned back to the crude oil motor, whose mad pounding rattled the old bayou stern-wheeler from keel to hog chains. "She's full ahead now," grunted Crump. And then, with a covert glance at the single passenger sitting on the foredeck cattle pens, the engineer repeated his warning. "You'll lose those cows, Tedge, if you keep on fightin' the flowers. They're bad for feed and water. They can't stand another day of sun." Tedge knew it, but he continued to shake his hairy fist at the deckhand and roar his anathemas upon the flower-choked bayou. He knew his crew was grinning evilly, for they remembered Bill Tedge's year-long feud with the Lilies. Crump had bluntly told the skipper he was a fool for trying to push up this little frequented bayou from Cote Blanche Bay to the higher land of the West Louisiana coast, where he had planned to unload his cattle. Tedge had bought the cargo himself near Beaumont from a beggared ranchman whose stock had to go on the market because for 7 months there had been no rain in eastern Texas and the short grass range was gone. Tedge knew where there was feed for the starving animals, and the Marie Louise was coming back light. By the Intercoastal Canal and the shallow string of bays along the Texas-Louisiana line, the bayou boat could crawl safely back to the grassy swamplands that fringed the sugar plantations of Bayou Teche. Tedge had bought his living cargo so ridiculously cheap that if half of them stood the journey he would profit, and they would cost him nothing for winter ranging up in the swamplands. In the spring he would round up what steers had lived and sell them, grass-fat, in New Orleans. He'd land them there with his flat-paddle bayou boat, too, for the Marie Louise ranged up and down the Intercoastal Canal and the uncharted swamp lakes and bays adjoining, trading and thieving and serving the skipper's obscure ends. Only now, when he turned up Côte Blanche Bay, some 100 miles west of the Mississippi passes, to make the last 20 miles of swamp channel to his landing, he faced his old problem. Summer long, the water hyacinths were a pest to navigation on the coastal bayous, but this June they were worse than Tedge had ever seen. He knew the reason. The mighty Mississippi was at high flood, and as always then, a third of its yellow waters were sweeping down the Atchafalaya River on a short cut to the Mexican Gulf. And somewhere above, on its west bank, the Atchafalaya levees had broken, and the flood waters were all through the coastal swamp channels. Tedge grimly knew what it meant. He'd have to go farther inland to find his free range, but now, worst of all, the floating gardens of the coast swamps were coming out of the numberless channels on the crevasse water. He expected to fight them as he had done for 20 years with his dirty bayou boat. He'd fight and curse and struggle through the les flottantes, and denounce the Federal Government because it did not destroy the lilies in the obscure bayous where he traded, as it did on Bayou Teche and Terrebonne, with its pump boats which sprayed the hyacinths with a mixture of oil and soda until the tops shriveled and the trailing roots then dragged the flowers to the bottom. "You'll not see open water till the river cleans the swamps of lilies," growled Crump. "I never seen the beat of 'em. The high water's liftin' 'em from ponds where they never been touched by a boat's wheel, and they're out in the channels now. If you make the plantations, you'll have to keep east'ard and then up the Atchafalaya, and buck the main flood water, Tedge." Tedge knew that, too. But he suddenly broke into curses upon his engineer, his boat, the sea and sky and man. But mostly the lilies. He could see a mile up the bayou between cypress-grown banks, and not a foot of water showed. A solid field of green waxy leaves and upright purple spikes, jammed tight and moving. That was what made the master rage. They were moving, a flower glacier slipping imperceptibly to the Gulf's bays. They were moving slowly but inexorably, and his dirty cattle boat, frantically driving into the blockade, was moving backward, stern first. He hated them with the implacable fury of a man whose fists had lorded his world. A water hyacinth! What was it? He could stamp one to a smear on his deck, but a river of them no man could fight. He swore the lilies had ruined his whiskey running years ago to the Atchafalaya lumber camps. They blocked Grand River when he went to log towing. They had cost him thousands of dollars for repairs and lost time in his swamp ventures. Bareheaded under the semi-tropic sun, he glowered at the lily drift. Then he snarled at Crump to reverse the motor. Tedge would retreat again. "I'll drive the boat clean around Southwest Pass to get shut of 'em. No feed, for these cows. They'll feed sharks, they will. Mr. Cowman? The blistering lilies cost me $500 already." The lone passenger smoked idly and watched the gaunt cattle staggering, penned in the flat dead heat of the foredeck. Tedge cursed him too under his breath. Milt Rogers had asked to make the coast run from Beaumont on Tedge's boat. Tedge remembered what Rogers said. He was going to see a girl who lived up Bayou Boeuf above Tedge's destination. Tedge remembered that girl, a Cajun girl whom he once heard singing in the floating gardens while Tedge was battling and cursing to pass the blockade. He hated her for loving the lilies, and the man for loving her. He burst out again with his volcanic fury at the green and purple horde. "They're a fine sight to see," mused the other, "after a man's eyes been burned out riding the dry range. No rain in 9 months up there. Nothin' green or pretty and pretty!" Tedge seemed to menace with his little shifty eyes. "I wish all them lilies had one neck and I could twist it. Just one head and me stompin' it. Yeah, and all the damn flowers in the world with it. Yeah, and me watchin' 'em die." The man from the dry lands smoked idly under the awning. His serenity evoked all the savagery of Tedge's feud with the lilies. Pretty! A man who dealt with cows seeing beauty in anything. Well, the girl did it, that swamp angel this Rogers was going to visit. That Aurélie Frenet who sang in the flower starred river, that was it. Tedge glowered on the Texan. He hated him, too, because this loveliness gave him peace, while the master of the Marie Louise must fume about his wheelhouse, a perspiring madman. It took an hour for the Marie even to retreat and find steerage way easterly off across a shallow lake, mirroring the marsh shores in the sunset. Across it the bayou boat wheezed and thumped drearily, drowning the bellowing of the dying steers. Once the deckhand stirred and pointed. "Lilies, Cap'n, pourin' from the swamps, and dead ahead there now." Scowling, Tedge held to the starboard. Yes, there they were, a phalanx of flowers in the dusk. He broke into wild curses at them, his boat, the staggering cattle. "I'll drive to the open Gulf to get rid of 'em. Outside to sea. Yeah, stranger, you'll see salt water and lilies drownin' in it. I'll show you 'em dead and dried on the sands like dead men's dried bones. You'll see your pretty flowers a dyin'." The lone cowman ignored the sneer. "You better get the animals to feed and water. Another mornin' of heat and crowdin'." "Let 'em rot. Your pretty flowers done it. Pretty flowers, spit o' hell. I knowed 'em. I fought 'em. I'll fight 'em to the death of 'em." His little red rimmed eyes hardly veiled his contempt for Milt Rogers. A cowman sailing this dusky purple bay to see a girl who sang in the lily drift, a sailing on this dirty, reeking bumboat with cattle dying jammed in the pens. Suddenly Tedge realized a vast malevolent pleasure. He couldn't hope to gain from his perishing cargo, and he began to gloat at the agony spread below his wheelhouse window and the cattleman's futile pity for them. "They'll rot on Point Au Fer. We'll heave the stink of 'em, dead and alive, to the sharks of Au Fer Pass. Drownin' cows in dyin' lilies." And the small craft of his brain suddenly awakened coolly above his heat. Why, yes, why hadn't he thought of it? He swung the stubby nose of the Marie more easterly in the hot windless dusk. After a while the black deckhand looked questioningly up at the master. "We're takin' round," Tedge grunted, "outside Au Fer." The black stretched on the cattle pen frame. Tedge was a master hand among the reefs and shoals, even if the flat paddle Marie had no business outside. But the sea was nothing but a star set velvet ribbon on which she crawled like a dirty insect. And no man questioned Tedge's will. Only, an hour later, the engine man came up and forward to stare into the faster flowing water. Even now he pointed to a hyacinth clump. "Yeah," growled the master, "I'll show you, Rogers. Worlds of flowers, out of the swamps, and the tide'll send 'em back again on the reefs. I'll show you 'em dead, dried, white like men's bones." Then he began to whisper huskily to his engineer. "It's time for it. 500 for you, Crump, 100 for the nigger, or I knock his head in. She brushes the bar, and your oil tank goes. You understand?" He watched a red star in the south. Crump looked about. No sail or light or coastguard about Au Fer. At low tide not even a skiff could find the passages. He nodded cunningly. "She's old and fire fittin', Tedge. I knowed yer mind. I was always waitin' for the word. It's a place for it. And ye say ye carry 700 on them cows? Boat and cargo 3,700?" "They'll be that singed and washed in the sands off Au Fer that nobody'll know what they died of," retorted Tedge thickly. "Ye go down, Crump, and lay yer waste and oil right. I'll trust ye, Crump. The nigger'll get his, too. She'll ride high and burn flat, hoggin' in the sand." "She's soaked with oil plumb for'ard to the pens now," grunted Crump. "She's fittin' to go like a match all along when she bumps." He vanished, and the master cunningly watched the ember star southeasterly. He was holding above it now, to port and landward. The white hard sands must be shoaling fast under the cattle freighted Marie. It little mattered about the course now. She would grind her nose in the quiet reef shortly. Tedge merely stared, expectantly awaiting the blow. And when it came he was malevolently disappointed. A mere slithering along over the sand, a creak, a slight jar, and she lay dead in the flat calm sea. It was ridiculous that that smooth beaching would break an oil tank, that the engine spark would flare the machine waste, leap to the greasy beams and floors. The wheezy exhaust coughed on. The belt flapped as the paddle wheel kept on its dead shove of the Marie's keel into the sand. Hogjaw had shouted and run forward. He was staring into the phosphorescent water circling about the bow when Crump raised his cry. "Fire! Amidships!" Tedge ran down the after stairs. Sulphurously he began cursing at the trickle of smoke under the motor frame. It was nothing. A child could have put it out with a bucket of sand. But upon it fell Tedge and the engineer, stamping, shouting, shoving oil-soaked waste upon it, and covertly blocking off the astounded black deckman when he rushed to aid. "Water, Hogjaw!" roared the master. "She's gainin' on us. She's under the bilge floor now." He hurled a bucket viciously at his helper. And as they pretended to fight the fire, Crump suddenly began laughing and stood up. The deckman was grinning also. The master watched him narrowly. "Kick the stuff into the waste under the stairs," he grunted. "Hogjaw, this here boat's goin'. Y'understand? We take the skiff and pull to the shrimp camps, and she hogs down and burns." The black man was laughing. Then he stopped curiously. "The cows?" "Damn the cows! I'll git my money back on 'em. Ye go lower away on the skiff davits. Ye don't ask me nothin'. Ye don't know nothin'." "Sho, boss, I don't know nothin' or see nothin'." He swung out of the smoke already drifting greasily up from the foul waist of the Marie Louise. A little glare of red was beginning to reflect from the mirrored sea. The ripples of the beaching had vanished. Obscurely, undramatically as she had lived, the Marie Louise sat on the bar to choke in her own fetid fumes. Tedge clambered to the upper deck and hurried to his bunk in the wheelhouse. There were papers there he must save, the master's license, the insurance policy, and a few other things. The smell of burning wood and grease was thickening, and suddenly now, through it, he saw the quiet, questioning face of the stranger. He had forgotten him completely. Tedge's small brain had room but for one idea at a time. First his rage at the Lilies, and then the wrecking of the Marie. And this man knew. He had been staring down the after companionway. He had seen and heard. He had seen the master and crew laughing while the fire mounted. Tedge came to him. "We're quittin' ship," he growled. "Yes, but the cattle." The other looked stupefiedly at him. "We gotta pull inside afore the sea comes up." "Well, break the pens, can't you? Give 'em a chance to swim for a bar. I'm a cowman myself. I can't let dumb brutes burn and not lift a hand." The fire in the waist was beginning to roar. A plume of smoke streamed straight up in the starlight. The glare showed the younger man's startled eyes. He shifted them to look over the foredeck rail down to the cattle. Sparks were falling among them. The fire veered slightly forward, and the survivors were crowding uneasily over the fallen ones, catching that curious sense of danger which forewarns creatures of the wild before the northers, a burning forest or creeping flood, to move on. "You can't leave 'em so," muttered the stranger. "No, I seen you." He did not finish. Tedge had been setting himself for what he knew he should do. The smaller man had his jaw turned as he stared at the suffering brutes, and Tedge's mighty fist struck him full on the temple. The master leaned over the low rail to watch quietly. The man who wished to save the cattle was there among them. A little flurry of sparks drove over the spot he fell upon, and then a maddened surge of gaunt steers. Tedge wondered if he should go finish the job. No, there was little use. He had crashed his fist into the face of a shrimp seine hauler once, and the fellow's neck had shifted on his spine, and once he had maced a woman up river in a shanty boat drinking bout. Tedge had got away both times. Now and then, boasting about the shrimp camps, he hinted mysteriously at his 2 killings, and showed his freckled, hairy right hand. "If they find anything of him, he got hurt in the wreck," the master grinned. He couldn't see the body, for a black longhorn had fallen upon his victim, it appeared. Anyhow, the cattle were milling desperately around in the pen. The stranger who said his name was Milt Rogers would be a lacerated lump of flesh in that mad stampede long ere the fire reached him. Tedge got his tin document box and went aft. Crump and Hogjaw were already in the flat-bottomed bayou skiff, holding it off the Marie Louise's port runway, and the master stepped into it. The heat was singeing their faces by now. "Pull off," grunted the skipper, "around east'ard. This bar sticks clean out o' water off there, and you lay round it, Hogjaw. They won't be no sea till the breeze lifts at sun-up." The big black heaved on the short oars. The skiff was 100 yards out on the glassy sea when Crump spoke cunningly. "I knowed somethin'." "Yeah?" Tedge turned from his bow seat to look past the oarsman's head at the engine man. "You knowed?" "This Rogers. He was trying to get off the burnin' wreck and he fell somehow or "The oil tank blew and a piece of pipe took him," grunted Tedge. "I tried to drag him out of the fire. God knows I did, didn't I, Crump?" Crump nodded scaredly. The black oarsman's eyes narrowed and he crouched dumbly as he rowed. Tedge was behind him, Tedge of the Marie Louise, who could kill with his fists. No, Hogjaw knew nothing. He never would know anything. "I jest took him out of kindness," mumbled Tedge. "I got no license for passenger business. Just a bum I took on to go and see his swamp girl up Des Amoureaux. Well, it ain't no use sayin' anything, is it now?" A mile away the wreck of the Marie Louise appeared as a yellow-red rent in the curtain of night. Red, too, was the flat, calm sea, save northerly where a sand ridge gleamed. Tedge turned to search for its outlying point. There was a pass here beyond which the reefs began once more and stretched on, a barrier to the shoal inside waters. When the skiff had drawn about the sand spit, the reflecting waters around the Marie had vanished, and the fire appeared as a fallen meteor burning on the flat, black belt of encircling reef. Tedge's murderous little eyes watched easterly. They must find the other side of the tidal pass and go up it, to strike off for the distant shrimp camps with their story of the end of the Marie Louise, boat and cargo a total loss on Au Fer sands. Upon the utter sea silence there came a sound, a faint bawling of dying cattle, of trampled, choked cattle in the fume and flames. It was very far off now, and tomorrow's tide and wind would find nothing but a blackened timber, a swollen, floating carcass or two, nothing more. But the black man could see the funeral pyre. The distant glare of it was showing the whites of his eyes faintly to the master, when suddenly he stopped rowing. A drag, the soft sibilance of a moving thing, was on his oar blade. He jerked it free, staring. "Lilies, boss. Makin' out dis pass, too. Lilies!" "I see 'em. Drop below 'em." Tedge felt the glow of an unappeasable anger mount to his temples. "Damn 'em, I see 'em." There they were, upright, tranquil, immense hyacinths, their spear points 3 feet above the water, their feathery streamers drifting 6 feet below, the broad waxy leaves floating above their bulbous surface mats. They came on silently under the stars. They vanished under the stars seaward to their death. "Yeah," roared Tedge. "Sun and sea tomorry. They'll be back on Au Fer like dried bones o' dead men in the sand. Bear east'ard off of 'em." The oarsman struggled in the deeper pass water. The skiff bow suddenly plunged into a wall of green and purple bloom. The points brushed Tedge's cheek. He cursed and smote them, tore them from the low bow and flung them. But the engine man stood up and peered into the starlight. "Ye'll not make it. Better keep up the port shore. I cain't see nothin' but lilies east'ard, worlds of flowers comin' with the crevasse water behind 'em." He dipped a finger to the water, tasted of it, and grumbled on. "It ain't hardly salt, the big rivers are pourin' such a flood out of the swamps. Worlds of flowers comin' out of the passes." "Damn the flowers!" Tedge arose, shaking his fist at them. "Back out of 'em! Pull up the Au Fer side and we'll break through 'em in the bay." Against the ebb tide, close along the Au Fer reef, the oarsmen toiled until Crump, the lookout, grumbled again. "The shoal's blocked with 'em. They're stranded on the ebb. Tedge, you'll have to wait for more water to pass this bar inside 'em. You try to cross the pass, and the lilies'll have us all to sea in this crazy skiff when the wind lifts with the sun." "I'm clean wore out," the black man muttered. "Ye can wait for day and tide on the sand, boss." "Well, drive her in then," raged the skipper. "The in tide'll set before daylight. We'll take it up the bay." He rolled over the bow, knee deep in the warm inlet water, and dragged the skiff through the shoals. Crump jammed an oar in the sand, and warping the headline to this, the three trudged on to the white dry ridge. Tedge flung himself by the first stubby grass clump. "Clean beat," he muttered. "By day we'll pass 'em, damn 'em, and I'll see 'em dying in the sun, lilies like dried, dead weeds on the sand. That's what they'll be in a couple o' days. He said they was pretty, that fellow back there." Lying with his head on his arm, he lifted a thumb to point over his shoulder. He couldn't see the distant blotch of fire against the low stars. He didn't want to. He couldn't mark the silent drift of the sea gardens in the pass, but he gloated in the thought that they were riding to their death. The pitiless sun, the salt tides drunk up to their spongy bulbs, and their glory past, they would be matted refuse on the shores, and a man could trample them. Yes, the sea was with Tedge, and the rivers too. The flood waters were lifting the lilies from their immemorable strongholds and forcing them out to their last pageant of death. The three castaways slept in the warm sand. It was an hour later that some other living thing stirred at the far end of Au Fer reef. A scorched and weakened steer came on through salt pools to stagger and fall. Presently another, and then a slow line of them. They crossed the higher ridge to huddle about a sink that might have made them remember the dry drinking holes of their arid home plains. Tired, gaunt cattle, mooing lonesomely, when the man came about them to dig with his bloody fingers in the sand. He tried another place and another. He didn't know. He was a man of the short grass country, not a coaster. Perhaps a sandy sink might mean fresh water. But after each effort the damp feeling on his hands was from his gashed and battered head, and not life-giving water. He wiped the blood from his eyes and stood up in the starlight. 21 of 'em alive, and me, he muttered. I got 'em off. They trampled me and beat me down, but I got their pens open. 21 livin', and me on the sands. He wondered stupidly how he had done it. The stern of the Marie Louise had burned off and sogged down in deep water, but her bow hung to the reef, and in smoke and flame he had fought the cattle over it. They clustered now in the false water hole, silent, listless, as if they knew the uselessness of the urge of life on Au Fer reef. And after a while the man went on eastward. Where and how far the sand ridge stretched he did not know. Vaguely he knew of the tides and sun tomorrow. From the highest point he looked back. The wreck was a dull red glow, the stars above it cleared now of smoke. The sea, too, seemed to have gone back to its infinite peace, as if it had washed itself daintily after this greasy morsel it must hide in its depths. A half hour the man walked wearily, and then before him stretched water again. He turned up past the tide flowing down the pass. Perhaps that was all of Au Fer. A narrow spit of white sand at high tide, and even over that, the sea breeze freshening, the surf would curl. Ships never come in close, they said, he mused tiredly, and miles of shoals to the land, and then just swamp for miles. Dumb brutes o' cows, and me on this, and no water nor feed, nor shade from the sun. He stumbled on through the shallows, noticing apathetically that the water was running here. Nearly to his waist he waded, peering into the starlight. He was a cowman and he couldn't swim. He had never seen anything but the dry ranges until he said he would go find the girl he had met once on the upper Brazos, a girl who told him of sea and sunken forests, of islands of flowers drifting in lonely swamp lakes. He had wanted to see that land, but mostly the Cajun girl of Bayou des Amoureux. He wouldn't see her now. He would die among the dying cattle. But maybe it was fit for a cattleman to go that way, a Texas man and Texas cows. Then he saw a moving thing. It rode out of the dark and brushed him. It touched him with soft fingers, and he drew them to him. A water hyacinth, and its purple spike topped his head as he stood waist deep. So cool its leaves and the dripping bulbs that he pressed them to his bloody cheek. He sank his teeth into them for that coolness on his parched tongue. The spongy bulb was sweet. It exhaled odorous moisture. He seized it ravenously. It carried sweet water, redolent of green forest swamps. He dragged at another floating lily, sought under the leaves for the buoyant bulb. A drop or two of the fresh water a man could press from each. Like a starving animal he moved in the shoals, seeing more drifting garden clumps. And then a dark object that did not drift. He felt for it slowly, and then straightened up, staring about. A flat-bottomed bayou skiff, and in it the oars, a riverman's blanket of greasy clothes, and a tin box. He knew the box. On one end, in faded gilt, was the name B. Tedge. Rogers had seen it on the grimy shelf in the pilot house on the Marie Louise. He felt for the rope. The skiff was barely scraping bottom. Yes, they had moored it here. They must be camped on the sands of Au Fer, awaiting the dawn. A boat. He didn't know what a Texas cowman could do with a boat on an alien and unknown shore, but he slipped into it, raised an oar, and shoved back from the sandy spit. At least he could drift off Au Fer's waterless desolation. Tedge would kill him tomorrow when he found him there, because he knew Tedge had fired the Marie for the insurance. So he pulled slowly off. The skiff drifted now. Rogers tried to turn the oar athwart, and awkwardly he stumbled. The oar seemed like a roll of thunder when it struck the gunwale. And instantly a hoarse shout arose behind him. Tedge's voice. Tedge had not slept well. The gaunt cattle burning or choking in the salt tide, or perhaps the lilies of Bayou Boeuf. Anyhow, he was up with a cry and dashing for the skiff. In a moment Rogers saw him. The Texas man began driving desperately on the oars. He heard the heavy rush of the skipper's feet in the deepening water. Tedge's voice became a bull-like roar as the depth began to check him. To his waist, and the slow skiff was but 10 yards away. To his great shoulders, and the clumsy oarsman was but 5. And with a yell of triumph, Tedge lunged out swimming. Whoever the fugitive, he was hopeless with the oars. The skiff swung this way and that, and a strong man at its stern could hurl it and its occupant bottom side up in Au Fer Pass. Tedge, swimming in Au Fer Pass, his fingers to the throat of this unknown marauder. There'd be another one go, and nothing but his hands, Bill Tedge's hands, that the shrimp camps feared. Just hold him under, that was all. Tread water, and hold the throat beneath until its throbbing ceased. Tedge could. He feared no man. Another overhand stroke, and he just missed the wobbling stern of the light skiff. He saw the man start up and raise an oar as if to strike. Tedge laughed triumphantly. Another plunge, and his fingers touched the gunwale. And then he dived. He would bring his back up against the flat bottom and twist his enemy's footing from under him. Then in the deep water Tedge lunged up for the flat keel, and slowly across his brow an invisible hand seemed to caress him. He opened his eyes to see a necklace of opalescent jewels gathering about his neck. He tore at it, and the phosphorescent water gleamed all about him with feathery pendants. And when his head thrust above water, the moment's respite had allowed the skiff to straggle beyond his reach. Tedge shouted savagely and lunged again, and about his legs came the soft clasp of the drifting hyacinth roots. Higher, firmer, and he turned to kick free of them. He saw the man in the boat poling uncertainly in the tide not 6 feet beyond him, and now in open water Tedge plunged on in fierce exultance. One stroke and the stars beyond the boatman became obscured. The swimmer struck the soft yielding barrier of the floating islands. This time he did not lose time in drawing from them. He raised his mighty arms and strove to beat them down, flailing the broad leaves until the spiked blossoms fell about him. A circlet of them caressed his cheek. He lowered his head and swam bull-like into the drift, and when he knew the pressure ahead was tightening slowly to rubbery bands, forcing him gently from his victim, Tedge raised his voice in wild curses. He fought and threshed the lilies, and they gave him cool, velvety kisses in return. He dived and came up through them, and then, staring upward, he saw the tall purple spikes against the stars. And they were drifting. They were sailing seaward to their death. He couldn't see the boat now for the shadowy hosts, and for the first time fear glutted his heart. It came as a paroxysm of new sensation, Tedge of the Marie Louise who had never feared. But this was different, this soft and moving web of silence. No, not quite silence, for past his ear the splendid hyacinths drifted with a musical creaking, leaf on leaf, the buoyant bulbs brushing each other. The islets joined and parted. Once he saw open water and plunged for it, and over his shoulders there surged a soft coverlet. He turned and beat it. He churned his bed into a furious welter, and the silken curtain lowered. He shrank from it now, staring. The feathery roots matted across his chest. The mass of them felt slimy like the hide of a drowned brute. "Drownin' cows," he muttered thickly. "Comin' on a man driftin' and drownin'. No, no, lilies, jest lilies, damn 'em." The tall spiked flowers seemed nodding. Yes, just lilies, drifting and singing elfin music to the sea tide. Tedge roared once again his hatred of them. He raised and battered his huge fists into their beauty, and they seemed to smile in the starlight. Then with a howl he dived. He would beat them. Deep water was here in the pass, and he would swim mightily far beneath the trailing roots. He would find the man with the boat yet and hurl him to die in the hyacinth bloom. He opened his eyes in the deep clear water and exulted. He, Tedge, had outwitted the bannered argosies. With bursting lungs he charged off across the current, thinking swiftly, coolly now of the escape. And as he neared the surface he twisted to glance upward. It was light there, a light brighter than the stars, but softer, evanescent. Mullet and squib were darting about or clinging to a feathery forest that hung straight down upon him. Far and near there came little darts of pale fire, gleaming and expiring with each stir in the phosphorescent water. And he had to rise. A man could not hold the torturing air in his lungs forever. Yes, he would tear a path to the stars again and breathe. His arms flailed into the first tenuous streamers, which parted in pearly lace before his eyes. He breasted higher, and they were all about him now. His struggles evoked glowing bubble jewels which drifted upward to expire. He grasped the soft roots and twisted and sought to raise himself. He had a hand to the surface bulbs, but a silken mesh seemed tightening about him. And it was drifting. Everything was drifting in the deep pass of Ophir. He tried to howl in the hyacinth web and choked. And then he merely fought in his close-pressing cocoon, thrusting one hard fist to grasp the broad leaves. He clung to them dumbly, his face so close to the surface that the tall spiked flowers smiled down, but they drifted inexorably with a faint creaking music, leaf on leaf. Tedge opened his eyes to a flicker of myriad lights. The sound was a roaring now, like the surf on the reefs in the hurricane month, or the thunder of maddened steers above him across this flowery sea meadow. Perhaps the man he had killed rode with this stampede. Tedge shrank under the lilies. Perhaps they could protect him now. Even the last stroke of his hands made luminous beauty of the underrunning tide. An outward-bound shrimp lugger saw the figures on Ophir Reef and came to anchor beyond the shoals. The Cajun crew rowed up to where Milt Rogers and Crump and the black deckhand were watching by a pool. The shrimpers listened to the cowman, who had tied the sleeve of his shirt about his bloody head. "You can get a barge down from Morgan City and take the cows off before the sea comes high," said Rogers quietly. "They're eatin' the lilies, and they find sweet water in 'em. Worlds o' lilies driftin' to sea with sweet water in the bulbs." And he added, watching Crump and the black man who seemed in terror of him, "I want to get off too. I want to see the swamp country where worlds of flowers come from." He said no more. He did not even look in the pool where Crump pointed. He was thinking of that girl of the swamps who had bid him come to her. But all along the white surf line he could see the green and purple plumes of the hyacinth warriors tossing in the breeze. legion upon legion, coming to die gloriously on Ophir's sands. But first they sent a herald, for in Tedge's hand, as he lay in the pool, one waxen-leafed banner with a purple spear point glittered in the sun. End of The Man Who Cursed the Lilies. The Urge, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Urge by Maryland Allen. She is now a woman ageless because she is famous. She's surrounded by a swarm of lovers and possesses a great many beautiful things. She has more than one Ming jar in the library at her country place, yards upon yards of Point de Venise in her top bureau drawer. She is able to employ a very pleasant, wholesome woman, whose sole duty it is to keep her clothes in order. She wears superb clothes, the last word in richness and the elegance of perfection, clothes that no man can declaim over, stimulating himself the while with shot after shot of that most insidious of all dope, self-pity. You see, she earns them all herself, along with the Ming jars, the Point de Venise, the country place, and countless other things. She is the funniest woman in the world, not in her press agent's imagination, but in cold, sober fact. She can make anybody laugh. She does make everybody. Night after night in the huge public theatres of the common people, in the small private ones of the commoner rich, in Greek amphitheatres where the laughter rolls away in thunderous waves to be echoed back by distant blue hills, in institutions for the blind, in convalescent wards, everywhere, every time, she makes them laugh. The day laborer, sodden and desperate from too much class legislation, the ego in his cosmos and the struggle for existence, the statesman fearful of losing votes, rendered blue and depressed by the unruliness of nations and all the vast multitude of horrors that lie in between, all of these, all of them, she makes laugh. She is queen of the profession she has chosen, unusual for one of her sex. She is the funniest woman in the world. When she is at home, which is seldom, she has many visitors, and strives, if possible, to see none of them. "You know, I entertain so much," she pleads, in that vivid, whimsical way of hers that holds as much of sadness as mirth. But this time, it being so early in the afternoon, she was caught unawares. The girls, they were nothing but girls, 3 of them, sitting on a seat where the velvety green turf fell away in a steep hillside, and far beneath them they could see the river moving whitely beyond the trees. They halted there before her, happy but trembling, giggling but grave. They were gasping and incoherent, full of apologies and absurd tremors. It had taken their combined week's savings to bribe the gardener, and they only wanted to know one thing. How had she achieved all this fame and splendor? By what magic process had she become that rarest of all living creatures, the funniest woman in the world? It was an easy enough question to ask, and to them, hovering, twittering upon high heels a trifle worn to one side, a simple one for her to answer. She looked at them in that humorous, kindly way of hers, looked at their silly, excited, made-up faces, with noses sticking out stark like handles from a too heavy application of purplish-white powder. Then her glance travelled down the velvety green slope to the bright river glancing and leaping beyond the shady trees. Did she think of that other girl? sitting there with that strange smile upon her face, the smile that is neither mirth nor sadness, but a poignant, haunting compound of both. Did she remember her and the urge that had always been upon her, racking her like actual pain, driving her with a whip of scorpions, flaying her on and on with a far more vivid sense of suffering than the actual beatings laid on by her mother's heavy hand, the thing that found articulation in the words, "I must be famous, I must." She belonged in the rear of a batch of a dozen, and had never been properly named. The wind was blowing from the stockyards on the dark hour when she arrived. It penetrated even to the small airless chamber where she struggled for her first breath, one of a flat in the poorest tenement in the worst slum in Chicago. Huddled in smelly rags by a hastily summoned neighbor from the floor above, the newcomer raised her untried voice in a frail, reedy cry. Perhaps she did not like the smell that oozed in around the tightly closed window to combat the foul odors of the airless room. Whatever it was, this protest availed her nothing, for the neighbor hurriedly departed, having been unwilling from the first, and the mother turned away and lay close against the stained, discolored wall, too apathetic, too utterly resigned to the fate life had meted out to her, to accord this most unwelcome baby further attention. This first moment of her life might easily serve as the history of her babyhood. Her father was also indifferent. He brought home his money and gave it to his wife. Children were strictly none of his business. Her brothers and sisters, each one busily and fiercely fending for himself, gave no attention to her small affairs. Tossed by the careless hand of fate into the dark sea of life to swim or perish, she awoke to consciousness with but one thought, food, one ruling passion, to get enough. And since in her habitual half-starved state all food looked superlatively good to her, cake was the first word she learned to speak. It formed her whole vocabulary for a surprisingly long time, and cake was the only name she was ever known by in her family circle, and on the street that to her ran on and on and on, as narrow and dirty, as crowded and as cruel as where it passed the great dilapidated old rookery that held the 4 dark rooms that she called home. Up to the age of 10 her life was sketchy, a passionate scramble for food, beatings, tears, slumber, a swift transition from one childish ailment to another that kept her forever out of reach of the truant officer. She lay upon the floor in a little dark room, and through the window in the airless air shaft, high up in one corner, she could see a 3-cornered spot of light. At first she wondered what it was, since she lived in a tenement not under the sky. Then it resolved itself into a ball, white and luminous, that floated remote in that high place and seemed to draw her, and was somehow akin to the queer, gnawing pain that developed about that time beneath her breastbone. It was all inarticulate, queer and confused. She did not think, she did not know how. She only felt that queer gnawing pain beneath her breastbone, distinct from all her other pains, and which she ascribed to hunger, and saw the lovely trembling globe of light. At first she felt it only when she was ill, and lay on the tumbled floor bed and looked up through the dark window. Afterward, always in her dreams. After she passed her 10th birthday, the confusion within her seemed to settle as the queer pain increased, and she began to think, to wonder what it could be. A year or two later her father died, and as she was the only child over whom her mother could exercise any control, the report of her death was successfully impressed upon the truant officer, so that she might be put to work unhindered to help the family in its desperate scramble for food, a scramble in which she took part with vivid earnestness. She was hired to Maverick's to wash dishes. Maverick was a Greek, and kept an open-all-night chop-house, a mean hole in the wall 2 doors from the corner, where Cake's surpassing thinness made her invaluable at the sink. Also the scraps she carried home in her red, water-puckered hands helped out materially. Then her mother took a boarder, and rested in her endeavours, feeling she had performed all things well. This man was a boarder with a past, and he had left it pretty far behind, else he had never rented a room and meals from the mother of Cake. In this boarder drink and debauchery had completely beaten out of shape what had once been a very noble figure of a man. His body was shrunken and trembling. The old ragged clothes he wore flapped about him like the vestments of a scarecrow. His cheeks had the bruised, congested look of the habitual drinker, his nose seemed a toadstool on his face, and his red eyes were almost vanished behind puffy, purple, pillow-like lids. His voice was husky and whispering except when he raised it, then it was surprisingly resonant and mellow, with something haunting in it like the echo of a very moving sweetness. One night Cake, returning all weary and played out from dishwashing at Maverick's, heard him speaking in this loud voice of his, pushed the door open a crack, and peeked in. He was standing in the middle of the floor, evidently speaking what the child called to herself a piece. Her big mouth crooked derisively in the beginning of what is now her famous smile. The lodger went on speaking, being fairly well stimulated at the time, and presently Cake pushed the door wider and crept into the dry goods box, where her mother always kept a candle, and sat down. The lodger talked on and on, while Cake sat rapt, the flickering candle in her hands throwing strange lights and shadows upon her gaunt face. How was she to know she was the last audience of one of the greatest Shakespearean actors the world had ever seen? It was a grave and wondering Cake that crept to her place to sleep that night between her 2 older sisters, and while they ramped against her and chewed and snorted in her ears, she listened all over again to that wonderful voice, and was awed by the color and beauty of the words that it had spoken. She slept, and saw before her the globe of light, trembling and luminous, the one bright thing of beauty her life had ever known, that seemed to draw her up from darkness, slowly and with great suffering. Trembling and weeping, she awoke in the dawn, and the strange pain that had tortured her so much, and that she had called hunger, and sought to assuage with scraps from the plates that came to the sink at Maverick's, became articulate at last. With her hands clasped hard against her breast, she found relief in words. "I gotta be somebody," sobbed the child. "I must be famous. I must." She arose to find life no longer a confused struggle for food, but a battle and a march, a battle to get through one day, to march on to the next, and so on and on until, in that long line of days that stretched out ahead of her, like chambers waiting to be visited, she reached the one where rested fame, that trembling, luminous globe of beauty it was so vitally necessary for her to achieve. "How come he can talk like that?" she demanded of herself, musing on the lodger's wonderful exhibition over the greasy dishwater at Maverick's. And that night she asked him, prefacing her question with the offering of an almost perfect lamb chop, Only one piece had been cut from it since the purchaser, at that moment apprised by Maverick himself that the arrival of the police was imminent, had taken a hasty departure. "Who learned you to talk that-a-way?" demanded Cake, licking a faint, far-away flavour of the chop from her long, thin fingers. The lodger, for a moment, had changed places with the candle. That is to say, he sat upon the dry goods box, the candle burned upon the floor. And, having been most unfortunate that day, the lodger was tragically sober. He bit into the chop voraciously, like a dog with his broken discoloured teeth. "A book learned me," he said, "and practice and experience, and something else." He broke off short. "They called it genius then," he said bitterly. Cake took a short step forward. That thing beneath her prominent breastbone pained her violently, forced her on to speak. "You learn me," she said. The lodger ceased to chew and stared, the chop-bone uplifted in his dirty hand. A pupil for him! "You want to do this, perhaps," he began. "Pray do not mock me. I am a very foolish, fond old man." The disreputable, swollen-faced lodger, with a nose like a poisoned toadstool, vanished. Cake saw an old, white-haired man, crazy and pitiful, yet bearing himself grandly. She gasped. The tears flew to her eyes, blinding her. The lodger laughed disagreeably. He was gnawing on the chop-bone again. "I suppose you think because you found me here it is likely I'll teach you. You starved alley-cat," he snarled. Cake did not even blink. It is repetition that dulls, and she was utterly familiar with abuse. "And suppose I did learn you," he sneered. "What would you do with it?" "I would be famous," cried Cake. Then the lodger did laugh, looking at her with his head hanging down, his swollen face all creased and purple, his hair sticking up rough and unkempt. He laughed, sitting there, a degraded, debauched ruin, looking down from the height of his memories upon the gaunt, unlovely child of the slums, who was rendered even more unlovely by the very courage that kept her waiting beside the broken door. "So you think I could learn you to be famous, eh?" Even the words of this gutter filth he sought to constitute into something nattering to himself. Cake nodded. Really, she had not thought of it that way at all. There was no thinking connected with her decision. The dumb hours she had spent staring up at the air-shaft had resolved themselves with the passing years in a strange, numb will to do. There was the light, and she must reach it. Indeed, the thing there behind the narrow walls of her chest gave her no alternative. She did not think she wanted to be an actress. It was a long time after that before she knew even what an actress was. She did not know what the lodger had been. No, instinctively, groping and inarticulate, she recognized in him the rags and shreds of greatness, knew him to be a one-time dweller in that temple, whither, willing or not, she was bound, to reach it or to die. The lodger looked down at the naked chop-bone in his hand. The juicy broiled meat was comforting to his outraged stomach. Meat! The word stood out in his mind, to be instantly followed by that other word that, for him, had spelled ruin, made him a ragged panhandler, reduced him to living among the poorest and most hopeless. Drink. He raised his head and eyed Cake with crafty calculation. "What will you pay me for such teaching?" he demanded, and looked down again at the bone. What he did in the end, Cake herself was satisfied came to him afterward. At first he was actuated only by the desire to procure food and drink, more especially the drink, at the cost of the least possible effort to himself. Cake saw the look, and she knew. She even smiled a little in the greatness of her relief. She saw she had been right to bring the chop, and appreciated that her progress along the road to fame would be as slow or fast as she could procure food for him in lesser or greater quantities. "I'll bring you eats," she said cunningly. "From Mavericks," she added, by which she meant the eats would be has-is, distinctly second class, quite possibly third. The lodger nodded. "And booze," he put in, watching her face. "And booze," Cake assented. So the bargain was struck, in a way that worked the most cruel hardship on the girl. Food she could steal, and did, blithely enough, since she had no monitor but the lure of brightness, and that thing within her breast that hotly justified the theft and only urged her on. But booze was a very different proposition. It was impossible to steal booze, even a little. To secure booze she was forced to offer money. Now what money Cake earned at Maverick's her mother snatched from her hand before she was well within the door. If she held out even a dime she got a beating, and Cake's mother, in the later years of her life, besides being a clever evader of the police and the truant officer, developed into a beater of parts. Broken food the child offered in abundance and piteous hope, but the lodger was brutally indifferent. "Food," he scoffed. "Why, it says in the Bible you never heard of the Bible, hey?" Cake shook her tangled head. "No, well, it's quite a book," commented the lodger. He had been fortunate that day, and was, for him, fairly intoxicated. "And it says right in there, and some consider that book an authority, man cannot live by food alone. Drink. I drink when I have occasion, and sometimes when I have no occasion. Don't you know what drink is, alley cat? Very well, then. Wine is wont to show the mind of man, and you won't see mine until you bring me booze. Get out." And Cake got out. Also, being well versed in a very horrid wisdom, she took the food with her. This was hardly what the lodger had expected, and I think what respect he was capable of sprouted for her then. Behind a screen of barrels in the corner of the alley, Cake ate the broken meats herself, taking what comfort she could and pondering the while the awful problem of securing the booze, since she must be taught, and since the lodger moved in her sphere as the only available teacher. There was a rush up the alley past her hiding place, a shout, and the savage thud of blows. Very cautiously, as became one wise in the ways of life in that place, Cake peered around a barrel. She saw Red Dan, who sold papers in front of Jeer Dooley's place, thoroughly punishing another and much larger boy. The bigger boy was crying. "Anybody can sell pipers," shouted Red Dan, pounding the information home bloodily. "You hear me? Anybody!" Cake crept out of her hiding place on the opposite side. She did not care what happened to the bigger boy, though she respected Red Dan the more. She knew where the money was going to come from to buy the lodger's booze. It meant longer hours for her. It meant care to work only out of school hours. It meant harder knocks than even she had experienced. It meant a fatigue there were no words to describe, even among the beautiful, wonderful, colorful ones the lodger taught her. But she sold the papers and she purchased the booze. Her mother did not know where she spent this extra time. She did not care, since the money came in from Maverick steadily each week. Neither did the lodger care how the booze was procured. The big thing to him was that it came. At first these lessons were fun for him, the big, gawky, half-starved, overworked child seeing so vividly in pictures all that he told her in words. Full fed on the scraps from Maverick's, he was no longer fastidious, well stimulated by the drink she brought, he took an ugly sort of degraded pleasure in posturing before her, acting as he alone could act those most wonderful of all plays, watching with hateful sardonic amusement the light and shadow of emotion upon her dirty face. Oh, he was a magician, no doubt at all of that, past master in the rare art of a true genius, that of producing illusion. Then he would make Cake try, rave at her, curse her, strike her, kill himself laughing, drink some more, and put her at it again. Night after night, almost comatose from the fatigue of a day that began while it was still dark, she carried a heaped-up plate and a full bottle to the lodger's room, and sat down upon the dry-goods box with the candle beside her on the floor. And, having thus secured her welcome, night after night she walked with him among that greatest of all throngs of soldiers and lovers, kings and cardinals, queens, prostitutes, and thieves. If the liquor was short in the bottle a dime's worth, the lesson was curtailed. At first Cake tried to coax him. "Ah, come on, you Romeo on the street in Mantua." But the lodger was never so drunk that he made the slightest concession. "Yes, I'm Romeo all right. The lad's there, never fear, gutter snipe. But the bottle is not full." After that she never attempted to change his ruling. She was letter perfect in the bitter lesson, and if the sale of papers did not bring in enough to fill the bottle, she accepted the hard fact with the calm of great determination, and did not go near the lodger's room, but went to bed instead. Perhaps it was these rare occasions of rest that kept her alive. After the lodger had been teaching her for several years, her mother died and was buried in the potter's field. Cake managed to keep 2 rooms of the wretched flat, and no word of his landlady's demise reached the lodger's drink-dulled ears. Otherwise Cake feared he might depart, taking with him her one big chance to reach the light. You see, she did not know the lodger. Things might have been different if she had. But he was never a human being to her, even after she knew the truth, only a symbol, a means to the greater end. Her brothers went away, to the penitentiary and other places. One by one the flood of life caught her sisters and swept them out, she did not know to what. She never even wondered. She had not been taught to care. She had never been taught anything. The knowledge that she must be famous danced through her dreams like a will-o'-the-wisp, had grown within her in the shape of a great pain that never ceased, only eased a little as she strove mightily toward the goal. So she still sold papers, a homely, gawky, long-legged girl in ragged clothes much too small for her, and slaved at Maverick's for the lodger's nightly dole, that he might teach her and she be famous. At first he was keen on the meat and drink, and especially the drink. Later, gradually, a change came over him. Only Cake did not notice this change. She was too set on being taught so she could become famous. At first the lodger was all oaths and blows, with shouts of fierce, derisive laughter intermingled. "My God," he would cry, "if Noyes could only see this, if only he could!" This Noyes, it appears, was a man he furiously despised. When he was in the 3rd stage of drunkenness he would never teach Cake, but would only abuse his enemies, and this Noyes invariably came in for a fearful shower of epithets. It was he, as Cake heard it, sitting huddled on the old dry-goods box, the candle casting strange shadows into her gaunt, unchildlike face, who was the cause of the lodger's downfall. But for Noyes, with a blasting array of curses before the name, he would now have what Cake so ardently strove for, fame. But for Noyes he would be acting in his own theatre, riding in his own limousine, wearing his own diamonds, entertaining his own friends upon his own gold plate. When he was still too sober to take a really vital interest in the teaching, he was a misanthrope, bitter and brutal, with an astonishing command of the most terrible words. At these times he made the gravest charges against Noyes, charges for which the man should be made accountable, even to such a one as the lodger. One evening Cake sat watching him, waiting for this mood to pass so that the teaching might begin. "If I was yous," she said at last, "and hated a guy like yous do this Noyes, I'd fetch him a insult that'd get under his skin right. I'd make evens wid him, I would, not just talk about it." "Oh, you would," remarked the lodger. He took a long pull at the bottle. "You would be Queen Catherine, you alley cat." So the nightly teaching began, with the usual accompaniment of curses, blows, and shouts of brutal laughter. But when it was over, and the lodger was sinking to the third stage that came inevitably with the bottom of the bottle, he kept looking at his pupil queerly. "Oh, you would you?" He said it over and over again. "Oh, you would you?" And after that he was changed by the leaven of hate her suggestion had started working in him. For one thing, he took a far greater interest in the teaching for its own sake. Of that much the girl herself was thankfully aware. And she thought, Cake did, that the dull husk of self was wearing away from that part of her destined to be famous, wearing away at last. The lodger's curses changed in tone as the nights filed past. The blows diminished, the laughter became far more frequent. Cake, as rapidly reaching the end of her girlhood as the lodger was nearing the limits of his drink-sapped strength, redoubled her efforts. It was very plain to her that he could not live much longer. Death in delirium tremens was inevitable. After that, she decided, school would not keep, and she must try her fortune. Then one night in the midst of the potion scene, when she felt herself Juliet, soft, passionate, and beautiful, far away in the land of tragic romance, she heard the lodger crying, "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way? Don't you know there's a limit to human endurance, alley cat?" He was fairly toppling from the dry goods box. His eyes were popping from his head, and in the flickering candlelight his face looked strained and queer. In after life she became very familiar with that expression. She saw it on all types of faces. In fact, she came to expect to see it there. But she did not know how to analyze it then. She glimpsed it only as a tribute to her performance, so immense that she had to be halted in the middle, and felt correspondingly elated. She was exactly right in her deduction, but Cake and the lodger advanced along very different lines of thought. The next night he was shaky, came all too quickly to the teaching period, and left it as speedily. Then he retired to the flock mattress in the corner of the room, and called Cake to bring the candle. "I've an idea I'm going to leave you, Guttersnipe," he said, "and I doubt if I ever see you again. The end of life cancels all bands, and the one that bound you to me, alley cat, was very material indeed, the kind that runs easily in and out of a black bottle." He laughed. "You Shakespearean actress!" He laughed again, longer this time. "But I have not forgotten you," he resumed. "In addition to all that I have taught you, I am going to leave you something. Here." He fumbled out a square envelope, and Cake took it between her hands. "Take that to the address written on it," said the lodger, "and see what the gentleman does." He began to laugh again. "Noise!" he cried, and broke off to curse feebly but volubly. Cake did not even glance in his direction. She went away out of the room, too utterly stunned with fatigue to look at the letter in her dingy hand. The next morning the lodger was dead. He was buried in the potter's field, quite near his old landlady. This second funeral, such as it was, closed the shelter that Cake, for want of a more fitting name, had called home. She decided to put all her years of bitterly acquired learning to the test, and as she best knew what she had bought and paid for it, she felt she could not fail. She unfolded from a scrap of newspaper the envelope presented her by the lodger, and carefully studied the address. Cake could both read and write, having acquired these arts from a waiter at Maverick's, who also helped her steal the broken meats with which she secured her artistic education. And watching the steady disappearance of the food, this waiter marveled that she got no fatter as she grew upward, hovering about in hope of becoming her lover if ever she did. But even if that miracle had ever been accomplished, the helpful waiter would still have waited. Cake's conception of a real lady was Queen Catherine, Cleopatra her dream of a dangerous, fascinating one, and what chance in the world for either with a waiter? Cake read the name and address upon the envelope freely as the hopeful breadcaster had taught her. Arthur Payson Noyes, National Theatre. With the simplicity and dispatch that characterized her, she went to that place. To the man reposing somnolently in the broken old chair beside the door, she said she had a letter for Mr. Noyes. The doorkeeper saw it was a large, swanking envelope with very polite writing. He straightened up in the chair long enough to pass her in, and then slumped down again. Cake found herself in a queer, barn-like old place, half room and half hallway, feebly illumined by a single electric bulb suspended above the door. Very composedly she looked about her. If Mr. Arthur Noyes lived in this place, he was one of her own kind, and there was no need for any palpitation on her part. Anyway, she was looking solely for her chance to become famous, and she brought to this second stage of her search the same indifference to externals, the same calm, unfaltering courage as she had to the first. "Now then," said a voice briskly, "say what you want. We've not advertised for any extra people, at least not this year." A short, stout man emerged from the shadows. He was very blond, with his hair cut snapper, and his pale eyes popped perpetual astonishment. She returned his look steadily and well. She knew she was born to be famous, and fame has a certain beauty of dignity utterly lacking in mere success. "I am not an extra person," she replied. "I have come to see Mr. Noyes," and she displayed once more the large square envelope, her legacy from the lodger, the knife with which she proposed to shuck from its rough shell that oyster, the world. The man looked even more astonished, if the thing could have been accomplished, and regarded her keenly, stared. "Come this way," he said. Cake followed him along a narrow passage that turned off to the right, down 5 steps, across a narrow entry, up 3 more steps, although it seems quite silly, she never in her life forgot the odd number of those worn steps, and halted before a closed door. On this the fat man knocked once, and opened immediately without waiting. "Some one I think you'll see," he said, standing between Cake and the interior. There came to her a murmur over his chunky shoulder. "She has a letter from—" The fat man dropped his voice and mumbled. "Positive," he said aloud, after a pause broken only by the vague murmur within the room. "I'd know his fist anywhere. Yes." Then he pushed the door open wide, stood aside, and looked at Cake. "Walk in," he said. She did so, beautifully. Poems have been written about her walk. 2 kinds. The room she entered was square, with concrete floor and rough walls, but Cake did not notice the room for 3 reasons: the rug on the floor, 4 pictures on the walls, and the man who looked at her as she entered. They gazed at each other, Cake and this man, with sudden, intense concentration. He was a genius in his line, she as surely one in hers, and instinctively to that strange bright flame each rendered instant homage. What he saw he described long afterward, when a million voices were vociferously raised in a million different descriptions. What she saw she likened in her mind to a dark sheath from which a sword flashed gloriously. That sword was his soul. "He says your name is Plain Cake. Is that true?" He referred to the lodger's letter held open in his hand, and by that she knew he was Arthur Noyes. And great. That last she had not needed any telling. "Yes," she replied. He says you are the right Shakespearean actress for me." Noyes referred to the letter again. "Do you know Shakespeare?" "All the way," said Cake. It was not quite the answer Queen Catherine might have made, perhaps, but her manner was perfect. "Come here," he pointed to the centre of the rapturous rug, "and do the potion scene for me." Cake stepped forward. "Perhaps you have been so fortunate as to see her. If so, you know that to step forward is her only preparation. She was poised, she was gone. Then suddenly she heard the lodger's voice crying, "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way? Don't you know there's a limit to human endurance, alley cat?" She broke off, staring confusedly into space, just the height of his debauched old figure crouching on the dry goods box. Then, with swift realization of her surroundings, her vision cleared. It was the fat man in the checked suit she saw leaning helplessly against the closed door. His jaw sagged, his eyes were frightfully popped, his face wore the same strained, queer look she had come to see so often on the lodgers, and he made weak little flapping gestures with his hands. Cake looked then at Arthur Noyes. His face was white as the letter in his hand. His dark eyes were dilated with a look of dreadful suffering, the numb, unconscious reaction of one who has received a mortal blow. "Come here, Crum," he cried, as if there was no one else in the room, and Crum fairly tottered forward. "What do you make of this?" asked Noyes, while Cake stood and listened. I stammered Crum exhaustedly. "My God," he groaned, "it's too much for me. And training." "Oh, trained," Cake heard Noyes say. "Such training as only he could give. Years of it, that's plain. And then to send her to me, a Shakespearean actress for me, to insult me like that." "It's too much for me, boss," said Crum again. "Still, oh, my!" His face was turned, but Cake saw his whole body shake. "Telephone Meyer!" exclaimed Noyes suddenly. "Meyer?" Crum became suddenly composed, and Cake saw that he was tremendously surprised. "You don't mean that you're going to after this? Why, she's in the know. Look at her. It's perfect." And they both turned and looked at Cake standing unconscious and serene on the other side of the room. You who have seen her know just how perfect the pose was. "It is perfect," Noyes said. "I'd be a pretty poor sport if I did not acknowledge that." Then his voice dropped, and Cake only caught snatches here and there. "Such genius! Once in a century! Get even with him in a way he least expects. Wipe off the slate entirely. No come back to my play. Let him see that for himself. Call Meyer." Then he turned to Cake. "Sit down, please," he said courteously. "I have sent for a man who may give you an engagement." She returned his gaze so quietly that he was puzzled. About her was neither nervous anticipation nor flighty vivacity. The actions of her audience of two left her incurious and calm. You see, she was used to the lodger. Also, she had worked to be famous so long that all the flowery borders of self were worn down to the keen edge of doing. Of plain cake she thought not at all, but then she never had, only of the light at the end of the passage that now loomed so bright to her watching eyes. It seemed only a minute before Noyes spoke again. "This is Mr. Meyer." He regarded her shrewdly all the time. Cake bowed to Mr. Meyer, a fat, gaudy gentleman with thick, hairy hands, and Mr. Meyer looked at Noyes and shook his head. She realized they had already been talking together. "Never before," Mr. Meyer said. "If you will repeat that potion scene," Arthur Noyes suggested. "This time I trust you will not be interrupted," he added politely. And Cake stepped once more into that rich orgy of emotion. This time, though dimly aware of noise and a confusion of shouting, she carried the scene through to the end. "Romeo, I come. This I do drink to thee." She lay for a moment where she had fallen close to the heavenly colors of the rug. "Good God!" gasped Mr. Meyer, and Cake sat up. She saw he was rather collapsed upon a chair near which he had been standing up when she began. His fat face was purple, and tears stood in his eyes. But Arthur Noyes had not changed. White, with that look of mortal hurt, he still stood straight and slim against the table. "You cannot offer her less than 200 a week to begin," he said, with the same air of being alone with Mr. Meyer. "No, oh, no, 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 no," sighed Mr. Meyer, wiping his eyes. He rose and bowed to Cake with the queerest respect, still wiping his eyes with the back of his thick, hairy hands. It was a striking commentary upon her years of training that both of these men, successful from long and hard experience, paid her the compliment of thinking her an old hand at the game. "Mine is the Imperial Theatre, miss," said Meyer. "You should be there to night by 7 o'clock. It ain't necessary we should rehearse. No, oh, no, 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 no. And now perhaps," he looked her up and down oddly, "perhaps I can take you to your hotel?" Cake looked him back, serene in her belief in what the lodger had taught her. "I'll be there at 7, she said. "No, thank you." She walked out and across into a small park, where she sat until the appointed time. Then she went to the stage entrance of the Imperial Theatre, presented the card Mr. Meyer had given her, and entered. Once inside, she was taken to a dressing room by a fat, comfortable, middle-aged woman who seemed to be waiting for her. After a very short and, to Cake, tranquil period, Mr. Meyer bustled in. "Of course, miss, you know this is a review," he explained, rubbing his hands with a deference that Cake shed utterly because she did not know it was there. She nodded, accepting this statement. "We make 'em laugh here," said Mr. Meyer. Again Cake nodded. She knew exactly as much about the show as she did before. "You close the second act. It's the best place for you. Leafy here will help you dress." Cake sat still while Leafy dressed her, very hushed and still. The light blazed so near after all these hard, lean years of pursuit, years in which the little affairs of life, like the business of growing from a child to a woman, had simply passed her by. Of that urge to be famous she was even more burningly aware. Herself she did not know at all. Mr. Meyer came and took her by the hand. His fat face was pale and sweating. He seemed almost awestruck by Cake's calm. He drew her out of the dressing room and through a crowd of people, men and women with painted faces, some beautifully, some extravagantly and strangely dressed. They all stared. One woman shook her head. A man said, "Search me, I never saw her before." Then Mr. Meyer thrust her out in the face of a bright light. "Begin," he said hoarsely. "Walk over there and begin." Quietly Cake obeyed. She had walked right into the bright light that had drawn her so hard and so long. Of course it was time for her to begin. And with this bright light in her face, which soon became to her the candle in that dark room left so far behind, she fared away to the magic land of beautiful make-believe. And only when Juliet, that precocious child, sank down poisoned, did she become aware of the uproar about her. The shouts of the lodger, "Stop! My God, stop! How do you get that way?" augmented 1,000,000 times. It was this she heard. Slowly Cake lifted herself on her hands. Dazedly she peered through the heart of the great light that had caused her such suffering, and that she had followed faithfully so bitterly long. On the other side she saw faces, rows and rows of them mounting up to the very roof, faces laughing, faces convulsed, streaming with tears, faces with eyes fixed and wearing that same queer, strained look she had noticed before, hundreds of faces topping each other in semicircular rows, all different but all alike in that they were all laughing. She rose to her knees and rested there on all fours, staring. Laughter! A great clapping of hands rolled about her like thunder, dying down and rising again to even greater volume. Cries of "Go on!" assailed her ears, mingled with "Stop, stop, I can't bear it." The curtain fell before her, blotting out the vision of those faces, making the uproar slightly dimmer. Mr. Meyer advanced and lifted her to her feet. He moved weakly, exhausted with mirth. "Even noise," he gasped. He can't help it. Oh, my good God!" Cake looked away from him to the men and women that thronged about her, the same faces that had turned to her such a short while ago, but now how different! "Oh, don't criticize," one woman cried. "Hand it to her, she can't be beat. She's the one that comes once in a century to show the rest of us what really can be done." "Meyer," shouted a man, "Meyer, she'll have to go back. Meyer, she's stopped the show." Quiet and very still, Cake drew away. It seemed to her only a moment later that Leafy touched her arm. "Mr. Meyer has taken a suite for you here in this hotel," she added. "Can't you eat a little, miss?" Eat? She had never had enough to eat in her life. Her life? She had spent her life securing food for the lodger that he might teach her to be famous. Leafy lifted the spoon of hot soup to her lips, and immediately she drank, she who had never had enough to eat in her life. Morsel by morsel from the bountifully filled table the kindly dresser fed her. Obediently she ate, and the hot, rich food stimulated her to swifter, more agonizing thought. Then for the first time she saw Arthur Noyes standing with his back against a closed door. She read pity in his eyes, comprehension, great wonder, and what she did not know then was the love that came to a rare perfection between them and has never faded, and has no place in this story. "Will you tell me," he said, "what your name is, where your home is, and who are those that love you there?" Then he broke off and shrank a little against the door. "Oh, don't," he protested. Yet she had only looked at him and smiled. But it came to her keenly in her new awareness that his questions covered the whole of a woman's life, her name, her home, and the ones that loved her there. While she had no name, she did not even know the lodger's name. She looked down with strange astonishment at her grown-up figure, her woman's hands. She saw herself a ragged, gaunt, bushy-headed child, moving on a tightrope above a dark abyss, intent only upon a luminous globe floating just out of reach ahead of her, that she stretched out for eagerly with both her hands. Suddenly the lovely bubble burst, and the child was a woman, falling and falling among the rows of convulsed, shining white faces to the sound of gargantuan laughter. "You tell me," Arthur Noyes pleaded gently. And she did so very simply and beautifully. She did know Shakespeare. It was the only English that she had ever been taught. So Noyes heard how she became an instrument in the hands of the man who hated him mortally, and owed her debut and her terrible awakening to what he considered the only sporting answer to that insult. While he listened, he pondered, awestruck, upon the fact that out of all this muck and blackness, the degradation of hate by the lodger, the refinement of hate by himself, had flowered that rarest of all human creatures, one that could make the whole world laugh. "He always hated me," he said. "I told him he had traded his genius for drink, and he never forgave me. Where is he now?" "Now?" Cake looked up at him in startled wonder. It came over her suddenly that he counted upon the lodger's being in the Imperial Theatre that night. "Now?" she repeated. "Why, he is dead." It took Noyes a minute to recover. "What will you do?" he asked her. "Will you go on from this start, continue this sort of success?" He felt it the basest cruelty, in the face of her story, to say that it was the only kind she was ever destined to make. He waited for her answer, wondering and a little awestruck. It seemed to him they had come to the supreme test of her genius. And she looked up at him with such sadness and such mirth, such tragic, humorous appreciation of the darkness in which she had been born, the toilsome way she had travelled to the great light, and what it actually revealed when she arrived. "I will go on from this success," she said. Involuntarily she raised her hand to her breast. "I must, since it is the only way for me. You see," with a humour far more touching than the saddest tears, "I must be famous." And she smiled that smile that hurt him, the smile the world loves and will give anything to see. The most famous fun-maker of her time looked away from the bright river fleeting beyond the trees to her giggling, half-terrified visitors. "Fame," she said, "is a secret that cannot be told. It must be discovered by the seeker. Let me offer you tea as a substitute." End of The Urge.
Mummery, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mummery by Thomas Beer. On Monday, Mrs. Egg put her husband on the eastbound express with many orders. He was not to annoy Adam by kissing him when they met, if they met in public. He was to let Adam alone in the choice of civil dress, if Adam wanted to change his naval costume in New York. He was not to get lost in Brooklyn, as he had done before. He was to visit the largest moving picture theaters and report the best films on his return. She made sure that Egg had her written list of lesser commands safe in his wallet, then folded him to her bosom, sniffed, and patted him up the steps of the coach. A red-haired youth leaned through an open window and inquired, "Say, lady, would you mind telling me just what you weigh?" "I ain't been on the scales in years, bub," said Mrs. Egg equably. "Not since about when you was born. Does your mom ever wash out your mouth with soap? An immediate chorus of laughter broke from the platform loungers. The train jerked forward. The youth pulled in his head. Mrs. Egg stood puffing triumphantly, with her hands on her hips. It's a shame, the baggage master told her, that a lady can't be kind of... Fat, said Mrs. Egg, and being tall makes it worse. All the Packers have always been tall. When we get fat, we're holy shows. But if that kid's mother done her duty by him, he'd keep his mouth shut. The dean of the loungers put in, Your papa was always skinny, Myrtle. I can't remember him much, Mrs. Egg panted, but he looks skinny in his pictures. Well, I gotta get home. There's a gentleman coming over from Ashland to look at a bull. She trod the platform toward the motor at the hitching rails, and several loungers came along gallantly. Mrs. Egg cordially thanked them as she sank into the driving seat, settled her black straw hat, and drove off. Beholding two of her married daughters on the steps of the drugstore, she stopped the car and shouted, Hey, girls, the fleet's getting in tomorrow. Your papa's gone to meet Dammy. I just shoved him on the train. By gee, I forgot to tell him he was to fetch home... No, I wrote that down. Well, you come out to supper Wednesday night. But can Dammy get discharged all in one day? A daughter asked. Mrs. Egg had no patience for such imbecility. She snapped, Did you think they'd discharge him a foot at a time, Susie? And drove on up the street, where horse chestnuts were ready to bloom, appropriately, since Adam was fond of the blossoms. She stopped the car 5 times to tell the boys that Adam would be discharged tomorrow, and made a 6th stop at the candy shop, where a clerk brought out a chocolate ice cream with walnut sauce. He did this mechanically. Mrs. Egg beamed at him, although the fellow was a newcomer and didn't know Adam. My boy'll be home Wednesday, she said, giving the dish back. Been in the Navy 3-4 years, ain't he? Mrs. Egg sighed. April 14, 1917. He was 21 last week, so he gets discharged soon as the fleet hits New York. My gee, think of Dammy being 21. She drove on, marveling at time, and made her 7th stop at the moving picture theater. The posters of the new feature film looked dull. The heavily typed list of current events weekly took her sharp eye. She read, Rome celebrates anniversary, fleet sails from Guantanamo, and chuckled. She must drive in to see the picture of the fleet. She hadn't time to stop now, as lunch would be ready. Anyhow, night was the time for movies. She drove on, and the brick business buildings gave out into a dribble of small frame cottages, mostly shabby. Edith Webb was coming out of her father's gate. Mrs. Egg made an 8th halt and yelled, Hey, Edie, Dammy'll be home Wednesday night, for the pleasure of seeing the pretty girl flush. Adam had taken Edith to several dances at Christmas. Mrs. Egg chuckled as the favored virgin went red, fingering the top of the gatepost. Edith would do. In fact, Edith was suitable entirely. Well, I'm glad, the girl said. Oh, say, was it our house or the next one you used to live in? Papa was wondering last night. It was yours, Mrs. Egg declared. And thank your stars you got a better father than I had, Edie. Yes, right here's where I lived when I was your age and helped Mama do sewing and sometimes didn't get enough to eat. I wonder if that's why... Well, anyhow, it's a solid-built house. I expect Dammy'll call you up Wednesday night. She chuckled immensely and drove on again. From the edge of town she passed steadily 1/4 mile between her husband's fields. His cows were grazing in the pastures. His apple trees were looking well. The red paint of his monstrous water tanks soothed her by their brilliance. A farmhand helped her out of the car, and she took the shallow veranda steps one at a time, a little moody, wishing that her mother was still alive to see Adam's glory. However, there were 6 photographs of Adam about the green sitting room in various uniforms, and these cheered her moment of sorrow. They weren't altogether satisfactory. His hard size didn't show in single poses. He looked merely beautiful. Mrs. Egg sniffed happily, patting the view of Adam in white duck. The enlarged snapshot portrayed him sitting astride a turret gun. It was the best of the lot, although he looked taller in wrestling tights, but that picture worried her. She had always been afraid that he might kill someone in a wrestling match. She took the white duck photograph to lunch and propped it against the pitcher of iced milk. "It'll be awful getting him clothes," she told the cook, "except shoes. Thank God his feet ain't as big as the rest of him. Say, remind me to make a coconut cake in the morning, in the big pan. He likes 'em better when they're 2-3 days old, so the icin's kind of spread into the cake. I'd have sent a cake on with his papa, but Mr. Egg always drops things so much. It does seem—" The doorbell rang. Mrs. Egg wiped her mouth and complained. "Probably that gentleman from Ashland to look at that bull calf. It does seem a shame folks drop in at meal times. Well, go let 'em in, Sadie." The cook went out through the sitting room and down the hall. Mrs. Egg patted her black hair, sighed at her third chop, and got up. The cook's voice mingled with a drawling man's tone. Mrs. Egg drank some milk and waited an announcement. The cook came back into the dining room, and Mrs. Egg set down the milk glass swiftly, saying, "Why, Sadie, he says he's your father, Miss Egg." After a moment, Mrs. Egg said, "Stuff and rubbish. My father ain't been seen since 1882. What's the fool look like?" "Awful tall, kind of skinny, bald." A tremor went down Mrs. Egg's back. She walked through the sitting room and into the sunny hall. The front door was open. Against the apple boughs appeared a black length, topped by a gleam. The sun sparkled on the old man's baldness. A shivering memory recalled that her father's hair had been thin. His dark face slid into a mass of twisting furrows as Mrs. Egg approached him. He whispered, "I asked for Myrtle Packer down round the station. An old feller said she was married to John Egg. You ain't Myrtle?" "I'm her," said Mrs. Egg. Terrible cold invaded her bulk. She laced her fingers across her breast and gazed at the twisting face. The whisper continued. "They tell me your mom is in the cemetery, Myrtle. I've come home to lay alongside of her. I'm grain for the Grim Reaper's sickle. In death we shan't be divided. And I've walked half the way from Texas. Don't expect you'd want to kiss me. You look awful like her, Myrtle." Tears rolled out of his eyes and down his hollowed cheeks, which seemed almost black between the high bones. His pointed chin quivered. He made a wavering gesture of both hands and sat down on the floor. Behind Mrs. Egg, the cook sobbed aloud. A farmhand stood on the grass by the outer steps looking in. Mrs. Egg shivered. The old man was sobbing gently. His head oscillated, and its polish repelled her. He had abandoned her mother in 1882. "Mama died back in 1910, she said. "I don't know. Well." The sobbing was thin and weak, like an ailing baby's murmur. It pounded her breast. She stared at the ancient dusty suitcase on the porch and said, "Come up from Texas, have you?" "There's no jobs left for a man 76 years of age, Myrtle, except dying. I run a saloon in San Antonio by the plaza. Walked from Greenville, Mississippi to Little Rock. An old lady gave me car fare there when I told her I was going home to my wife that I'd treated so bad. There's plenty Christians in Arkansas, and they've pulled down the old Presbyterian church your mama and I was married in." "Yes, last year. Sadie, take Mr. Packer's bag up to the spare room. Stop crying, Papa." She spoke against her will. She could not let him sit on the floor sobbing any longer. His gleaming head afflicted her. She had a queer emotion. This seemed most unreal. The gray hall wavered like a flashing view in a film. "The barn'd be a fitter place for me, daughter. I've been a—" "That's all right, Papa. You better go up and lie down, and Sadie'll fetch you up some lunch." His hand was warm and lax. Mrs. Egg fumbled with it for a moment and let it fall. He passed up the stairs, drooping his head. Mrs. Egg heard the cook's sympathy explode above and leaned on the wall and thought of Adam coming home Wednesday night. She had told him 1,000 times that he mustn't gamble or mistreat women or chew tobacco like your grandfather Packer did. And here was Grandfather Packer, ready to welcome Adam home. The farmhand strolled off outside, taking the seed of this news. It would be in town directly. "Oh, damn me," she said. "And I wanted everything nice for you." In the still hall, her one sob sounded like a shout. Mrs. Egg marched back to the dining room and drank a full glass of milk to calm herself. "Says he can't eat nothing, Miss Egg," the cook reported. but he'd like a cup of tea. It's real pitiful. He's saying the 23rd Psalm to himself, wasted to a shatter. Asked if Mr. Egg was a Christian and forbearing as you. Maybe he could eat some buttered toast. Try and see, Sadie, and don't bother me. I gotta think. She thought steadily, eating cold rice with cream and apple jelly. Her memory of Packer was slim. He had spanked her for spilling ink on his diary. He had been a carpenter. His brothers were all dead. He'd run off with a handsome Swedish servant girl in 1882, leaving her mother to sew for a living. What would the county say? Mrs. Egg writhed and recoiled from duty. Perhaps she would get used to the glittering bald head and the thin voice. It was almost unreal. Her mother had so seldom talked of the runaway that Mrs. Egg had forgotten him as possibly alive. And here he was. What did one do with a prodigal father? With a jolt, she remembered that there would be roast veal for supper. At 4, while she was showing the Ashland dairyman the bull calf, child of Red Rover 7 and Buttercup 4, Mrs. Egg saw her oldest daughter's motor sliding across the lane from the turnpike. It held all 3 of her female offspring. Mrs. Egg groaned, drawling commonplaces to her visitor, but he stayed a full hour, admiring the new milk shed and the cider press. When she waved him goodbye from the veranda, she found her daughters in a stalwart group by the sitting-room fireplace, pink-eyed and comfortably emotional. They wanted to kiss her. Mrs. Egg dropped into her particular mission chair and grunted, battling off embraces. I suppose it's all over town. It traveled fast. Well, what do you think of your grandpapa, girls? Don't talk so loud, Mama, one daughter urged. Another said, he's so tired he went off asleep while he was telling us how he nearly got hung for shooting a man in San Antonio. Mrs. Egg reached for the glass urn full of chocolate wafers on the table and put one in her mouth. She remarked, I can see you've been having a swell time, girls. A sinner that repenteth. Why, Mama. Listen, said Mrs. Egg. If there's going to be any forgiving done around here, it's me that'll do it. You girls was raised with all the comforts of home and then some. You never helped anybody do plain sewing at 15 cents an hour, nor had to borrow money to get a decent dress to be married in. This thing of hearing how he shot folks and kept a saloon in Texas is good as a movie to you. It don't set so easy on me. I'm old and tough, and I'll thank you to keep your mouth shut. Here's Dammy coming home Wednesday out of the Navy, and all this piled up on me. I don't want every lazy Jake in the county piling in here to hear what a bad man he's been and dirty the carpets up. Dammy likes things clean. I'm a better Christian than a lot of folks I can think of, but this looks to me like a good deal of bread and butter repentance. Been devouring his substance in Texas and come home to, oh, Mama, your own papa. That's as may be. My own mama busted her eyesight and got heart trouble for 15 mortal years until your papa married me and gave her a home for her old age, and never a whimper out of her neither. She's where she can't tell me what she thinks of him, and I don't know what to think. But I'll do my own thinking until Dammy and your father gets back and tell me what they think. This is your papa's place, and Dammy's. It ain't no boarding house for, oh, Mama. And it's time for my nap. Susan, the oldest daughter, made a tremulous protest. He's 76 years old, Mama, and whatever he's done, for a young woman that talked pretty loud of leaving her husband when he came home kind of lit up from a club meeting. Mrs. Egg broke in. Susan collapsed and drew her gloves on hastily. Mrs. Egg ate another chocolate wafer and resumed. This here's my business, and your papa's and Dammy's. I've got it in my head that that movie weekly picture they had of Buttercup 4 when her price rode out must have been shown in San Antonio. And you'll recollect that your papa and me stood alongside her while that fresh cameraman took the picture. If I was needing a meal and saw I'd got a well-off son-in-law. Mama, said Susan, you're perfectly cynical. Mrs. Egg pronounced, I'm 45 years of age, and got up. The daughters withdrew. Mrs. Egg covered the chocolate urn with a click and went into the kitchen. 2 elderly farmhands went out of the porch door as she entered. Mrs. Egg told the cook, Least said, soonest mended, Sadie. Give me the new cream. I guess I might as well make some spice cookies. Be pretty busy Wednesday. Dammy likes 'em a little stale. Miss Egg, said the cook, if this was Dammy that kinda strayed off and come home sick in his old age, give me the cream, Mrs. Egg commanded, and was surprised by the fierceness of her own voice. I don't need any help seeing my duty, thanks. At 6 o'clock, her duty became highly involved. A friend telephoned from town that the current events weekly at the moving picture theater showed Adam in the view of the dreadnoughts at Guantanamo. "Get out," said Adam's mother. "You're joking. Honest? Well, it's about time. What's he doing? Wrestling? My. Say, call up the theater and tell Mr. Rubenstein to save me a box for the evening show." "I hear your father's come home," the friend insinuated. "Yes," Mrs. Egg drawled, "and ain't feeling well and don't need company. Be obliged if you'd tell folks that. He's kind of sickly. So they've got Dammy a picture. It's about time." The tremor ran down her back. She said, "Good night, dearie," and rang off. The old man was standing in the hall doorway, his head a vermilion ball in the crossed light of the red sunset. "Feel better, Papa?" "As good as I'm likely to feel in this world again. You look real like your mother sitting there, Myrtle." The whisper seemed likely to ripen as a sob. Mrs. Egg answered, "Mama had yellow hair and never weighed more than 150 pounds to the day of her death. What'd you like for supper?" He walked slowly around the room, his knees sagging, twitching from end to end. She had forgotten how tall he was. His face constantly wrinkled. It was hard to see his eyes under their long lashes. Mrs. Egg felt the pity of all this in a cold way. She said, when he paused, "That's Adam there on the mantelpiece, Papa. 6 feet 4 1/2 he is. It don't show in a picture. The Navy's rough kind of life, Myrtle. I hope he ain't picked up bad habits. The world's full of pitfalls." "Sure," said Mrs. Egg, shearing the whisper. "Only Dammy ain't got any sense about cards. I tried to teach him pinochle, but he never could remember none of it, and the hired men always clean him out shaking dice. He can't even beat his papa at checkers, and that's an awful thing to say of a bright boy." The old man stared at the photograph and his forehead smoothed for a breath. Then he sighed and drooped his chin. "If I'd stayed by right principles when I was young. Do you still keep a diary, Papa?" "I did used to keep a diary, didn't I? I'd forgotten that. When you come to my age, Myrtle, you'll find yourself forgetting easy. If I could remember any good things I ever did." The tears dripped from his jaw to the limp breast of his coat. Mrs. Egg felt that he must be horrible, naked, like a doll carved out of coconut bark Adam had sent home from Havana. He was darker than Adam, even. In the twilight, the hollows of his face were sheer black. The room was gray. Mrs. Egg wished that the film would hurry and show something brightly lit. The dreary whisper mourned, "Grain for the Grim Reaper's sickle, that's what I am. Tares mostly. When I'm gone, you lay me alongside your mama, and supper's ready, Miss Egg," said the cook. Supper was odious. He sat crumbling bits of toast into a bowl of hot milk and whispering feeble questions about dead folk or the business in the vast dairy farm. The girls had been too kind, he said. I couldn't help but feel that if they knew all about me. They're nice sociable girls, Mrs. Egg panted, dizzy with dislike of her veal. She went on. And they like a good cry, never having had nothing to cry for. His eyes opened wide in the lamplight. Gray brilliance sparkled. Mrs. Egg stiffened in her chair, meeting the look. He wailed, I gave you plenty to cry for, daughter. The tears hurt her, of course. There's a picture of Dammy in the movies, she gasped. I'm going to see it. You better come. It'll cheer you, Papa. She wanted to recall the offer too late. In the car, she felt chilly. He sank into a corner of the tonneau, like a thrown lap robe. Mrs. Egg talked loudly about Adam all the way to town and shouted directions to the driving farmhand in order that the whisper might not start. The manager of the theater had saved a box for her and came to usher her to its discomfort. All her usual pleasure was gone. She nodded miserably over the silver-gilt rail at friends. She knew that people were craning from far seats. Her bulk and her shadow effaced the man beside her. He seemed to cower a little. At 8, the show began, and Mrs. Egg felt darkness as a blessing, although the shimmer from the screen ran like phosphorus over the bald head, and a flash of white between two parts of the advertisement showed the dark wrinkles of his brow. Like the pictures, Papa? I don't see well enough to take much pleasure in 'em, Myrtle. A whirling globe announced the beginning of the weekly. Mrs. Egg forgot her burdens. She was going to see Adam. She took a peppermint from the bag in her hand and set her teeth in its softness, applauded a view of the president and the arrival of an ambassador in New York. Then the greenish letters declared, "The fleet leaves Guantanamo training ground," and her eyes hurt with staring. The familiar lines of anchored battleships appeared with a motion of men in white on the gray decks. The screen showed a race of boats which melted without warning to a mass of white uniforms packed about the raised square of a roped-in platform, below guns and a turret clouded with men. Two tanned giants in wrestling tights scrambled under the ropes. There was a flutter of caps. "Oh," said Mrs. Egg. "Oh." She stood up. The view enlarged. Adam was plain as possible. He grinned too, straight from the screen at her. The audience murmured. Applause broke out. Adam jerked his black head to his opponent, and the view flicked off in some stupid business of admirals. Mrs. Egg sat down and sobbed. "Was that Adam, daughter? The big fellow with black hair?" "Yes," said Mrs. Egg. "Yes." She was hot with rage against the makers of the pictures who'd taken him from her. It was a shame. She crammed 4 peppermints into her mouth and groaned about them. As if people wouldn't rather look at some good wrestling than a lot of captains and stuff. "How long's the boy been in the Navy, Myrtle?" "April 14, 1917. The whisper restored her. Mrs. Egg yawned for an hour of nonsense about a millionaire and his wife who was far too thin. Her father did not speak, although he moved now and then. The show concluded. Mrs. Egg lumbered wearily out to her car in the dull street and vaguely listened to the whisper of old age. She couldn't pay attention. She was going home to write the film company at length. This abuse of Adam was intolerable. She told the driver so. The driver agreed. He reported, "I was sitting next to Miss Webb." "That's Dammy's girl, Papa. Go on, Sam. What did Edie say?" "Well," said the driver, "she liked seeing the kid. She cried anyhow." Mrs. Egg was charmed by the girl's good sense. The moon looked like a quartered orange over the orchard. She sighed. "Well, he'll be home Wednesday night anyhow. Edie ain't old enough to get married yet. Hey, what's the house all lit up for? Sadie ought to know better." She prepared a lecture for the cook. The motor shot up the drive into a babble and halted at the steps. Someone immense rose from a chair and leaped down the space in one stride. Adam said, "Hello, Mama," and opened the car door. Mrs. Egg squealed. The giant lifted her out of her seat and carried her into the sitting room. The amazing muscles rose in the flat of his back. She thought his overshirt ripped. The room spun. Adam fanned her with his cap and grinned. "Worst of radiograms," he observed. "Boys say Papa went on to meet me. Well, it'll give him a trip. Quit crying, Mama." "Oh, Dammy. And there ain't nothing fit to eat in the house." Adam grinned again. The farmhands dispersed at his nod. Mrs. Egg beat down her sobs with both hands and decried the radio service that could turn Sunday into Tuesday. Here was Adam, though, silently grinning, his hands available, willing to eat anything she had in the pantry. Mrs. Egg crowed her rapture in a dozen bursts. The whispering voice crept into a pause with, "You'll be wanting to talk to your boy, daughter. I'll go to bed, I guess." "Dammy," said Mrs. Egg, "this is—" Adam stopped rolling a cigarette and nodded to the shadow by the hall door. He said, "How you? The boys told me you'd got here," and licked the cigarette shut with a flash of his red tongue. He struck a match on the blue coating of one lean thigh and lit the cigarette. Then he stared at the shadow. Mrs. Egg hated the old man against reason as the tears slid down the dark face. "Grain for the Grim Reaper's sickle, daughter. You'll be wanting to talk to your boy. I guess I'll say good night." He faded into the hall. "Well, come, let's see what there is to eat, Mama," said Adam, and pulled Mrs. Egg from her chair. He sat on the low ice chest in the pantry and ate chocolate cake. Mrs. Egg uncorked pear cider and reached, panting, among apple jelly glasses. Adam seldom spoke. She didn't expect talk from him. He was sufficient. He nodded and ate. The tanned surface of his throat dimpled when he swallowed things. His small nose wrinkled when he chewed. Mrs. Egg chattered confusedly. Adam grinned when she patted his smooth hair and once said, "Get out," when she paused between 2 kisses to assure he was handsome. He had his father's doubts, on the point perhaps. He was not, she admitted, exactly beautiful. He was Adam, perfect and hard as an oak trunk under his blue clothes. He finished the chocolate cake and began to eat bread and apple jelly. He ate 6 slices and drank a mug of pear cider, then crossed his legs and drawled. Was a fellow on the Nevada they called Frisco Cooley. What about him, Dammy? Nothing. He was tall as me, skinny though. Used to imitate actors in shows. Got discharged in 1919. Was he a nice boy, Dammy? No, said Adam, and reached for the pear cider bottle. He fell into his usual calm and drank another mug of cider. Mrs. Egg talked of Edie Webb. Adam grinned and kept his black eyes on the pantry ceiling. The clock struck 11. He said they called him Frisco Cooley because he came from San Francisco. He could wrinkle his face up like a monkey. He worked in a gambling joint in San Francisco. That's him. Adam jerked a thumb at the ceiling. Dammy. That's him, said Adam. It took me a time to think of him, but that's him. Mrs. Egg fell back against the ice chest and squeaked. You mean, you know this? Hush up, Mama. But he walked part of the way from San Antonio. He ain't your father, said Adam, so don't cry. Is there any maple sugar? The grub on the train was fierce. Mrs. Egg brought him the tin case of maple sugar. Adam selected a chunk of the brown stuff and bit a lobe of it. He was silent. Mrs. Egg marveled at him. His sisters had hinted that he wasn't clever. She stood in awe, although her legs arched. Adam finished the lump of maple sugar and rose. He leaned on the shelves with his narrow waist curved against them and studied a row of quince preserve jars. His nose wrinkled. He asked, You been fumigating? Fumigating? Why, Dammy, there ain't been a disease in the house since you had whooping cough. Sulfur, Adam drawled. Why, Dammy Egg, I never used sulfur for nothing in my life. He took a jar of preserves and ripped off the paraffin wafer that covered the top. Then he set the jar aside and sat down on the floor. Mrs. Egg watched him unlace his shoes. He commanded, You sit still, Mama. Be back in a minute. Dammy, don't you go near that heathen. I ain't. He swung across the kitchen floor in 2 strides and bumped his head on the top of the door. Mrs. Egg winced, but all her body seemed to move after the boy. Shiverings tossed her. She lifted her skirts and stepped after him. The veranda was empty. Adam had vanished, although the moon covered the dooryard with silver. The woman stared and shook. Then something slid down the nearest pillar and dropped like a black column to the grass. Adam came up the steps and shoved Mrs. Egg back to the pantry. He spread some quince preservative on a slab of bread and stated, He's sitting up reading a lot of old copybooks. Kind of. Got oil all over his head. It's hair remover, sulfur in it. How could you ever smell that far, Dammy? I wonder what's in those books, Adam pondered. He sat cross-legged on the ice chest and ate slowly for a time, then remarked, You didn't put up these quinces, Mama. No, they're Sadie's. Think of you noticing. You gotta teach Edie cooking, he said. She can't cook fit for a Cuban. Lots of time, though. Now, Mama, we can't let this goof stay here all night. I guess he's a thief. I ain't gonna let folks have a laugh on you. Didn't your father always keep a diary? Think of you remembering that, Dammy. Yes, always. That's what Frisco's reading up in. He's smart. He used to do imitations of actors and cry like a hosepipe. Spotted that. Where's the strawberry jam? Right here, Dammy. Dammy, suppose he killed Papa somewheres off and stole his diaries. Well, said Adam, beginning strawberry jam, I thought of that. Maybe he did. I'd better find out. You oughtn't to kill folks, even if they're no good for nothing. I'll go down to the barn and wake some of the boys up, Mrs. Egg hissed. You won't neither, Mama. This'd be a joke on you. I ain't gonna have folks saying you took this guy for your father. Fewer knows it, the better. This is awful good jam. He grinned and pulled Mrs. Egg down beside him on the chest. She forgot to be frightened, watching the marvel eat. She must get larger jars for jam. He reflected, You always get enough to eat on a boat, but it ain't satisfying. Frisco probably uses walnut juice to paint his face with. It don't wash off. Don't talking make a person thirsty? Wait till I get you some more cider, Dammy. Adam thoughtfully drank more pear cider and made a cigarette. Wonderful ideas must be moving behind the blank brown of his forehead. His mother adorned him and planned a recital of his acts to Egg, who had accused Adam of being slow-witted. She wanted to justify herself and muttered, "I just felt he wasn't Papa all along. He was like one of those awful sorrowful persons in a movie." "Sure," said Adam, patting her arm. "I wish Edie'd got as nice a complexion as you, Mama." "Mercy, dammy," his mother tittered and blushed. Adam finished the third mug of cider and got up to examine the shelves. He scratched the rear of one calf with the other toe, and muscles cavorted in both legs as he reached for a jar of grapefruit marmalade. He peered through this at the lamp and put the jar back. Mrs. Egg felt hurt. The Paragon explained, "Too sour after strawberry, Mama. I'd like some for breakfast, though. Back in a minute." He trotted out through the kitchen and vanished on the veranda. She shivered, being alone. Adam came back and nodded. "Lights out. Any key to that room?" "No." "I can always think better when I'm eating," he confessed, and lifted down the plate of spiced cookies, rejected them as too fresh, and pounced on a covered dish of applesauce. This he absorbed in stillness, wriggling his toes on the oilcloth. Mrs. Egg felt entirely comfortable and real. She could hear the cook snoring. Behind her, the curtain of the pantry window fluttered. The cool breeze was pleasant on her neck. Adam licked the spoon and said, "Back in a minute, Mama," as he started for the veranda door. Mrs. Egg reposed on the ice chest thinking about Adam. He was like Egg in that nothing fattened him. She puzzled over tomorrow's lunch. Baked ham and sweet potatoes, sugared. Creamed asparagus, hot corn muffins. Dessert perplexed her. Were there any brandied peaches left? She feared not. They belonged on the upper shelf nearest the ice chest. Anxiety chewed her. Mrs. Egg climbed the lid by the aid of the windowsill and reached up an arm to the shelf. Adam said, "Here you are, Mama." The pantry door shut. Mrs. Egg swung about. Adam stood behind a shape in blue pajamas, a hand locked on either of its elbows. He grinned at Mrs. Egg over the mummer's shoulder. As the woman panted, sulfur entered her throat. The lamp threw a glare into the dark face, which seemed paler. "Go on, Frisco," said Adam, about the skull. "Tell Mama about her father." A sharp voice answered, "Let go my arms, you're killing me." "Quit kiddin'," Adam growled. "Go on." "He ran a joint in San Francisco and gave me a job after I got out of the Navy. Died last fall. I kind of nursed him. Told me to burn all these books, diaries. I read 'em. He called himself Peterson, left all his money to a woman. She shut the joint. I looked some like him, so I took a chance. Let go my arms, Egg." "He'd ought to go to jail, dammy," said Mrs. Egg. "It's just awful. I bet the police are looking for him right now. Mama, if we put him in jail, this'll be all over the county and you'll never hear the end of it." She stared at the ape with loathing. There was a star tattooed on one of his naked insteps. He looked no longer frail, but wiry and snake-like. The pallor behind his dark tan showed the triangles of black stain in his cheeks and eye sockets. "He's too smart to leave loose, dammy. It'll be an awful joke on you, Mama." "I can't help it, dammy. The prisoner figure toppled against Adam's breath, and the mouth opened hideously. The lean legs bent. "You squeezed him too tight, dammy. He's fainted. Lay him down." Adam let the figure slide to the floor. It rose in a whirl of blue linen. Mrs. Egg rocked on the chest. The man thrust something at Adam's middle and said in a rasp, "Get your arms up." Adam's face turned purple beyond the gleaming skull. His hands rose a little, and his fingers crisped. He drawled, "Fact. I oughta looked under your duds, you—" "Stick 'em up," said the man. Mrs. Egg saw Adam's arms tremble. His lower lip drew down. He wasn't going to put his arms up. The man would kill him. She could not breathe. She fell forward from the ice chest and knew nothing. She roused with a sense of great cold and was sitting against the shelves. Adam stopped rubbing her face with a lump of ice and grinned at her. He cried, "By gee, you did that quick, Mama. Knocked the wind clear out of him." "Where is he, dammy?" "Don't know. Took his gun and let him get dressed. He's gone." "Say, that was slick." Mrs. Egg blushed and asked for a drink. Adam dropped the ice into a mug of pear cider and squatted beside her with a shabby notebook. "Here's something for October 10, 1919. He read, "Talked to a man from Ilium today in Palace Bar. Myrtle married to John Egg. 4 children. Egg worth a wad. Dairy and cider business. Going to build new Presbyterian church. That's it, Mama. He doped it all out from the diary." "The dirty dog," said Mrs. Egg. She ached terribly and put her head on Adam's shoulder. "I'll put all the diaries up in the attic. Kind of good reading. Say, it's after 2. You better go to bed." In her dreams, Mrs. Egg beheld a bronze menacing skeleton beside her pillow. It whispered and rattled. She woke, gulping in bright sunlight, and the rattle changed to the noise of a motor halting on the drive. She gave yesterday a fleet review, rubbing her blackened elbows, but felt charitable toward Frisco Cooley by connotation. She had once sat down on a collie pup. But her bedroom clock struck 10 times. Mrs. Egg groaned and rolled out of bed, reaching for a wrapper. What had the cook given Adam for breakfast? She charged along the upper hall into a smell of coffee and heard Adam speaking below. His sisters made some feeble united interjection. The hero said sharply, "Of course he was a fake. Mama knew he was all along, but she didn't want to let on she did in front of folks. That ain't dignified. She just flattened him out and he went away, quiet. You girls always talk like Mama hadn't as much sense as you. She's kind of used up this morning. Wait till I give her breakfast and I'll come talk to you." A tray jingled. Mrs. Egg retreated into her bedroom, awed. Adam carried in her breakfast and shut the door with a foot. He complained, "Went into breakfast at Edie's. Of course she's only 16, but I can make better biscuits myself. Lay down, Mama." He began to butter slices of toast in silence, expertly. Mrs. Egg drank her coffee in rapture that rose toward ecstasy as Adam made himself a sandwich of toast and marmalade and sat down at her feet to consume it. End of Mummery.
The Victim of His Vision, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meridiculous. The Victim of His Vision by Gerald Chittenden. Section 5. The Victim of His Vision by Gerald Chittenden, from Scribner's. 1. "There's no doubt about it," said the hardware drummer with the pock-pitted cheeks. He seemed glad that there was no doubt, smacked his lips over it, and went on. "Obeah, that's black magic. And voodoo, that's snake worship. The island is rotten with them, rotten with them." He looked sidelong over his empty glass at the Reverend Arthur Simpson. Many human things were foreign to the clergyman. He was uneasy about being in the Arequipa's smoke room at all, for instance, and especially uneasy about sitting there with the drummer. "But human sacrifice," he protested. "You spoke of human sacrifice." "And cannibalism. La chèvre sans cornes, the goat without horns. That means an unblemished child less than 3 years old. It's frequently done. They string it up by its heels, cut its throat, and drink the blood. Then they eat it. Regular ceremony. The Mama Loi officiates." "Who officiates?" "The Mama Loi, the priestess." Simpson jerked himself out of his chair and went on deck. Occasionally his imagination worked loose from control and tormented him as it was doing now. There was a grisly vividness in the drummer's description. It was well toward morning before Simpson grasped again his usual certainty of purpose and grew able to thank God that he had been born into a very wicked world. There was much for a missionary to do in Haiti. He saw that before the night grew thin, and was glad. Between dawn and daylight, the land leaped out of the sea, all clear blues and purples, incomparably fresh and incomparably wistful in that one golden hour of the tropic day before the sun has risen very high. The disembodied spirit of an island. It lay, vague as hope at first, in a jewel-tinted sea. The ship steamed toward it, as through the mists of creation's third morning. and all good things seemed possible. Thus had Simpson, reared in an unfriendly land, imagined it. For beneath the dour puritanism that had lapped him in its armor, there still stirred the power of wonder and surprise that has so often through the ages changed Puritans to poets. That glimpse of Haiti would remain with him, he thought. Yet within the hour he was striving desperately to hold it. For soon the ruffle of the breeze died from off the sea, and it became gray glass through which the anchor sank almost without a sound and was lost. "Sweet place, isn't it, Mr. Simpson?" said Bunsen, the purser, pausing on his way to the gangway. "So that," Simpson rejoined slowly, and because it was a port of his desire his voice shook on the words, "is Port-au-Prince." "That," Bunsen spat into the sea, "is Port-au-Prince." He moved away. A dirty little launch full of uniforms was coming alongside. Until the yellow flag, a polite symbol in that port, should be hauled down, Simpson would be left alone. The uniforms had climbed to the deck and were chattering in a bastard patois behind him. Now and then the smell of the town struck across the smells of the sea and the bush, like the flick of a snake's tail. Simpson covered his eyes for a moment, and immediately the vision of the island, as he had seen it at dawn, swam in his mind. But he could not keep his eyes forever shut. There was the necessity of living and of doing his work in the world to be remembered always. He removed his hand. A bumboat was made fast below the well of the deck, and a boy with an obscenely twisted body and a twisted black face was selling pineapples to the sailors. Simpson watched him for a while. Because his education had been far too closely specialized, he quoted the inevitable, "Where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile." The verse uplifted him unreasonably. He went below to pack his baggage. He said goodbye to the officers, painfully conscious that they were grinning behind his back, and was rowed ashore by the deformed boy. The boy said something in abominable French. He repeated it. Simpson guessed at its meaning. "I shall stay a long time," he answered in the same language. "I'm a minister of the gospel, a missionary." The cripple, bent revoltingly over his oar, suddenly broke out into laughter, soulless, without meaning. Simpson, stung sharply in his stiff-necked pride, sprang up and took one step forward, his fist raised. The boy dropped the oars and writhed to starboard, his neck askew at an eldritch angle, his eyes glaring upward. But he did not raise a hand to ward off the blow that he feared, and that was more uncanny still. The blow never fell. Simpson's hand unclenched, and shame reddened in his face. "Give me the oars," he said. "Pauvre garçon, did you think that I would strike you?" The boy surrendered the oars and sidled aft like a crab, his eyes still rolling at his passenger. "Why should the maimed row the sound?" said Simpson. He rowed awkwardly. The boy watched him for a moment, then grinned uncertainly. Presently he lolled back in the stern sheets, personating dignity. A white man was doing his work. It was splendid, as it should be, and comic in the extreme. He threw back his head and cackled at the hot sky. "Stop that." Simpson, his nerves raw, spoke in English, but the laughter jarred to a blunt end. The boy huddled farther away from him, watching him with unwinking eyes which showed white all around the pupil. Simpson, laboring with the clumsy oars, tried to forget him. It was hot, hotter than it had seemed at first. Sweat ran into his eyes, and he grew a little dizzy. The quarantine launch, with its load of uniforms, among which the purser's white was conspicuous, passed, giving them its wake. There was no sound from it, only a blaze of teeth and eyeballs. Simpson glanced over his shoulder at it. The purser was standing in the stern, clear of the awning, his head quizzically on one side, and a cigarette in his fingers. The rowboat came abreast of a worm-eaten jetty. "Ici," said the cripple. Simpson, inexpert, bumped into it bow on and sculled the stern around. The cripple, hideously agile, scrambled out and held the boat. Simpson gathered up his bag and followed. A Roman priest, black as the top of a stove, strode down the jetty toward them. You, he shouted to the cripple when he was yet 10 strides away. His voice rose as he approached. "You let the monsieur row you ashore? You—" A square, heavy boot shot out from beneath his cassock into the boy's stomach. "Cochon!" said the priest, turning to Simpson. His manner became suddenly suave, grandiose. "These swine," he said. "One keeps them in their place." I'm Father Antoine. And you? Simpson. Arthur Simpson. He said his own name slowly, as though there were magic in it, magic that would keep him in touch with his beginnings. Simpson. The priest gave it the French sound. Suspicion struggled for expression on his black mask. His eyes took in the high-cut waistcoat, the unmistakable clerical look. You were sent? By the Board of Foreign Missions. I do not know it. Not by the Archbishop? There is no Archbishop in my church. In your church? Father Antoine's eyes sprang wide as they had been when he kicked the boatman. In your church? You are not of the true faith, then? Pride of race, unchastened because he had not till that moment been conscious that it existed in him, swelled in Simpson. Are you? He asked. Father Antoine stared at him, not as an angry white man stares, but with head thrown back and mouth partly open in the manner of his race. Then, with the unreasoned impetuousness of a charging bull, he turned and flung shoreward down the pier. The cripple, groaning still, crawled to Simpson's feet and sat there. Pauvre garçon, repeated Simpson dully. Pauvre garçon. Suddenly the boy stopped groaning, swung Simpson's kit bag on his shoulder, and sidled up the pier. His right leg bent outward at the knee and his left inward. His head, inclined away from his burden, seemed curiously detached from his body. His gait was a halting sort of shuffle. Yet he got along with unexpected speed. Simpson, still dazed, followed him into the Grande Rue, a street of smells and piled filth, where gorged buzzards, reeking of the tomb, flapped upward under his nose from the garbage and offal of their feast. Simpson paused for a moment at the market stalls, where Negroes of all shades looked out at him in a silence that seemed devoid of curiosity. The cripple beckoned him, and he hurried on. On the steps of the cathedral he saw Father Antoine, but, although the priest must have seen him, he gave no sign as he passed. He kept to what shade there was. Presently his guide turned down a narrow alley, opened a dilapidated picket gate, and stood waiting. "Maman!" he cried. "Oh, maman!" Simpson, his curiosity faintly stirring, accepted the invitation of the open gate, and stepped into an untidy yard where 3 or 4 pigs and a dozen chickens rooted and scratched among the bayonets of yucca that clustered without regularity on both sides of the path. The house had some pretensions. There were 2 stories, and, although the blue and red paint had mostly flaked away, the boarding looked sound. In the yard there was less fetor than there had been outside. "Maman!" called the boy again. A pot lid clashed inside the house, and a tall negress, dressed in a blue-striped Mother Hubbard, came to the door. She stared at Simpson and at the boy. "Qui?" was all she said. The boy sidled nearer her and dropped the bag on the threshold. "Qui?" she said again. Simpson waited in silence. His affairs had got beyond him somehow, and he seemed to himself but the tool of circumstance. It did occur to him, though dimly, that he was being introduced to native life rather quickly. The cripple, squatting with his back against the bag, launched into a stream of patois, of which Simpson could not understand a word. Gestures explained somewhat. He was reenacting the scenes of the last half-hour. When he had finished, the negress, not so hostile as she had been, but by no means friendly, turned to Simpson and looked at him a long time without speaking. He had all he could do not to fidget under her gaze. Finally, she stood aside from the door and said, without enthusiasm, "Bienvenue, c'est vos maçons." Simpson entered automatically. The kitchen, with its hard earth floor and the sunlight drifting in through the bamboo sides, was not unclean, and a savory smell came from the stew pot on the ramshackle stove. In one of the bars of sunlight, a mango-colored child of 2 years or so was playing with his toes. He was surprisingly clean and perfectly formed. "Aha, mon petit!" exclaimed Simpson. He loved children. "He's handsome," he added, addressing the woman. "Mine." She turned the baby gently with her foot. He caught at the hem of her dress, laughing, but she did not laugh. "Neither spot nor blemish," she said, and then, "He is not yet 3 years old." Simpson shuddered, recalling the pock-marked drummer on the Arequipa. That was momentary, a coincidence, he told himself. The woman was looking down at the child, her eyes softer than they had been, and the child was lying on its back and playing with her Mother Hubbard. The woman lifted the lid from the pot and peered into it through the sun-shot steam. "It is ready," she said. She lifted it from the stove and set it on the earthen floor. The cripple placed a handful of knives and spoons on the table, and 3 tin plates. He thrust a long fork and a long spoon into the pot and stood aside. "Seat yourself," said the woman, without looking at Simpson, "and eat." She explored the pot with the fork and stabbed it firmly. There was a suggestion of ruthlessness about her action that made Simpson shudder again, into a slab of meat, which she dropped on a plate, using a calloused thumb to disengage it from the tines. She covered it with gravy and began to eat without further ceremony. The cripple followed her example, slobbering the gravy noisily. Some of it ran down his chin. Neither of them paid any attention to Simpson. He took the remaining plate from the table and stood irresolute with it in his hand. He was hungry, but his essential Puritan fastidiousness, combined with that pride of race, which he knew to be unchristian, rendered him reluctant to dip into the common pot or to eat on equal terms with these people. Besides, the sun and his amazing introduction to the island had given him a raging headache. He could not think clearly, nor rid himself of the sinister suggestion of the town, of the house, of its 3 occupants in particular. The child touched a finger to the hot lip of the pot, burned itself, and began to cry. "Tez," said the woman. Her voice was low but curt, and she did not raise her eyes from her plate. The child, its finger in its mouth, stopped crying at once. Simpson shook himself. His normal point of view was beginning to assert itself. He must not hold himself superior to the people he expected to convert. Nothing, he insisted to himself, was to be gained, and much might be lost by a refusal to meet the people on their own ground. Chance. He did not call it chance, had favored him incredibly this far. And if he failed to follow the guidance that had been vouchsafed him, he would prove himself but an unworthy vessel. He took up the long fork. It chattered against the pot as he seized it, and overcoming a momentary and inexplicable nausea, impaled the first piece of meat that rolled to the surface. There were yams also, and a sort of dumpling made of manioc. When he had filled his plate, he rose and turned suddenly. The woman and the cripple had stopped eating and were watching him. They did not take their eyes away at once, but gave him stare for stare. He sat down. Without a word, they began to eat once again. The stew was good, and once he had begun, Simpson ate heartily of it. The tacit devilry fell away from his surroundings as his hunger grew less, and his companions became no more than a middle-aged negress in a turban, a black boy pitifully deformed, and a beautiful child. He looked at his watch. He had not thought of the time for hours, and found that it was a little after noon. It was time that he bestirred himself and found lodgings. "Is there a hotel?" he asked cheerfully. He had noticed that the islanders understood legitimate French, though they could not speak it. "There is one," said the woman. She pushed away her plate and became suddenly dourly communicative. "But I doubt if the propriétaire would find room for monsieur." "Has he so many guests, then?" "But no, monsieur has forgotten the priest." "The priest? What has he to do with it?" "My son tells me that monsieur offended him, and the propriétaire is a good Catholic. He will close his house to you." She shaved a splinter to a point with a table knife and picked her teeth with it, both elbows on the table and her eyes on Simpson. "There is nowhere else to stay," she said, "unless here." "I should prefer that," said Simpson, quickly, for reluctance and distrust were rising in him again. "But have you a room?" She jerked a thumb over her shoulder at a door behind her. "There," she said. Simpson waited for her to move, saw that she had no intention of doing so, and opened the door himself. The room was fairly large, with 2 windows, screened but unglazed. A canvas cot stood in one corner, a packing table and a decrepit chair in another. Like the kitchen, it was surprisingly clean. He returned to his hostess, who showed no anxiety about his intentions. "How much by the week?" he asked. 8 gourdes," And you will feed me for how much? 15 gould. I will take it. He forced himself to decision again. Had he hesitated, he knew he would have gone elsewhere. The price also, less than $4 gold, attracted him, and he could doubtless buy some furniture in the town. Moreover, experienced missionaries who had talked before the board had always emphasized the value of living among the natives. "Ben," said the negress. She rose and emptied the remains from her plate into a tin pail, sponging the plate with a piece of bread. "I have a trunk on the steamer," said Simpson. "The boy, can he—" "He will go with you," the negress interrupted. The cripple slid from his chair, scraped his plate and Simpson's, put on his battered straw hat, and shambled into the yard. Simpson followed. He turned at the gate and looked back. The child had toddled to the door and was standing there, holding on to the doorpost. Inside, the shadow of the woman flickered across the close bars of bamboo. 2. Bunsen was standing on the jetty when they reached it, talking excitedly with a tall, bowed man of 50 or so, whose complexion showed the stippled pallor of long residence in the tropics. "Here he is now," Bunsen exclaimed as Simpson approached. "I was just getting anxious about you. Stopped at the hotel? You hadn't been there, they said. Port-au-Prince is a bad place to get lost in. Oh, this gentleman is our consul. Mr. Witherby, Mr. Simpson." Simpson shook hands. Witherby's face was just a pair of dull eyes behind a ragged mustache, but there was unusual vigor in his grip. "I'll see a lot of you if you stay long," he said. He looked at Simpson more closely. "At least I hope so. But where have you been? I was getting as anxious as Mr. Bunsen, afraid you'd been sacrificed to the snake or something." Simpson raised a clerical hand, protesting. His amazing morning swept before his mind like a moving picture film. There were so many things he could not explain even to himself, much less to these two Gentiles. "I found lodgings," he said. "Lodgings?" Witherby and Bunsen chorused the word. "Where, for heaven's sake?" "I don't know the name of the street," Simpson admitted. "I don't even know the name of my hostess. That," indicating the cripple, "is her son." "Good God!" Witherby exclaimed. "Madame Picard! The Mamaloi!" The what?" But Simpson had heard well enough. "The Mamaloi! The Mamaloi! High priestess of voodoo!" "Her house is fairly clean," Simpson said. He was hardly aware of his own inconsequence. It was his instinct to defend anyone who was attacked on moral grounds, whether they deserved the attack or not. "Yes," Witherby drawled. "I dare say it is. It's her company that's unsavory, especially for a parson. Eh? What's the matter now?" Simpson had flared up at his last words. His mouth set and his eyes burned suddenly. Bunsen, watching him coolly, wondered that he could kindle so. Until that moment he had seemed but half alive. When he spoke, his words came hurriedly, were almost unintelligible, yet there was some quality in his voice that compelled attention, affecting the senses more than the mind. "Unsavory company? That's best for a parson. I come not to bring the righteous, but sinners to repentance. And who are you to brand the woman as common or unclean? If she is a heathen priestess, yet she worships a god of some sort, do you?" He stopped suddenly. The humility which men hated in him again blanketed his fanaticism. "It is my task to give her a better God, the only true God, Christ." Bunsen, his legs wide apart, kept his eyes on the sea, for he did not want to let Simpson see him smiling, and he was smiling. Witherby, who had no emotions of any sort, pulled his mustache farther down and looked at the clergyman as though he were under glass, a curiosity. "So you're going to convert the whole island?" he said. "I hope to make a beginning in the Lord's vineyard." "Huh! The devil's game preserve, you mean?" Bunsen suddenly broke in. "The devil's game preserve, then." Simpson was defiant. "The ship calls here every other Saturday," was all Bunsen said to that. "You may need to know. I'll send your trunk ashore." He stepped into the cripple's boat and started for the ship. Witherby did not speak. Simpson, still raging, left him, strode to the end of the pier, and stood there, leaning on a pile. His gust of emotion had left him. A not unfamiliar feeling of exaltation had taken its place. It is often so with the extreme Puritan type. Control, relaxed for however brief a moment, sends their slow blood whirling, and leaves them light-headed as those who breathe thin air. From boyhood, Simpson had been practiced in control, until repression had become a prime tenet of his faith. The cheerful and generally innocent excursions of other men assumed in his mind the proportions of crime, of sin against the stern disciplining of the soul, which he conceived to be the goal of life. Probably he had never in all his days been so shocked as once when a young pagan had scorned certain views of his, saying, "There's more education, soul education, if you will have it, in 5 minutes of sheer joy than in a century of sorrow." It was an appalling statement, that. More appalling because he had tried to contradict it and had been unable to do so. He himself had been too eager to find his work in life, his preordained work, ever to discover the deep truths that light-heartedness only can reveal. Even when he heard his call to foreign missions, to Haiti in particular, he felt no such felicity as a man should feel who has climbed to his place in the scheme of things. His was rather the somber fury of the Covenanters, an intense conviction that his way was the only way of grace, a conviction that transcended reason and took flight into the realm of overmastering emotion, the only overmastering emotion, by the way, that he had ever experienced. His choice, therefore, was in itself a loss of control, and a dangerous one, for nothing is more perilous to sanity than the certainty that most other people in the world are wrong. Such conviction leads to a Jesuitical contempt of means, in cases where the Puritan shell has grown to be impregnable from the outside. It sets up an internal ferment, which sometimes bursts shell and man and all into disastrous fragments. Until old age kills them, the passions and emotions never die in man. Suppress them how we will, we can never ignore them. They rise again to mock us when we think we are done with them forever. And the man of Simpson's type suffers from them most of all, for he dams against them all normal channels of expression. Simpson, standing at the pier end, was suffering from them now. His exaltation, a thing of a moment as his fervor had been, had gone out of him, leaving him limp, uncertain of his own powers, of his own calling even, the prey to the discouragement that precedes action, which is the deepest discouragement of all. Except for himself and Witherby, the pier was deserted. Behind him the filthy town slept in its filth. 4 buzzards wheeled above it, gorged and slow. The harbor lay before him like a green mirror, so still that the ship was reflected in it down to the last rope yarn. Over all, the sun, colorless and furnace-hot, burned in a sky of steel. There was insolence in the scorched slopes that shouldered up from the bay, a threatening permanence in the saw-edged skyline. The indifference of it all, its rock-ribbed impenetrability to human influence, laid a crushing weight on Simpson's soul, so that he almost sank to his knees in sheer oppression of spirit. "Do you know much about Haiti?" asked Witherby, coming up behind him. "As much as I could learn from books." Simpson wanted to be angry at the consul. Why, he could not tell, but Witherby's voice was so carefully courteous that he yielded perforce to its persuasion and swung around, facing him. Suddenly, because he was measuring himself against man and not against nature, his weakness left him, and confidence in himself and his mission flooded back upon him. "As much as I could get from books." He paused. "You have lived here long?" "Long enough," Witherby answered. 5 years. "You know the natives, then?" "Can't help knowing them. There are quite a lot of them, you see, and there's almost no one else." "Do you know Negroes at all?" "Very little." "You'd better study them a bit before you do anything you have it in mind to do. The Haitian Negro in particular. They're not like white men, you know." "Like children, you mean?" "Like some children. I'd hate to have them for nephews and nieces. Why? Well, Witherby, looking sidelong at Simpson, bit off the end of a cigar. A number of reasons. They're superstitious, treacherous, savage, cruel, and worst of all, emotional. They've gone back. They've been going back for 100 years. The West Coast? I've been there. It's not so bad as Haiti. It's never been anything else than what it is now, you see. And if it moves at all, it must move forward. There's nothing awful about savagery when people have never known anything else. Haiti has. You know what the island used to be before Dessalines. I've read. But just what do you mean by West Coast savagery? Here. Snake worship? Voodoo? Witherby lit the cigar. Human sacrifice. And the Roman Church does nothing. There was exultation in Simpson's voice. His distrust of the Roman Church had been aggravated by his encounter with the black priest that morning. The Roman Church does what it can. It's been unfortunate in its instruments. Especially unfortunate now. Father Antoine? Father Antoine. You met him? This morning. A brute, and nothing more. Just that. Witherby let a mouthful of smoke drift into the motionless air. It's curious, he said. What is? Father Antoine will make it unpleasant for you. He may try to have you knifed or something. Impossible. Not at all. Human life is worth nothing here. No wonder it's not really worth living. But you're safe enough, and that's the curious thing. Why am I safe? Because your landlady is who she is. Witherby glanced over his shoulder, and although they were the only people on the pier, from force of habit, he dropped his voice. The Mamalois has more power than the church. He straightened and looked out toward the ship. Here's her idiot with your trunk. My office is the first house on the left, after you leave the pier. Don't forget that. He turned quickly and was gone, before the cripple's boat had reached the landing. 3. The town, just stirring out of its siesta as Simpson followed the cripple through the streets, somehow reassured him. Men like Bunsen and Witherby, who smiled at his opinions and remained cold to his rhapsodies, always oppressed him with a sense of ineffectuality. He knew them of old, knew them superficially, of course, for since he was incapable of talking impersonally about religion, he had never had the chance to listen to the cool and yet often strangely mystical opinions which such men hold about it. He knew, in a dim sort of way, that men not clergymen sometimes speculated about religious matters, seeking light from each other in long, fragmentary conversations. He knew that much, and disapproved of it, almost resented it. It seemed to him wrong to discuss God without becoming angry, and very wrong for laymen to discuss God at all. When circumstances trapped him into talk with them about things divine, he felt baffled by their silences and their reserves, seemed to himself to be scrabbling for entrance to their souls through some sort of a slippery, impenetrable casing. He never tried to enter through their minds, where the door stood always open. The trouble was that he wanted to teach and be listened to, wherefore he was subtly more at home among the ignorant and in such streets as he was now traversing than with educated men. He had been born a few decades too late. Here in Haiti he had stepped back a century or so into the age of credulity. Credulity, he believed, was a good thing, almost a divine thing, if it were properly used. He did not carry his processes far enough to realize that credulity could never become fixed, that it was always open to conviction. A receptive and not an inquiring mind seemed to him the prerequisite for a convert, and black people, he had heard, were peculiarly receptive. The question was, then, where and how to start his work. Haiti differed from most mission fields, for, so far as he knew, no one had ever worked in it before him. His first step was to cultivate the intimacy of the people, and that he found difficult in the extreme. He had one obvious channel of approach to them. When buying necessary things for his room, he could enter into conversation with the shopkeepers and the market women. But this he found difficult to do. They did not want to talk to him, even seemed reluctant to sell him anything, and when he left their shops or stalls, did not answer his au revoir. He wondered how much the priest had to do with their attitude. They had little also that he wanted. He shopped for a week before he found a gaudy pitcher and basin and a strip of matting for his floor. Chairs, bureaus, bookcases, and tables did not exist. He said as much to Madame Picard, and gathered from her growled response that he must find a carpenter. The cripple, his constant companion in the first days on the island, took him to one, a gray old Negro who wore, on a shoestring about his neck, a pouch which Simpson thought at first to be a scapular, and whom age and his profession had made approachable. He was garrulous even. He ceased working when at length he understood what Simpson wanted, sat in his doorway with his head in the sun and his feet in the shade, and lit a pipe made out of a tiny coconut. Yes, he could build chairs, tables, anything monsieur wanted. There was wood also, black palm for drawer knobs, and cedar and mahogany and rosewood, but especially mahogany. An excellent wood, pleasant to work in and suave to the touch. Did they use it in the United States? He wondered. A great deal, answered Simpson, and the San Domingo wood is the best, I believe. San Domingo. But yes, the carpenter said, the Haytian also. That is excellent. Look. He led Simpson to the yard at the rear of his house and showed him half a dozen boards, their grain showing where the broad axe had hewed them smooth. Was it not a beautiful wood? And what furniture did monsieur desire? Simpson had some little skill with his pencil. A real love for drawing was one of the instincts which his austere obsessions had crushed out of him. He revolved several styles in his mind, decided at length on the simplest, and drew his designs on a ragged scrap of wrapping paper, while the carpenter, leaning down from his chair by the door, watched him, smoking and now and then fingering the leather pouch about his neck. Simpson, looking up occasionally to see that his sketch was understood, could not keep his eyes away from the pouch. Whatever it was not a scapular. He did not ask about it, though he wanted to. Curiosity, he had heard, should be repressed when one is dealing with barbarians. But he knew that that was not his real answer for not asking. But it is easy, said the carpenter, picking up the paper and examining it. And the seats of the chairs shall be of white hide, is it not? Simpson assented. He did not leave the shop at once, but remained seated on the threshold, following his usual policy of picking up acquaintances where he could. Monsieur is a priest? The old man asked, squinting as he filled the coconut pipe again and thrust it between his ragged yellow teeth. Not a priest, a minister of the gospel. Quoi? Said the carpenter. Simpson saw that he must explain. It was difficult. He had on the one hand to avoid suggesting that the Roman Church was insufficient. That denunciation he intended to arrive at when he had gained firmer ground with the people. And on the other to refrain from hinting that Haitian civilization stood in crying need of uplift. That also could come later. He wallowed a little in his explanation, and then put the whole matter on a personal basis. I think I have a message. Something new to say to you about Christ. But I have been here a week now and have found none to listen to me. Something new? The carpenter rejoined. But that is easy if it is something new. In Haiti we like new things. No one will listen to me, Simpson repeated. The carpenter reflected for a moment, or seemed to be doing so. Many men come here about sunset, he said. We sit and drink a little rum before dark. It is good against the fever. I will come also, said Simpson, rising. It is every evening? Every evening. The carpenter's right hand rose to the pouch which was not a scapular, and he caressed it. Au revoir, said Simpson suddenly. Voir, the carpenter replied, still immobile in his chair by the door. Up to now, a walk through the streets had been a nightmare to Simpson, for the squalor of them excited to protest every New England nerve in his body, and the evident hostility of the people constantly threatened his success with them. He had felt very small and lonely, like a man who has undertaken to combat a natural force. He did not like to feel small and lonely, and he did not want to believe in natural forces. Chosen vessel as he believed himself to be, thus far the island had successfully defied him, and he had feared more than once that it would do so to the end. He had compelled himself to frequent the markets, hoping always that he would find in them the key to the door that was closed against him. He had not found it, and, although he recognized that 3 weeks was but a fractional moment of eternity, and comforted himself by quoting things about the mills of God, he could not approach satisfaction with what he had accomplished so far. His interview with the carpenter had changed all that, and on his way home he trod the Grand Rue more lightly than he had ever done. Even the cathedral, even the company of half-starved conscripts that straggled past him in the Tale of 3 Generals, dismayed him no longer, for the cathedral was but the symbol of a frozen Christianity, which he need no longer fear, and the conscripts were his people, his, or soon would be. All that he had wanted was a start. He had it now, though he deplored the rum which would be drunk at his first meeting with the natives. One must begin where one could. Witherby, sitting in the window of the consulate, called twice before Simpson heard him. "You look pretty cheerful," he said. "Things going well?" "They've just begun to, I think. I think I've found the way to reach these people." "Ah?" The monosyllable was incredulous, though polite. "How's that?" "I've just been ordering some furniture from a carpenter," Simpson answered. It was the first time since the day of his arrival that he had seen Witherby to speak to, and he found it a relief to speak in his own language without calculating the result of his words. "A carpenter? Vieux Michaud, I suppose." "That's his name. You know him?" "Very well." The consul tipped back his chair and tapped his lips with a pencil. "Very well. He's a clever workman. He'll follow any design you give him. And the woods, of course, are excellent." "Yes, he showed me some." "But he's more than a carpenter to me. He's more receptive than most of the natives, and it seems that his shop is a gathering place, a center. He asked me to come in the evenings." "And drink rum?" Witherby could not resist that. "Yes, he said they drank rum." "I shan't do that, of course, but one must begin where one can." "I suppose so," Witherby answered slowly. The office was darkened to just above reading light, and the consul's face was in the shadow. Evidently he had more to say, but he allowed a long silence to intervene before he went on. Simpson, imaging wholesale conversions, sat quietly. He was hardly aware of his surroundings. "Don't misunderstand what I'm going to say," the consul began at length. Simpson straightened, on his guard at once. "It may be of use to you in your work," he added quickly. "It's this. Somehow, by chance, perhaps, though I don't think so, you've fallen into strange company, stranger than any white man I've ever known." "I'm not afraid of voodoo," said Simpson, rather scornfully. "It would be better if you were a little afraid of it. I am, and I know what I'm talking about. Look what's happened to you. There's the Picard woman. She's the one who had President Simon Sam under her thumb. Did you know he carried the symbols of voodoo next to his heart? And now Michaud, who's her right hand and has been for years. Looks like deep water to me. I must not fear for my own body. That's not what I mean exactly, though I wish you were a little more afraid for it. It might save me trouble, possibly save our government trouble in the end. But the consequences of letting voodoo acquire any more power than it has may be far-reaching. I am not here to give it more power." Simpson, thoroughly angry, rose to go. "It is my business to defeat it, to root it out." "Godspeed to you in that." Witherby's voice was ironical. "But remember what I tell you. The Picard woman is subtle, and Michaud is subtle." Simpson had crossed the threshold, and only half heard the consul's next remark. "Voodoo is more subtle than both of them together. Look out for it." Witherby's warning did no more than make Simpson angry. He attributed it to wrong motives, to jealousy perhaps, to hostility certainly, and neither jealousy nor hostility could speak true words. In spite of all that he had heard, he could not believe that voodoo was so powerful in the island. This was the 20th century, he insisted, and the most enlightened country in the world was less than 1,500 miles away. He forgot that opinions and not figures number the centuries, and refused to see that distance had nothing to do with the case. These were a people groping through the dark. When they saw the light, they could not help but welcome it, he thought. The idea that they preferred their own way of life and their own religion, that they would not embrace civilization till they were forced to do so at the point of benevolent bayonets, never entered his head. His own way of life was so obviously superior. He resolved to have nothing more to do with Witherby. When he returned to the carpenter's house at about 6 that evening, he entered the council of elders that he found there, with a determination to place himself on an equality with them. It was to his credit that he accomplished this feat, but it was not surprising, for the humility of his mind, at least, was genuine. He joined in their conversation, somewhat stiffly at first, but perhaps no more so than became a stranger. Presently, because he saw that he could not refuse without offending his host, he conquered prejudice and took a little rum and sugar and water. It went to his head without his knowing it, as rum has a habit of doing. He became cheerfully familiar with the old men, and made long strides into their friendship, or thought he did. He did not once mention religion to them at that first meeting, though he had to exercise considerable self-restraint to prevent himself from doing so. On his way home, he met Father Antoine, not far from Michaud's door. The priest would have passed with his usual surly look if Simpson had not stopped him. "Well?" Antoine demanded. "Why should we quarrel, you and I?" Simpson asked. "Can we not work together for these people of yours?" "Your friends are not my people, heretic," Father Antoine retorted. "Rot in hell with them." He plunged past Simpson and was gone down the darkling alley. "You are late, monsieur," remarked Madame Picard, as he came into the kitchen and sat down in a chair near the cripple. Her manner was less rough than usual. "I've been at Michaud's," he answered. "Ah, but you were there this morning." "He asked me to come this evening when his friends came, madame. There were several there." "They are often there," she answered. There was nothing significant in her tone, but Simpson had an uneasy feeling that she had known all the time of his visit to the carpenter. "I met Father Antoine on the way home," he said. "A bad man!" She flamed into sudden violence. "A bad man!" "I had thought so." Her loquacity this evening was amazing. Simpson thought he saw an opening to her confidence and plunged in. "And he's a priest! It is bad, that. Here are sheep without a shepherd." "Quoi?" "Here are many people, all good Christians." Simpson, eager and hopeful, leaned forward in his chair, his gaunt face with the down-drawn mouth and the hungry eyes, grown more hungry in the last 3 weeks, glowed, took on fervor, his hand shot out expressive fingers. The woman raised her head slowly, staring at him. More slowly still, she seated herself at the table that stood between them. She rested her arms on it and narrowed her eyelids as he spoke, till her eyes glittered through the slits of them. "All good Christians," Simpson went on, "and there is none to lead them save a black—" He slurred the word just in time. The woman's eyes flashed open and narrowed again. "Save a renegade priest," Simpson concluded. "It is wrong, is it not?" "And I knew it was wrong, though I live far away and was led here to you." His voice, though it had not been loud, left the room echoing. "It was a real call." He whispered that. "You are a Catholic?" asked Madame Picard. "Yes, of the English Catholic Church." He suspected that the qualifying adjective meant nothing to her, but let the ambiguity rest. "I was not sure," she said slowly, "though you told the boy." Her eyes, velvet black in the shadow upcast by the lamp, opened slowly. "There has been much trouble with Father Antoine, and now small numbers go to mass or confession." Her voice had the effect of shrillness, though it remained low. Her hands flew out, grasping the table edge at arm's length, with an oddly masculine gesture. "He deserved that. To tell his canaille he dared. But now, we shall see." Her voice rasped in a subdued sort of shriek. She sprang up from her chair and stood for the fraction of a second with her hands raised and her fists clenched. Simpson, puzzled, amazed, and a little scared at last, had barely time to notice the position before it dissolved. The child, frightened, screamed from the floor. Taisez-vous, mon enfant, le temps vient. She was silent for a long time after that. Simpson sat wondering what she would do next, aware of an uncanny fascination that emanated from her. It seemed to him as though there were subterranean fires in the ground that he walked on. "You shall teach us," she said in her usual monotone. "You shall teach us, preach to many people. No house will hold them all." She leaned down and caressed the child. "Le temps vient, mon petit. Le temps vient." Under Simpson's sudden horror quivered an eerie thrill. He mistook it for joy at the promised fulfillment of his dreams. He stepped to his own doorway and hesitated there with his hand on the latch. "To many people? Sometime, I hope." "Soon." She looked up from the child. There was a snakiness in the angle of her head and neck. "Soon." He opened the door, slammed it behind him, and dropped on tense knees beside his bed. In the kitchen, the cripple laughed for a long time. Simpson's tightly pressed palms could not keep the sound from his ears. 4. Each night, the gathering at Vieux Michaud's became larger. It grew too large for the house, and presently overflowed into the yard behind, where Michaud kept his lumber. Generally 30 or 40 natives collected between 6 and 7 in the evening, roosting on the piled boards or sitting on the dusty ground in little groups, their cigarettes puncturing the blue darkness that clung close to the earth under the young moon. There were few women among them at first, and fewer young men. Simpson, who knew that youth ought to be more hospitable to new ideas than age, thought this a little strange, and spoke to Michaud about it. "But they are my friends, monsieur," answered Michaud. That statement might have been true of the smaller group that Simpson had first encountered at the carpenter's house. It was not true of the additions to it, for he was evidently not on intimate terms with them, nor did he supply rum for all of them. Many brought their own. That was odd also, if Simpson had only known it. The many cantinas offered attractions which the carpenter's house did not. That fact occurred to him at length. "They have heard of you, monsieur, and that you have something new to say to them. We Haitians like new things." Thus, very quietly, almost as though it had been a natural growth of interest, did Simpson's ministry begin. He stepped one evening to the platform that overhung the carpenter's backyard and began to talk. Long study had placed the missionary method at his utter command, and he began with parables and simple tales which they heard eagerly. Purposely he eschewed anything striking or startling in this his first sermon. It was an attempt to establish a sympathetic understanding between himself and his audience, and not altogether an unsuccessful one, for his motives were still unmixed. He felt that he had started well. When he was through speaking, small groups gathered around him, as children might have done, and told him inconsequent, wandering tales of their own, tales which were rather fables, folklore, transplanted from another hemisphere, and strangely crossed with Christianity. He was happy, if it had not been that most of them wore about their necks the leather pouches that were not scapulars. He would have been happier than any man has a right to be. One of these pouches, showing through the ragged shirt of an old man with thin lips and a squint, was ripped at the edge, and the unmistakable sheen of a snake's scale glistened in the seam. Simpson could not keep his eyes from it. He dared to be more formal after that, and on the next night preached from a text. The Macedonian cry, "Come over and help us." That sermon also was effective. Toward the end of it, 2 or 3 women were weeping a little, and the sight of their tears warmed him with the sense of power. In that warmth, certain of his prejudices and inhibitions began to melt away. The display of feelings and sensibilities could not be wicked or even undesirable if it prepared the way for the gospel by softening the heart. He began to dabble in emotion himself. And that was a dangerous matter, for he knew nothing whatever about it, save that if he felt strongly, he could arouse strong feelings in others. Day by day, he unwittingly became less sure of the moral beauty of restraint, and ardors which he had never dreamed of began to flame free of his soul. He wondered now and then why Madame Picard, who almost from the first had been a constant attendant at his meetings, watched him so closely, so secretly, both when he sat with her and the cripple at meals, and at the carpenter's house, where he was never unconscious of her eyes. He wondered also why she brought the baby with her, and why all who came fondled it so much and so respectfully. He did not wonder at the deference, almost the fear, which all men showed her. That seemed somehow her due. She had shed her taciturnity, and was even voluble at times. But behind her volubility lurked always an inexplicable intensity of purpose, whose cause Simpson could never fathom and was afraid to seek for. It was there, however, a nervous determination, not altogether alien to his own, which he associated with religion and with nothing else in the world. Religiosity, he called it, and he was not far wrong. Soon after his first sermon, he began little by little to introduce ritual into the meetings at Michaud's, so that they became decorous. Rum drinking was postponed till after the concluding prayer, and that in itself was a triumph. He began to feel the need of hymns, and since he could find in French none that had associations for himself, he set about translating some of the more familiar ones, mostly those of a militant nature. Some of them, especially "The Son of God Goes Forth to War," leaped into immediate popularity and were sung 2 or 3 times in a single service. He liked that repetition. He thought it laid the groundwork for the enthusiasm which he aroused more and more as time went on, and which he took more pains to arouse. Nevertheless, the first time that his feverish eloquence brought tears and incoherent shoutings from the audience, he became suddenly fearful before the ecstasies which he had touched to life. He faltered and brought his discourse to an abrupt end. As the crowd slowly quieted and reluctantly began to drift away, there flashed on him with blinding suddenness the realization that his excitement had been as great as their own. For a moment he wondered if such passion were godly. Only for a moment, however. Of course it was godly, as any rapture informed by religion must be. He was sorry he had lost courage, and stopped so soon. These were an emotional and not an intellectual people. If they were to be reached at all, it must be through the channels of their emotions. Thus far he thought clearly, and that was as far as he did think, for he was discovering in himself a capacity for religious excitement that was only in part a reflex of the crowd's fervor, and the discovery quickened and adorned the memory of the few great moments of his life. Thus he had felt when he resolved to take orders. Thus, although in a less degree because he had been doubtful and afraid, had he felt when he heard the Macedonian cry from this West Indian island. He had swayed the crowd also, as he had always believed that he could sway crowds, if only the spirit would burn in him brightly enough. He had no doubt that he could sway them again, govern them completely perhaps. That possibility was cause for prayerful and lonely consideration, for meditation among the hills, whence he might draw strength. He hired a pony forthwith and set out for a few days in the hinterland. It was the most perilous thing he could have done. There is neither sanctity nor holy calm in the tropic jungle, nothing of the hallowed quietude that in northern forests clears the mind of life's muddle and leads the soul to God. There lurks instead a poisonous anodyne in the heavy scented air, a drug that lulls the spirit to an evil repose, counterfeiting the peacefulness whence alone high thoughts can spring. In the north, nature displays a certain restraint, even in her most flamboyant moods. The green fires of spring temper their sensuousness in chill winds, and autumn is rich in suggestion not of love, but of gracious age, having the aloof beauty of age and its true estimates of life. The perception of its loveliness is impersonal, and leaves the line between the aesthetic and the sensuous clearly marked. Beneath a straighter sun, the line is blurred and sometimes vanishes. No orchid musk, no azure and distant hill, no tinted bay but accosts the senses, confusing one with another, mingling all the emotions in a single cup, persuading man that he knows good from evil as little as though he lived still in Eden. From such stealthy influences the man of rigid convictions is often in more danger than the man of no convictions at all, for rigid convictions rather often indicate inexperience and imperfect observation. Experience, therefore, especially emotional experience, sometimes warps them into strange and hideous shapes. Simpson did not find in the bush the enlightenment that he had hoped for. He did, however, anesthetize his mind into the belief that he had found it. Returning, he approached Port-au-Prince by a route new to him. A well-beaten trail aroused his curiosity, and he followed it into a grove of ceiba and mahogany. It was clear underfoot, as no tropic grove uncared for by man can be clear. In the middle of it lay the ashes of a great fire, and 3 Manaka palm huts in good repair huddled almost invisible under the vast trees. The ground, bare of grass, was trodden hard, as though a multitude had stamped it down, danced it down perhaps, and kept it bare by frequent use. What a place for a camp meeting, thought Simpson as he turned to leave it. God's cathedral aisles and roofed by God's blue sky. His pony shied and whirled around. A long snake, a fer de lance, flowed across the path. The desire to hold his services in the grove remained in his mind. The only reason he did not transfer them there at once was that he was not yet quite sure of his people. They came eagerly to hear him. They reflected his enthusiasm at his behest. They wept and praised God. Yet, underneath all his hopes and all his pride in what he had done, ran a cold current of doubt, an undefined and indefinable fear of something devilish and malign that might thwart him in the end. He thrust it resolutely out of his mind. 5. I have told your people, your canaille, said Father Antoine, that I shall excommunicate them all. The priest had been graver than his wont, more dignified, less volcanic, as though he was but the mouthpiece of authority, having none of it himself. They are better out of your church than in it, Simpson answered. Father Antoine trembled a little. It was the first sign he had given that his violent personality was still alive under the perplexing new power that had covered it. You are determined? Simpson nodded with compressed lips. Their damnation be on your head, then. The priest stood aside. Simpson squeezed by him on the narrow sidewalk. As he did so, Antoine drew aside the skirts of his cassock. From the beginning, Simpson had preached more of hell than of heaven. He could not help doing so, for he held eternal punishment to be more imminent than eternal joy, and thought it a finer thing to scare people into heaven than to attract them thither. He took an inverted pleasure also in dwelling on the tortures of the damned, and had combed the minor prophets and Revelation for threatening texts to hurl at his congregation. Such devil worship, furthermore, gave him greater opportunity for oratory, greater immediate results also. He had used it sometime against his better judgment, and was not so far gone that he did not sometimes tremble at the possible consequences of its use. His encounter with the priest, however, had driven all doubts from his mind, and that evening he did what he had never done before. He openly attacked the Roman Church. "What has it done for you?" he shouted, and his voice rang in the rafters of the warehouse where 100 or so Negroes had gathered to hear him. "What has it done for you? You cultivate your ground, and its tithes take the food from the mouths of your children. Does the priest tell you of salvation, which is without money, and without price for all, for all, for all? Does he live among you as I do? Does he minister to your bodies or your souls?" There was a stir at the door, and the eyes of the congregation turned from the platform. "Father Antoine!" shrieked a voice. It was Madame Picard's. Simpson could see her in the gloom at the far end of the hall, and could see the child astride of her hip. "Father Antoine, he is here!" In response to the whip of her voice, there was a roar like the roar of a train in a tunnel. It died away. The crowd eddied back upon the platform. Father Antoine. He was robed, and there were 2 acolytes with him, one with a bell and the other with a candle, began to read in a voice as thundering as Simpson's own. Excommunicado. The Latin rolled on, sonorous, menacing. It ceased. The candle flame snuffed out. The bell tinkled. There was the flash of a cope in the doorway, and the priest was gone. "He has excommunicated you!" Simpson shouted, almost shrieked. "Thank God for that, my people." They faced him again, ecstatic. Beside himself, he flung at them incoherent words. But the Latin, mysterious as magic, fateful as a charm, had frightened them, and they did not yield to Simpson immediately. Perhaps they would not have yielded to him at all if it had not been for Madame Picard. From her corner rose an eerie chant in broken minors. It swelled louder, and down the lane her people made for her. She came dancing. Her turban was off, her dress torn open to the breasts. She held the child horizontally and above her, in both hands. Her body swayed rhythmically. But she just did not take up the swing of the votive African dance that is as old as Africa. Up to the foot of the platform, she wavered. And there the cripple joined her, laughing, as always. Together they shuffled, first to the right, and then to the left, their feet marking the earth floor in prints that overlapped like scales. She laid the baby on the platform, sinking slowly to her knees as she did so. As though at a signal, the wordless chant rumbled upward from the entire building, rolled over the platform like a wave, engulfing the white man in its flood. "Symbolism! Sacrifice!" Simpson yelled. "She offers all to God." He bent and raised the child at arm's length above his head. Instantly the chanting ceased. "To the grove!" screamed the Mamaloa. She leaped to the platform, almost from her knees it seemed, and snatched the child. To the grove. The crowd took up the cry. It swelled till Simpson's ears ached under the impact of it. To the grove! Doubt assailed him as his mind, a white man's mind, rebelled. "This is wrong," he said dully. "Wrong." Madame Picard's fingers gripped his arm. Except for the spasms of the talons which were her fingers, she seemed calm. "No, monsieur," she said. "You have them now. Atonement, atonement, monsieur. You have many times spoken of atonement. But they do not understand what they cannot see. They are behind you. You cannot leave them now." "But the child?" "The child shall show them. A child shall lead them, monsieur. They must see a théâtre of atonement. Then they will believe. Come." Protesting, he was swept into the crowd and forward to the van of it, into the Grande Rue. Always the thunderous rumble of the mob continued. High shrieks flickered like lightning above it. The name of Christ dinned into his ears from foul throats. On one side of him the cripple appeared. On the other strode the Mamaloa, the child screaming with fear on her hip. A hymn tune stirred under the tumult, rose above it. Le Fils de Dieu se va en guerre, son drapeau rouge comme sang. Wild quavers adorned the tune obscenely. The mob marched to it, falling into step. Torches came flaming high at the edges of the crowd, flaming wan and lurid on hundreds of black faces. Il va pour gagner sa couronne. Qui est-ce qui suit de son train? "A crusade!" Simpson suddenly shouted. "It is a crusade!" Yells answered him. Somewhere a drum began, reverberating as though unfixed in space, now before them, now behind, now it seemed in the air. The sound was maddening. A swaying began in the crowd that took on cadence, became a dance. Simpson, his brain drugged, his senses perfervid, marched on in exultation. These were his people at last. The drum thundered more loudly, became unbearable. They were clear of the town and in the bush at last. Huge fires gleamed through the trees. and the mob spilled into the grove. The cripple and the mamaloi were beside him still. In the grove, with the drums, more than one of them now, palpitating unceasingly, the dancing became wilder, more savage. In the light of the fire, the mamaloi swayed, holding the screaming child, and close to the flames crouched the cripple. The hymn had given place to the formless chant, through which the miners quivered like the wails of lost souls. The scales fell from Simpson's eyes. He rose to his full height and stretched out his arm, demanding silence. There was some vague hope in him that even now he might guide them. His only answer was a louder yell than ever. It took form. Vieux Michaud sprang from the circle into the full firelight, feet stamping, eyes glaring. "La chèvre!" he yelled. "La chèvre sans cornes!" The drums rolled in menacing crescendo. The fire licked higher. All sounds melted into one. "La chèvre sans cornes!" The mamaloi tore the child from her neck and held it high by one leg. Simpson, seeing clearly as men do before they die, flung himself toward her. The cripple's knife, thrust from below, went home between his ribs, just as the mamaloi's blade crossed the throat of the sacrifice. "So I signed the death certificate," Witherby concluded. "Death at the hands of persons unknown." "And they'll call him a martyr," said Bunsen. "Who knows?" the consul responded gravely. "Perhaps he was one." End of The Victim of His Vision.
An O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gonzo from the mountains of Colorado. Martin Gerrity Gets Even by Courtney Ryley Cooper and Leo F. Creagan from American Magazine. The entrance of Martin Gerrity, superintendent of the Blue Ribbon Division of the OR&T Railroad, had been attended by all the niceties of such an occasion, when Martin, grand, handsome, and magnificent, arrived at his office for the day. True to form, he had cussed out the office boy, spoken in fatherly fashion to the trainmaster over the telephone about the lateness of number 210, remarked to the stenographer that her last letter had looked like the exquisite tracks of a cow's hoof, and then he had read 2 telegrams. A moment later, white, a bit stooped, a little old in features, he had left the office, nor had he paused to note the grinning faces of those in his wake, those who had known hours before. Home, and stumbling slightly as he mounted the steps of the veranda, he faced a person in screaming foulard and a red toque, Mrs. Jewel Gerrity, just starting for their morning's assault upon the market. Wordlessly he poked forward the first of the telegrams as he pulled her within the hall and shut the door. And with bulging eyes, Jewel read it aloud. Chicago, April 30. Gerrity, Montgomery City. Effective arrival successor J.P. Aldrich must dispense your valuable services. Kindly forward resignation by wire confirming this telegram. W. W. Walker, Vice President and General Manager. "And who is this Walker person?" Jewel asked with a vindictive gasp. "'Tis me that never heard of him. Why should he sign himself Vice President and General Manager when the whole world knows Mr. Barstow, bless his soul, is the—" "Will ye listen?" Martin bellowed with sorrowful asperity. "Something's happened, and now—" Gerrity, Montgomery City. Alabaster Abound Celebrity Conglomerate Commensurate Constituency Effective Arrival Successor. Meet me Planters Hotel, St. Louis this p.m. Lemuel C. Barstow. And while Jewel gasped, Martin went on. "'Tis code it is from Barstow. It says Walker's taken his place. And I'm out." Mouth drawn at the corners, hand trembling slightly, Jewel reached for the message and stared blankly at the railroad code. Then, silently, she turned and thumped up the stairs. In a moment she was down again. The screaming foulard had given place to a house-dress. The red toque had been substituted by a shawl. But the lips were drawn no longer. A smile was on them, and a soft hand touched Martin's white cheek as she reached the door.
"'Tis me that's going to the cash-carry, Marty darlin',"
came quietly.
About that other Marty, me bye, 'tis all right. It is. We can always start over again."
Over again. It had opened the doors of memory for Martin Gerrity as, at the window, he stared after her with eyes that saw in the portly middle-aged figure a picture of other days, when the world had centered about a fluttering honor flag, which flew above a tiny section house at a bit of a place called Glen Echo, when the rotund form of Jewel Gerrity was slender and graceful, when Martin's freckled face was thinner and more engaging, and when visions of the old days floated before him, days on the section with his crew of snipes back in the honor flag times. Memories returned to him of blazing hours in the summer, when even the grease lizards panted and died, when the heat rays curled in maddening serpent-like spirals before his glazed eyes. And why? Why had he been willing to sacrifice, to work for wages pitiful indeed, compared to the emoluments of other lines of endeavor? Why had she, his Jewel, accepted the loneliness, the impoverishment of those younger days with light-heartedness? He never had thought of it before. Now, deposed, dethroned, defeated at the very pinnacle of his life, the answer came, with a force that brought a lump to his throat and a tear to his eyes. Why? Because they had loved this great, human, glistening thing of shining steel and thundering noise, loved it because the Blue Ribbon Division had included the Blue Ribbon Section, their section, which they had built together. Now, all they had worked for, lived for, longed for, and enjoyed together had been taken away without warning, without reason, and given to another. Martin groaned with the thought of it. 3 hours later, he kissed his Jewel good-bye, roaring at her because a tear stood in each eye, to cover the fact that tears were in his own. That night, still grim, still white, he faced Lemuel C. Barstow, former vice president and general manager of the ORNT, in his hotel room in St. Louis. That person spoke with biting directness.
"Politics, Martin," came his announcement. "They shall be because I wouldn't play the tricks of a clique that got into power before I could stop 'em. You were my pet appointee, so you went too. It wasn't because we weren't efficient. They lifted the pin on me, and that meant you. So here we are. But," and a fist banged on the table, "they're going to pay for it. This new crowd knows as much about railroading as a baby does about chess. I tried to tell that to the men with the money. They wouldn't listen. So I went to men who could hear, the Ozark Central. I'm to be the new president of that road." "That wooden axle outfit?" Martin squinted. "Sure, Mr. Barstow. I'm not knocking the New Deal or—" "Never mind that." Lemuel C. Barstow smiled genially. "That's where your part of the job comes in. That's why I need you. But we'll let that go for the present. Go back to Montgomery City. Turn over the reins to this new fish who doesn't know an air brake from a boiler tube, and keep quiet until I send for you." Then ensued 2 weeks of nothing to do but wait. Nothing to do but to pace the floor like some belligerent, red-faced, caged animal, daring his Jewel to feel hurt because sneering remarks had been made about her husband's downfall. 2 weeks. Then came the summons. "Careful now, Martin. No wild throws, remember?" Lemuel Barstow was giving the final instructions. "We've got a big job ahead. I've brought you down here because you have the faculty of making men think they hate you. Then going out and working their heads off for you. Because, well, to be frank, you're the biggest, blunderingest, hardest-working blusterer that I ever saw. And you're the only man who could pull me through. This road's in rotten shape, especially as concerns the road bed. The steel and ties are all right, but the ballast is rotten. You've got to make it the best in Missouri, and you've got only 8 months to do it in. So tear loose. Your job's that of special superintendent, with no strings on it. Pay no attention to anyone but me. If you need equipment, buy it, and tell the purchasing agent to go to the hot place. By March 1st, and no later, I want the track from St. Louis to Kansas City to be as smooth as the ballroom floor. And why the rush? Just this. The OR&T treated me like a dirty dog. I'm going to make 'em pay for it. I'm after my pound of flesh now. There's just one thing that road prizes above all else. It's St. Louis, Kansas City mail contracts. The award comes up again in March. The system that can make the fastest time in the government speed trials gets the plum. Understand? I do, answered Martin, with the first real enthusiasm he had known in weeks. 'Tis me budget I'll be fixin' up immediate at once. You'll get action, you will. He departed for a frenzied month. Then he returned at the request of President Barstow. You're doing wonderful work, Martin, said that official. It's coming along splendidly. But, I understand there's a bit of a laugh going around among the railroad men about you. About me? Gerrity's chest bulged aggressively. And who's laughing? Nearly everybody in the railroad game in Missouri. They say you let some slick salesman sting you for a full set of Rocky Mountain snow-fighting machinery, even up to a rotary snowplow. Sting me, Martin bellowed the words. That I did not. Good, I knew. I ordered it of my own free will. And if anybody laughs. But Martin, and there was a pathos in the voice, a rotary snowplow. On a Missouri railroad? Flangers, jolt plows, wedge plows, tunnel wideners, and a rotary? Here? Why, I thought better of you than that. We haven't had a snow in Missouri that would require all of those things, not in the last 10 years. What did they cost? $83,510, answered Martin gloomily. He had pulled a boner. Mr. Barstow figured on a sheet of paper. At $3 a day, that would hire nearly 1,000 track laborers for 30 days. 1,000 men could tamp a lot of ballast in a month, Martin. That they could, sir, came dolefully. Then Gerrity, the old lump in his throat, waited to be excused, and backed from the office. That rotary snowplow had been his own, his pet idea, and it had been wrong. Gloomily he returned to Northport, his headquarters, there to observe a group of grinning railroad men gathered about a great bulky object parked in front of the roundhouse. Behind it were other contraptions of shining steel, all of which Martin recognized without a second glance. His snow-fighting equipment, just arrived. Nor did he approach for a closer view. Faintly he heard jeering remarks from the crowd. Then laughter. He caught the mention of his own name, coupled with derisive comment. His hands clenched. His red neck bulged, his big lungs filled, then slowly deflated, and Martin went slowly homeward in silence. "And is it your liver?" asked Jewel Gerrity as they sat at dinner. "It is not," bawled Martin. He rose. He pulled his napkin from his chin with Gerrity emphasis and dropped it in the gravy. He thumped about the table, then stopped. One big freckled paw reached uncertainly outward and plunked with intended gentleness upon the woman's shoulder to rest, trembling there, a second. Then, silently, Martin went on upstairs, for that touch had told her that it was his heart. A heart that ached with a throbbing sorrow which could not be downed. As the summer passed, and Martin heard again and again the reflexes brought about by the purchase of his snowplows. Vainly he stormed up and down the line in the Ozark Central with its thousands of laborers. Vainly he busied himself
with 1,000 intricacies of construction, in the hope of forgetfulness. None of it could take from his mind the fact that railroad men were laughing at him, that chuckling train butchers were pointing out the giant machinery to grinning passengers, that even the railroad journals were printing funny quips about Barstow's prize superintendent and his mountain snowplow. Nor could even the news that Aldrich, over the Blue Ribbon Division, was allowing that once proud bit of rail to degenerate into an ordinary portion of a railroad bring even a passing cheer. They, too, were laughing. In a last, dog-like hope, Martin looked up the precipitation reports. It only brought more gloom. Only 4 times in 30 years had there been a snowfall in Missouri that could block a railroad. The summer crept into autumn to early winter, bringing with it the transformation of the rickety old Ozark Central to a smooth, well-cushioned line of gleaming steel, where the train shot to and fro with hardly a tremor, where the hollow thunder of culvert and trestle spoke of sturdy strength, where the track-walker searched in vain for loose plates or jutting joints. But to Gerrity it was only the fulfillment or the work of a mechanical second nature. December was gliding by in warmth and sunshine. January came, with no more than a hatful of snow, and once more Martin found himself facing the president.
"We'll win that contract, Martin."
It almost brought a smile to the superintendent's face.
"I've just been over the road.
On the quiet.
We made 80 miles an hour, with hardly a jolt."
"Thank you, sir." A vague sense of joy touched Martin's aching heart, only to depart.
"By the way,
I noticed when I went
through Northport that you've still got that rotary where everybody can see it. I wish you'd move that stuff. Behind the roadhouse, out of sight."
Then Martin, heavier at heart than ever, went back to Northport. There he said a quaking good-bye to his last hope, and executed the president's orders, trying not to notice the grins of the goat crew as they shunted the machinery into hiding. That night, after Jewel was asleep, and the cat outside had ceased yowling, Martin climbed stealthily out of bed and went on his knees, praying with all the fervor of his big being for snow. And the prayer was answered.
By the worst rain that a Missouri January had known in years, scattering the freshly tamped gravel, loosening the piles of trestles, sending Martin forth once more to bawl his orders with the thunder of the old days back at Glen Echo, even to leap side by side with the track laborers, a tamping bar in his big hands, that one more blow might be struck, one more impression made upon the giant task ahead.
January slid by. February went into the 3rd week before the job was finished. Martin looked at the sky with hopeful eyes. It was useless. March the 1st, and Martin went into St. Louis to make his report, and to spend an uneasy, restless night with the president in his room at the hotel.
"It's only a few days off now."
They were in bed the next morning, finishing the conversation begun the night before.
"And I want you to keep your eyes open every second. The mail marathon agreement reads that no postponement can be made on account of physical or mechanical obstacles. If a trestle should happen to go out, that would be our finish."
"I wish—" Martin rolled out of bed and groped for his shoes.
"We'd been working with me old Blue Ribbon Division. I know every foot of—" "Oh, chase the Blue Ribbon Division. Every time I see you, you've got something on your chest about it. Why, man, don't you know it's the Blue Ribbon Division that I'm counting on? Aldrich has let it run down until it's worse than a hog trail. If they can make 45 an hour on it, I'm crazy. You can't win mail contracts with that. So forget it. Anyhow, you're working for Ozark Central now."
Martin nodded, then for a long moment crouched silent, humiliated, his thick fingers fumbling with the laces of his shoes. At last, with a sigh, he poked his shirt into his trousers and thumped across the room to raise the drawn shades. He stared. He gulped. He yelped with an exclamation of joy, of deliverance, of victory. The outside world was white. A blinding, swirling veil shrouded even the next building. The street below was like a stricken thing. The vague forms of the cars seemed to no more than crawl. Wildly, Martin pawed for the telephone and bawled a number. Barstow sat up in bed. "Snow!" he gasped. "A blizzard!" "Order the snow plows!" Gerrity had got the chief dispatcher and was bawling louder than ever. "All of them! Put an engine on each and keep them moving! Run that rotary till the wheels drop off!" Then he whirled, grasping wildly at coat, hat, and overcoat. "And now will ye laugh?" he roared, as he backed to the door. "Now will ye laugh at me snowplow?" 24 hours later, when trains were limping into terminals hours behind time, when call after call was going forth to summon aid for the stricken systems of Missouri, when double-headers, frost-caked wheels churning uselessly, bucked the drifts in a constantly losing battle, when cattle trains were being cut from the schedules, and every wire was loaded with the messages of frantic officials, someone happened to wonder what that big boob Gerrity was doing with his snowplows. The answer was curt and sharp, there on the announcement board of the Union Station: Ozark Central, all trains on time. But Martin had only one remark to make, that it still was snowing. Noon of the third day came, and the Ozark Central became the detour route of every cross-Missouri mail train. Night, and Martin Gerrity, snow-crusted, his face cut and cracked by the bite of wind and the sting of splintered wind-driven ice, his head aching from loss of sleep, but his heart thumping with happiness, took on the serious business of moving every St. Louis, Kansas City passenger and express train, blinked vacuously when someone called him a wizard. Railroad officials gave him cigars and slapped him on his snow-caked shoulders. He cussed them out of the way. The telephone at Northport clanged and sang with calls from President Barstow, but Martin only waved a hand in answer as he ground through with the rotary. "Tell him to send me telegrams," he blustered. "Don't he know I'm busy?" 12 hours more. The snow ceased. The wind died. 10 miles out of Kansas City, Martin gave the homeward-bound order for Northport, then slumped weakly into a corner. 5 minutes before he had heard the news. News that hurt. The OR&T, fighting with every available man it could summon, had partially opened its line, with the exception of one division, hopelessly snowed under. His old, his beloved Blue Ribbon. "'Tis me that would have kept her open," he mused bitterly, "and they fired me." He nodded and slept. He awoke, and he said the same thing again. He reached Northport late at night to roar at Jewel and the hot water she had heated for his frost-bitten feet, then to hug her with an embrace that she had not known since the days when her Marty wore a red undershirt. "And do ye be hearin'?" she asked. "The Blue Ribbon's tied up? Not a wheel?" "Will you shut up?" Martin suddenly had remembered something. The mail test, not 48 hours away. He blinked. One big hand smacked into the other. "The pound of flesh," he bellowed. "Begad, the pound of flesh!" "And what are ye talking—" "Woman, shut up," said Martin Gerrity. "'Tis me that's going to bed. See that I'm not disturbed, not even for Mr. Barstow." "That I will," said Jewel. But that she didn't. It was Martin himself who answered the pounding on the door 4 hours later. Then, in the frigid dining room, stared at the message which the chief dispatcher had handed him. Gerrity, Northport. If line is free of snow, assemble all snow-fighting equipment and necessary locomotives to handle same. Delivering same, fully equipped and manned, with your own force to Blue Ribbon Division OR&T. Accompany this equipment personally, to carry out instructions as I would like to have them carried out. Everything depends on your success or failure to open this line. Lemuel C. Barstow. So, he was to make the effort. But if he failed, that mail contract came automatically to the one road free to make the test, the Ozark Central. That was what Barstow meant. Make the effort. Appear to fight with every weapon, that the OR&T might have no claim in the future of unfairness but to fail. Let it be so. The OR&T had broken his heart. Now at last his turn had come. He turned to the telephone and gave his orders. Then up the stairs he clambered and into his clothes. Jewel snorted and awoke. "Goodbye," roared Martin, as he climbed into his coat. "They've sent for me to open the blue ribbon." "And have they?" Jewel sat up, her eyes beaming. "I'd been wishing it. And you'll do it, Marty. I've been thinking about the old section snowed under, and all the folks we knew." "Will you shut up?" This was something Martin did not want to hear. Out of the house he plumped to the waiting double-header of locomotives attached to the rotary, and the other engines, parked on the switches, with their wedge plows, jewel plows, flangers, and tunnel wideners. The high ball sounded. At daybreak, boring his way through the snow-clogged transfer at Missouri City, Martin came out upon the main line of the OR&T, and to his duty of revenge. On they went, a slow, deliberate journey, steam hissing, black smoke curling, whistles tooting, wheels crunching as the rotary bucked the bigger drifts and the smaller plows eliminated the slighter raises. A triumphant procession toward that thing which Martin knew he could attack with all the seeming ferocity of desperation, and yet fail. The 50-foot thickness of Bander Cut. Face to face in the gaunt sun of early morning he saw it. A little shack, half covered with snow, bleak and forbidding in its loneliness. Yet all in all, to the man who stared at it with eyes suddenly wistful, his little old section house where once the honor flag had flown. He gulped. Suddenly his hand tugged at the bell cord. Voices had come from without. They were calling his name. He sought the door, then gulped again. The steps and platform of his car were filled with eager, homely-faced men, men he had known in other days, his old crew of section snipes. All about him they crowded. Martin heard his voice answering their queries, as though someone were talking far away. His eyes had turned back to that section house, seeking instinctively the old flag, his flag. It spoke for a man who gave the best that was in him, who surpassed because he worked with his heart and with his soul in the every task before him. But the flag was not there. The pace had not been maintained. Then the louder tones of a straw boss called him back. "You'll sure need that big screw and all the rest of them babies, Gerrity. That old Bandercut's full to the sky, and Bend Hill. Good night. But you'll make her. You've got to, Gerrity. We've made up a purse and bet it down in Montgomery that you'll make her." Martin went within, and the crew waited for a highball order that did not come. In his private car, alone, Martin Gerrity was pacing the floor. The call of the old division, which he had loved and built, was upon him, swaying him with all the force of memory. "I guess we could sell the flivver," he was repeating. "Then I've got me diamond, and Jewel. She's got a bit besides what we've saved between us. And he'll win the test anyhow. They'll never beat him over this division. And if I give him back what I've earned, and if he wins anyhow—" Up ahead they still waited. 15 minutes. 20. At last a figure appeared in the cab of the big rotary, looking for a last time at that bleak little section house and the bare flagpole. Then, "Start her up and give her hell." Martin was on the job once more, while outside his old section snipes cheered and reminded him that their hopes and dreams for a division still beloved in spite of a downfall rested upon his shoulders. The whistles screamed, the bells clanged, smoke poured from the stacks of the double-header, and the freshening sun a short time later glinted upon the white-splotched equipment as the great auger, followed by its lesser allies, bored into the mass of snow at Bander Cut. Hours of backing and filling, of retreats and attacks, hours in which there came, time after time, the opportunity to quit. But Martin did not give the word. Out the other side they came, the steam shooting high, and on toward the next obstacle, the first of 40 lesser and greater, which lay between them and Montgomery City. Afternoon. Night. Still the crunching, whining roar of the rotary as it struck the icy stretches fought against them in vain, then retreated until pick and bar and dynamite could break the way for its further attack. Midnight, and one by one the exhausted crew approached the white-faced, grim-lipped man who stood tense and determined in the rotary cab. One by one they asked the same question.
"Hadn't we better tie up for the night?" "Goon, do you hear me? Goon, what is it you are, anyhow? A bunch of white-livered cowards that you can't work without rest?" The old dynamic bulldozing force, the force that had made men hate Martin Gerrity only to love him, had returned into its full power. The force that had built him from a section snipe to the exalted possessor of the blue pennon which once had flustered from that flagpole, was again on the throne, fighting onward to the conclusion of a purpose, no matter what it might wreck for him personally, no matter what the cost might be to him in the days to come. He was on his last job. He knew that. The mail contract might be won 1,000 times over, but there ever would rest the stigma that he had received a telegram which should have been plain to him, and that he had failed to carry out its hidden orders. But with the thought of it, Martin straightened, and he roared anew the message which carried tired, aching men through the night. "Go on! Go on! What's stopping you? Are you going to let these milk-and-water fellies over here say that you tried and quit?" Early morning, and there came Sniabend Hill, with the snow packed against it, in a new plain which obliterated the railroad as though it had never been there. Hot coffee came from the containers, sandwiches from the baskets, and the men ate and drank as they worked. All but Gerrity. This was the final battle, and with it came his battle cry. "Keep going! This is the tough one! We've got to go on! We've got to go on!" And on they went. The streaking rays of dawn played for a moment upon an untroubled mound of white, smooth and deep upon the eastern end of Sniabend. Then, as though from some great internal upheaval, the mass began to tremble. Great heaps of snow broke from their place and tumbled down the embankment. From farther at the rear, steam, augmented by the vapors of melting snow and the far-blown gushes of spitting smoke, hissed upward toward the heights of the white-clad hill. Then a bulging break, the roar of machinery, and a monster came grinding forth, forcing its way hungrily onward, toward the next and smaller contest. Within the giant auger a man turned to Gerrity. "Guess it's over, boss. They said up at Glen Echo." A silent nod. Then Gerrity turned and reached into the telegram blank holder at the side of the cab, brought forth paper and an envelope. Long he wrote as the rotary clattered along, devouring the smaller drifts in steady succession. A letter of the soul, a letter which told of an effort that had failed, of a decision that could not hold. And it told, too, of the return of all that Martin had worked for. Mr. Barstow had been good to him, and he, Martin Gerrity, could not take his money and disobey him. He'd pay him back. Whistles sounded, shrieking in answer to the tooting of others from far away, the wild, eerie ones of yard engines, the deeper, throatier tones of factories. It was the end. Montgomery City. Slowly Martin addressed the envelope, and as the big bore came to a stop, evaded the thronging crowds and sought the railroad mailbox. He raised the letter. "Mr. Gerrity." He turned. The day agent was running toward him. "Mr. Gerrity, Mr. Barstow wants to see you. He's here, in the station. He came to see the finish." So, the execution must be a personal one. The letter was crunched into a pocket. Dimly, soddenly, Martin followed the agent. As through a haze he saw the figure of Barstow, and felt that person tug at his sleeve. "Come over here where we can talk in private." There was a queer ring in the voice, and Martin obeyed. Then, "Shake, old kid." Martin knew that a hand was clasping his. But why? "You made it! I knew you would! Didn't I tell you you'd get our pound of flesh?" But the contract? To thunder with the contract, came the happy answer of Barstow. If you had only answered the phone, you wouldn't be so much in the dark. What do I care about mail contracts now, with the best 2 lines in Missouri under my supervision? Don't you understand? This was the hole I had prayed for this O.R.N.T. bunch to get into from the first minute I saw that snow. They would have been tied up for a week longer, if it hadn't been for us. Can't you see? It was the argument I needed, that politics isn't what counts. It's brains and doing things. Now do you understand? Well, and Barstow stood off and laughed. If I have to diagram things for you, the money interests behind the O.R.N.T. have seen the light. I'll admit it took about 3 hours of telephoning to New York to cause the illumination, but they've seen it, and that's enough. They also have agreed to buy the Ozark Central and to merge the two. Further, they have realized that the only possible president of the new lines is a man with brains like, for instance, Lemuel C. Barstow, who has working directly with him a general superintendent. And don't overlook that general part. A general superintendent named Martin Gerrity.
End of Martin Gerrity Gets Even. Read by Gonzo.
Stranger Things by Mildred Cram, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jothi Tharavant. Stranger Things by Mildred Cram. We were seated in the saloon of a small steamer which plies between Naples and Trieste on irregular schedule. Outside, the night was thickly black, and a driving rain swept down the narrow decks. "You Englishmen laugh at ghosts," the Corsican merchant said. "In my country, we are less pretentious. Frankly, we are afraid. You too are afraid. And so you laugh. A difference, it seems to me, which lies not in the essence, but in the manner." Dr. Fenton smiled queerly. "Perhaps. What do any of us know about it, one way or the other? Ticklish business. We poke a little too far beyond our ken and get a shock that withers our souls. Cosmic force. We stumble forward, bleating for comfort, and fall over a charged cable. It may have been put there to hold us out or in." Aldobrandini, the Italian inventor, was playing cards with a German engineer. He lost the game to his opponent, and turning about in his chair, came into the conversation. "You are talking about ghosts. I have seen them. Once in the Carso, again in the Campania near Rome. I met a company of Caesar's legionaries tramping through a bed of asphodels. The asphodels lay down beneath those crushing sandals, and then stood upright again, unharmed." The engineer shuffled the cards between short, capable fingers. "Ghosts? Yes, I agree. There are such things, created out of our subconscious selves, mirages of the mind, photographic spiritual projections, hereditary memories. There are always explanations." Dr. Fenton poked into the bowl of his pipe with a broad thumb. "Did any of you happen to know the English poet Cecil Grimshaw? No? I'll tell you a story about him, if you care to listen. A long story, I warn you. very curious, very suggestive. I cannot vouch for the entire truth of it, since I got the tale from many sources. A word here, a chance encounter there, and at last only the puzzling reports of men who saw Grimshaw out in Africa. He wasn't a friend of mine, or I wouldn't tell these things. Aldo Brandini's dark eyes softened. He leaned forward. Cecil Grimshaw? We Latins admire his work more than any modern Englishman. The doctor tipped his head back against the worn red velvet of the lounge. An oil lamp, swinging from the ceiling, seemed to isolate him in a pool of light. Outside, the invisible sea raised astern, hissing slightly beneath the driving impact of the rain. I first heard of Grimshaw, the doctor began, in my student days in London. He was perhaps 5 years my senior, just beginning to be famous. Not yet infamous, but indiscreet enough to get himself talked about. He had written a little book of verse, Vision of Helen, he called it, I believe. The oblique stare of hostile Trojans, Helen coified with flame, Menelaus' love. Greater men than Grimshaw had written of Priam's tragedy. His audacity called attention to his imperfect, colourful verse. His love of beauty, his sense of the exotic, the strange, the unhealthy. People read his book on the sly and talked about it in whispers. It was indecent, but it was beautiful. At that time you spoke of Cecil Grimshaw with disapproval, if you spoke of him at all, or if you happened to be a prophet. You saw in him the ultimate bomb beneath the Victorian literary edifice. And so he was. I saw him once at the Alhambra. Poetry, in a top hat. He wore evening clothes that were a little too elaborate. A white camellia in his buttonhole, and a thick lensed monocle on a black ribbon. During the entree, he stood up and surveyed the house from pit to gallery, as if he wanted to be seen. He was very tall, and the ugliest man in England. Imagine the body of a Lincoln, the hands of a woman, the jaw and mouth of Disraeli, an aristocratic nose, unpleasant eyes, and then that shock of yellow hair, hyacinthine, the curly locks of an insane virtuoso, or a baby prodigy. "Who's that?" I demanded. "Grimshaw, the chap who wrote the book about Naughty Helen, La Belle Helene and the Shepherd Boy." I stared. Everyone else stared. The pit stopped shuffling and giggling to gaze at that prodigious monstrosity, and people in the boxes turned their glasses on him. Grimshaw seemed to be enjoying it. He spoke to someone across the aisle and smiled, showing a set of huge white teeth, veritable tombstones. "Abominable," I said, but I got his book and read it. He was the first Englishman to dare break away from literary conventions. Of course, he shocked England. He was a savage aesthete. I read the slim volume through at one sitting. I was horrified and fascinated. I met Grimshaw a year later. He was having a play produced at the Lyceum. The Labyrinth, with Esther Levinson as Simonetta. She entertained for him at her house in Chelsea, and I got myself invited because I wanted to see the atrocious genius at close range. He wore a lemon-coloured vest and a lemon-yellow spats. "How do you do?" he said, gazing at me out of those queer eyes of his. "I hear that you admire my work." "You have been misinformed," I replied. "Your work interests me because I am a student of nervous and mental diseases." "Ah, psychotherapy. All of the characters in your poem, The Vision of Helen, are neurotics. They suffer from morbid fears, delusions, hysteria, violent mental and emotional complexities. A textbook in madness." Grimshaw laughed. "You flatter me. I'm attracted by neurotic types. Insanity has its source in the unconscious, and we English are afraid of looking inward." He glanced around the room with an amused and cynical look. "Most of these people are as bad as my Trojans, Dr. Fenton, only they conceal their badness, and it isn't good for them." We talked for a few moments. I amused him, I think, by my diagnosis of his Helen's mental malady. But he soon tired of me, and his restless gaze went over my head, searching for admiration. Esther Levinson brought Ellen Terry over, and he forgot me entirely in sparkling for the good lady, showing his teeth, shaking his yellow locks, bellowing like a centaur. The fellow is an ass, I decided. But when The Labyrinth was produced, I changed my mind. There again was that disturbing loveliness. It was a story of the passionate Florence of Lorenzo the Magnificent, and Esther Levinson drifted through the 4 long acts against a background of Tuscan walls, scarlet hangings, oaths, blood-spilling, dark and terrible vengeance. Grimshaw took London by the throat and put it down on its knees. Then for a year or two he lived on his laurels, lapping up admiration like a drunkard in his cups. Unquestionably, Esther Levinson was his mistress, since she presided over his house in Cheyne Walk. They say she was not the only string to his lute. A Jewess, a Greek poetess, and a dancer from Stockholm made up his amorous medley at that time. Scandalized society flocked to his drawing room, there to be received by the Simonetta herself, wearing the blanched draperies and tragic pearls of his labyrinth he had made for her. Grimshaw offered no apologies. He was the uncrowned laureate, and kings can do no wrong. He was painted by the young sergeant, of course, and by the aging Whistler. You remember the butterfly portrait of him in a yellow kimono leaning against a black mantle? I, for one, think he was vastly amused by all this fury of admiration. He despised it and fed upon it. If he had been less great, he would have been utterly destroyed by it, even then. I went to Vienna and lost track of him for several years. Then I heard that he had married a dear friend of mine, Lady Dagmar Cooper, one of the greatest beauties and perhaps the sternest prude in England. She wrote me soon after that unbelievable mating. "I have married Cecil Grimshaw. I know you won't approve. I do not altogether approve myself. He is not like the men I have known, not at all English. But he intrigues me. There is a sense of power behind his awfulness. You see, I know he's awful. I think I will be able to make him look at things, I mean visible, material things, my way. We have taken a house in town and he has promised to behave. No more Chelsea parties, no dancers, no yellow waistcoats and chrysanthemums. That was all very well for his student days. Now that he's a personage, it will scarcely do. I am tremendously interested and happy. Interested and happy. She was a typical product of Victoria's reign, a beautiful creature whose faith was pinned to the most unimportant things: class, position, a snobbish religion, a traditional morality, and her own place in an intricate little world of ladies and gentlemen. God save us! What was Cecil Grimshaw going to do in an atmosphere of titled beaux, bishops, military men, and cautious statesmen? I could fancy him in his new town house, struggling through some endless dinner party, his cynical stone-grey eyes sweeping up and down the table, his lips curled in that habitual sneer, his mind perhaps gone back to the red and blue room in Chelsea, where he had been wont to stand astride before the black mantle, bellowing indecencies into the ears of witty modernists. Could he bellow any longer? Apparently not. I heard of him now and then from this friend and that. He was indeed behaving well. He wrote nothing to shock the sensibilities of his wife's world. A few fantastic short stories touched with a certain childish spirituality, and that was all. They say he bent his manners to hers. A tamed centaur grazing with a milk-white doe. He grew a trifle fat, quite like a model English husband. He called Dagmar "my dear," and drove with her in the park at the fashionable hour. His hands crossed on the head of his cane, his eyes half closed. She wrote me, "I'm completely happy. So is Cecil. Surely he can have made no mistake in marrying me." You all know that this affectation of respectability did not last long, not more than 5 years, long enough for the novelty to wear off. The genius or the devil that was in Cecil Grimshaw made its reappearance. He was tossed out of Dagmar's circle like a burning rock hurled from the mouth of a crater. He fell into Chelsea again. Esther Levinson had come back from the States and was casting about for a play. She sought out Grimshaw, and with her presence, her grace and pallor and seduction lured him into his old ways. "The leaves are yellow," he said to her, "but still they dance in a south wind. The altar fires are ash, and grass has grown upon the temple floor. I have been away too long. Get me a pipe, you laughing dryad, and I'll play for you." He played for her, and all England heard. Dagmar heard and pretended acquiescence. According to her lights, she was magnificent. She invited Esther Levinson to Broadenham, the Grimshaw place in Kent, nor did she wince when the actress accepted. When I got back to England, Dagmar was fighting for her soul with all the weapons she had. I went to see her in her cool little town house, that house so typical of her, so untouched by Grimshaw. And looking at me with steady eyes, she said, "I'm sorry Cecil isn't here. He is writing again, a play for Esther Levinson, who was Simonetta, you remember? I promised you a ghost story. If it is slow in coming, it is because all these things have a bearing on the mysterious, the extraordinary things that happened. You probably knew about the last phase of Grimshaw's career. Who doesn't? There is something fascinating about the escapades of a famous man. But when he happens also to be a great poet, we cannot forget his very human sins. In them, he is akin to us. Not all you have heard and read about Grimshaw's career is true, but the best you can say of him is bad enough. He squandered his own fortune first on Esther Levinson and the production of The Sunken City, and then stole ruthlessly from Dagmar, that is, until she found legal ways to put a stop to it. We had passed into Edward's reign, and the decadence which ended the war had already set in. Grimshaw was the last of the pomegranate school, the first of the bolder, more sinister futurists, a frank hedonist, an intellectual voluptuary. He set the pace, and a whole tribe of idolaters and imitators panted at his heels. They copied his yellow waistcoats, his chrysanthemums, his eyeglass, his bellow. Nice young men, otherwise sane, let their hair grow long like the idols and profess themselves unbelievers. Unbelievers in what? God save us. 10 years later, most of them were wading through the mud of Flanders, believing something pretty definite. One night, I was called to the telephone by the Grimshaw's physician. I'll tell you his name, because he has a lot to do with the rest of the story. Dr. Warham, Douglas Warham, an Australian. Grimshaw has murdered a man, he said briefly. I want you to help me. Come to Cheyne Walk. Take a cab. Hurry. Of course I went, with a very clear vision of the future of Dagmar, Lady Cooper, to occupy my thoughts during that lurching drive through the slippery streets. I knew that she was at Broadenham, holding up her head in seclusion. Grimshaw's house was one of a row of red brick buildings not far from the river. Dr. Warham himself opened the door to me. I say, this is an awful mess, he said, in a shocked voice. The woman sent for me, Levinson, the actress. There's some mystery, a dead man, his head knocked in, and Grimshaw sound asleep. It may be hysterical, but I can't wake him. Have a look before I get the police. I followed him into the studio, the famous Pompeian room on the second floor. I shall never forget the frozen immobility of the three actors in the tragedy. Esther Levinson, wrapped in peacock blue scarves, stood upright before the black mantle, her hands crossed on her breast. Cecil Grimshaw was lying full length on a brick red satin couch, his head thrown back, his eyes closed. The dead man sprawled on the floor, face down between them. Two lamps made of sapphire glass swung from the gilded ceiling. Bowls of perfumed waxen flowers, a silver statuette of a nude girl, a tessellated floor strewn with rugs, orange trees in shrubs, cigarette smoke hanging motionless in the still, overheated air. I stooped over the dead man. Who is he? Tucker, leading man in the Sunken City. Look at Grimshaw, will you? We mustn't be too long. I went to the poet. The inevitable monocle was still caught and held by the yellow thatch of his thick brow. He was breathing slowly. Grimshaw, I said, touching his forehead, open your eyes. He did so, and I was startled by the expression of despair in their depths. Ah, he said, it's the psychopathologist. How did this happen? He sat up. I'm convinced that he had been faking that drunken sleep, and stared at the sprawling figure on the floor. Tucker quarreled with me, he said. I knocked him down and his forehead stuck against the table. Then he crawled over here and died. From fright, do you think? He shuddered. Take him away, Warren, will you? I've got work to do. Suddenly, Esther Levinson spoke in a flat voice, without emotion. It isn't true. He struck him with a silver statuette, like this. She made a violent gesture with both arms. And before God in heaven, I'll make him pay for it. I will. Keep still, I said sharply. Grimshaw looked up at her. He made a gesture of surrender. Then he smiled. Simonetta, he said, you're no better than the rest. She sobbed, ran over to him, and went down on her knees, twisting her arms about his waist. There was a look of distaste in Grimshaw's eyes. He stared into her distraught face a moment. Then he freed himself from her arms and got to his feet. I think I'll telephone to Dagmar, he said. But Warren shook his head. I'll do that. I'm sorry, Grimshaw. The police will have to know. While we're waiting for them, you might write a letter to Mrs. Grimshaw. I'll see that she gets it in the morning. I don't remember whether the poet wrote to Dagmar then or not. But surely you remember how she stayed by him during the trial, still Victorian, in her black gown and veil, mourning for the hope that was dead, at least. You remember his imprisonment, the bitter invective of his enemies, the defection of his followers, the dark scandals that filled the newspapers, offended public taste, and destroyed Cecil Grimshaw's popularity in an England that had worshipped him. Esther Levinson lied to save him. That was the strangest thing of all. She denied what she had told us that night of the tragedy. Tucker, she said, had been in love with her. He followed her to Grimshaw's house in Chelsea and quarrelled violently with the poet. His death was an accident. Grimshaw had not touched the statuette. When he saw what had happened, he telephoned to Dr. Warren and then lay down on the couch, apparently fainted there, for he did not speak until Dr. Fenton came. Warren perjured himself too, for Dagmar's sake. He had not, he swore, heard the actress speak of a silver statuette or of revenge before God. And since there was nothing to prove how the blow had been struck, save the deep dent in Tucker's forehead, Grimshaw was set free. He had been a year in prison. He drove away from the jail in a cab with Dr. Warren, and when the crowd saw that he was wearing the old symbol, a yellow chrysanthemum, a hiss went up that was like a geyser of contempt and ridicule. Grimshaw's pallid face flushed, but he lifted his hat and smiled into the host of faces as the cab jerked forward. He went at once to Broadenham. Years later, Warren told me about the meeting between those two, the centaur and the milk-white doe. Dagmar received him standing, and she remained standing all during the interview. She had put aside her mourning for a dress made of some clear blue stuff, and Warren said, as she stood in the breakfast room with a sun-flooded window behind her, she was very lovely indeed. Grimshaw held out his hands, but she ignored them. Then Grimshaw smiled and shrugged his shoulders and said, I have made 2 discoveries this past year. That conventionalized religion is the most shocking evil of our day, and that you, my wife, are in love with Dr. Warren. Dagmar held her ground. There was in her eyes a look of inevitable security. She was mistress of the house, proprietor of the land, conscious of tradition, prerogative, position. The man she faced had nothing except his tortured imagination. For the first time in her life, she was in a position to hurt him. So she looked away from him to Warham and confirmed his discovery with a smile full of pride and happiness. "My dear fellow," Grimshaw shouted, clapping Warham on the back, "I'm confoundedly pleased. We'll arrange a divorce for Dagmar. Good heavens, she deserves a decent future. I'm not the sort for her. I hate the things she cares most about. And now I'm done for in England. Just to make it look conventional, nice, Victorian English, you understand. You and I can go off to the continent together while Dagmar's getting rid of me. There'll be no trouble about that. I'm properly dished. Besides, I want freedom, a new life, beauty without having to buck this confounded distress of beauty, sensation without being ashamed of sensation. I want to drop out of sight. Reform? No. I'm being honest." So they went off together, as friendly as you please, to France. Warham was still thinking of Dagmar. Grimshaw was thinking only of himself. He swaggered up and down the Paris boulevards, showing his tombstone teeth and staring at the women. "The Europeans admire me," he said to Warham. "May England go to the devil," he groaned. "I despise respectability. My dear Warham, you and Dagmar are well rid of me. I see I am offending you here in Paris. You look nauseated most of the time. Let's go on to Switzerland and climb mountains." Warham was nauseated. They went to Salvan, and there a curious thing happened. They were walking one afternoon along the road to Martigny. The valley was full of shadows like a deep green cup of purple wine. High above them the mountains were tipped with flame. Grimshaw walked slowly. He was a man of great physical laziness, slashing his cane at the tassel tips of crowding larches. Once, when a herd of little goats trotted by, he stood aside and laughed uproariously, and the goatherd's dog, bristling, snapped in passing at his legs. They were walking one afternoon along the road to Martigny. Warham was silent, full of bitterness and disgust. They went on again, and well down the spring-like coils of the descent of Martigny, they came upon the body of a man, one of those wandering vendors of pocket knives and key rings, scissors and cheap watches. He lay on his back on a low bank by the roadside. His hat had rolled off into a pool of muddy water. Dr. Warham saw, as he bent down to stare at the face, that the fellow looked like Grimshaw. Not exactly, of course. The nose was coarser. It had not that Wellington spring at the bridge, nor the curved nostrils, but it might have been a dirty, unshaven, dead Grimshaw lying there. Warham told me that he felt a shock of gratification before he heard the poet's voice behind him. "What's this? A drunkard?" He shook his head and opened the dead man's shirt to feel for any possible flutter of life in the heart. There was none, and he thought, if this were only Grimshaw, if the whole miserable business were only done with. "By Jove," Grimshaw said, "the chap looks like me. I thought I was the ugliest man in the world. I know better. Do you suppose he's German or Lombardian? His hands are warm. He must have been alive when the goatherd passed just now. Nothing you can do?" Warham stayed where he was, on his knees. He tore his eyes away from the grotesque dead face and fixed them on Grimshaw. He told me that the force of his desire must have spoken in that look, because Grimshaw started and stepped back a pace, gripping his cane. Then he laughed. "Why not?" he said. "Let this be me, and I'll go on with that clanking hardware store around my neck. It can be done, can't it? Better for you and for Dagmar. I'm not being philanthropic. I'm looking not for a reprieve, but for release. No one knows this fellow in Salvan. He probably came up from the Rhone and was on his way to Chamonix. What do you think was the matter with him? Heart, Dr. Warham answered. Well, what do you say? This peddler and I are social outcasts. And there is Dagmar in England, weeping her eyes out because of divorce courts and more public washing of dirty linen. You love her. I don't. Why not carry this fellow to the Ohoshi tonight after dark? Tomorrow, when I have changed clothes with him, we can throw him into the valley. It's a good 1,000 feet or more. Would there be much left of that face for purposes of identification? I think not. You can take the mutilated body back to England. I can go on to Chamonix, as he would have gone. Grimshaw touched the peddler with his foot. Pray. That is exactly what they did. The body, hidden near the roadside until nightfall, was carried through the woods to the Rocher de Soie, that little plateau on the brink of the tremendous wall of rock which rises from the Rhone Valley to the heights near Salvan. There the two men left it and returned to their hotel to sleep. In the morning they set out, taking care that the proprietor of the hotel and the professional guide who hung about the village should know that they were going to attempt the descent of the wall to the valley. The proprietor shook his head and said, Bonne chance, messieurs. The guide, letting his small blue eyes rest for a moment on Grimshaw's slow-moving hulk, advised them gravely to take the road. The tall gentleman will not arrive, he remarked. Nonsense, Grimshaw answered. They went off together, laughing. Grimshaw was wearing his conspicuous climbing clothes, tweed jacket, yellow suede waistcoat, knickerbockers, and high-laced boots with hobnailed soles. His green felt hat, tipped at an angle, was ornamented with a little orange feather. He was in tremendous spirits. He bellowed, made faces at scared peasant children in the village, swung a stick. They stopped at a barber shop in the place, and those famous hyacinthine locks were clipped. Warham insisted upon this, he told me, because the peddler's hair was fairly short, and they had to establish some sort of tonsorial alibi. When the floor of the little shop was thick with the sheared petals, Grimshaw shook his head, brushed off his shoulders, and smiled. It took 20 years to create that visible personality, and behold, a Swiss barber destroys it in 20 minutes. I am no longer a living poet. I am already an immortal, halfway up the flowery slopes of Olympus, impatient to go the rest of the way. Shall we be off? By all means, Warham said. They found the body where they had hidden it the night before, and in the shelter of a little grove of larches, Grimshaw stripped and then reclothed himself in the peddler's coarse and soiled underlinen, the worn corduroy trousers, the flannel shirt, short coat, and old black velvet hat. Warham was astounded by the beauty and strength of Grimshaw's body. Like the peddler, he was blonde-skinned, thin-waisted, broad of back. Grimshaw shuddered as he helped to clothe the dead peddler in his own fashionable garments. Death, he said. Ugh, how ugly, how terrifying, how abominable. They carried the body across the plateau. The height where they stood was touched by the sun, but the valley below was still immersed in shadow, a broad purple shadow threaded by the shining Rhone. Well, Warham demanded, are you eager to die? For this means death for you, you know. A living death, Grimshaw said. He glanced down at the replica of himself. A convulsive shudder passed through him from head to foot. His face twisted, his eyes dilated. He made a strong effort to control himself and whispered, I understand. Go ahead. Do it. I can't. It's like destroying me, myself. I can't. Do it." Warham lifted the dead body and pushed it over the edge. Grimshaw, trembling violently, watched it fall. I think, from what Dr. Warham told me many years later, that the poet must have suffered the violence and terror of that plummet drop, must have felt the tearing clutch of pointed rocks in the wall face, must have known the leaping upward of the earth, the whine of wind in his bursting ears, the dizzy spinning, the rendering, obliterating impact at last. The peddler lay in the valley. Grimshaw stood on the brink of the wall. He turned and saw Dr. Warham walking quickly away across the plateau without a backward glance. They had agreed that Warham was to return at once to the village and report the death of his friend Mr. Grimshaw. The body, they knew, would be crushed beyond recognition, a bruised and broken fragment, like enough to Cecil Grimshaw to pass whatever examination would be given it. Grimshaw himself was to go through the wood to the high road, then on to Finhart and Chamonix and into France. He was never again to write to Dagmar, to return to England, or to claim his English property. Can you imagine his feelings? Deprived of his arrogant personality, his fame, his very identity, clothed in another man's dirty garments, wearing about his neck a clattering peddler's outfit, upon his feet the clumsy boots of a peasant, Grimshaw, the exquisite futurist, the daffodil, apostle of the aesthetic. He stood there for a moment looking after Douglas Warham. Once, in a panic, he called, but Warham disappeared between the larches, without apparently having heard. Grimshaw wavered, unable to decide upon the way to the high road. He could not shake off a sense of loneliness and terror, as if he himself had gone whirling down to his death. Like a man who comes slowly back from the effects of ether, he perceived one by one the familiar aspects of the landscape, the delicate flowers powdering the plateau, the tasseled larches on the slope, the lofty snow peaks still suffused with rosy morning light. This, then, was the world. This clumsy being moving slowly toward the forest was himself. Not Cecil Grimshaw, but another man. His mind sought clumsily for a name. Pierre. No, not Pierre. Too commonplace. Was he still fastidious? No. Then Pierre. By all means. Pierre Pillow. That would do. Pillow. A name suggestive of a good, amiable fellow, honest and slow. When he got down into France, he would change his identity again, grow a beard, buy some decent clothes. A boulevardier, gay, perverse, witty. The thought delighted him, and he hurried through the forest, anxious to pass through Salvan before Dr. Warham got there. He felt extraordinarily light and exhilarated now, intoxicated, vibrant. His spirit soared. Almost he heard the rushing of his old self forward towards some unrecognizable and beautiful freedom. When he struck the road, the sun was high and it was very hot. Little spirals of dust kicked up at his heels. He was not afraid of recognition. Happening to glance at his hands, he became aware of their whiteness, and stooping, rubbed them in the dust. Then a strange thing happened. Another herd of goats trotted down from the grassy slopes and spilled into the roadway, and another dog with the lolling tongue and wagging tail wove in and out, shepherding the little beasts. They eddied about Grimshaw, brushing against him, their moonstone eyes full of a vague terror of that barking guardian at their heels. The dog drove them ahead, circled, and with a low whine came back to Grimshaw, leaping up to lick his hand. Grimshaw winced, for he had never had success with animals. Then, with a sudden change of mood, he stooped and caressed the dog's head. "A good fellow," he said in French to the goatherd. The goatherd looked at him curiously. "Not always," he answered. "He is an unpleasant beast with most strangers. For you he seems to have taken a fancy. What have you got there? Any two-bladed knives?" Grimshaw started and recovered himself with, "Knives? Yes, all sorts." The goatherd fingered his collection, trying the blades on his broad thumb. "You come from France?" he said. Grimshaw nodded. "From Lyon." "I thought so. You speak French like a gentleman." Grimshaw shrugged. "This is usual in Lyon." The peasant paid for the knife he fancied, placing 2 francs in the poet's palm. Then he whistled to the dog and set off after his flock. But the dog, whining and trembling, followed Grimshaw and would not be shaken off until Grimshaw had pelted him with small stones. I think the poet was strangely flattered by this encounter. He passed through Salvan with his head in the air, challenging recognition. But there was no recognition. The guide who had said, "The tall monsieur will not arrive," now greeted him with a fraternal, "How is trade?" "Very good, thanks," Grimshaw said. Beyond the village, he quickened his pace, and easing the load on his back by putting his hands under the leather straps, he swung toward Finhout. Behind him, he heard the faint ringing of the church bells in Salvan. Warham had reported the tragedy. Grimshaw could fancy the excitement. The priest hurrying toward the wall with his crucifix in his hands. The barber aquiver with morbid excitement. The stolid guide not at all surprised, rather gratified, preparing to make the descent to recover the body of the tall monsieur who had, after all, arrived. The telegraph wires were already humming with the message. In a few hours, Dagmar would know. He laughed aloud. The whole road spun beneath him. His hands, pressed against his body by the weight of the leather straps, were hot and wet. He could feel the loud beating of his heart. His senses were acute. He had never before felt with such gratification the warmth of the sun, or known the ecstasy of motion. He saw every flower in the road bank, every small glacial brook, every new conformation of the snow clouds hanging above the ragged peaks of the Argentière. He sniffed with delight the pungent wind from off the glaciers, the short, warm puffs of grass-scented air from the fields in the valley of Trient. He noticed the flight of birds, the lazy swinging of pine boughs, the rainbow spray of waterfalls. Once he shouted and ran, mad with exuberance. Again he flung himself down by the roadside, and lying on his back, sang outrageous songs, and laughed and slapped his breast with both hands. That night he came to Chamonix and got lodging in a small hotel on the skirts of the town. His spirits fell when he entered the room. He put the peddler's pack on the floor and sat down on the narrow bed, suddenly conscious of an enormous fatigue. His feet burned, his legs ached, his back was raw where the heavy pack had rested. He thought, "What am I doing here? I've nothing but the few £100 Warham gave me. I'm alone, dead and alive." He scarcely looked up when the door opened and a young girl came in carrying a pitcher of water and a coarse towel. She hesitated and said rather prettily, "You will be tired, perhaps?" Grimshaw felt within him the tug of the old personality. He stared at her, suddenly conscious that she was a woman, and that she was smiling at him, charming in her way, bare arms, a little black bodice laced over a white waist, straight blonde hair, braided thickly and twisted around her head. A peasant, but pretty. You see, his desire was to frighten her, as he most certainly would have frightened her had he been true to Cecil Grimshaw. But the impulse passed, leaving him sick and ashamed. He heard her saying, "A sad thing occurred today down the valley. A gentleman, Salvan, a very famous gentleman, and they have telegraphed his wife. I heard it from Simon Ravel. It seems that the gentleman was smashed to bits. Barissa, monsieur. Épouvantable, n'est-ce pas?" Grimshaw began to tremble. Yes, he said irritably. "But I'm tired. Little one, go out and shut the door." The girl gave him a startled glance, frightened at last, but for nothing more than the last look in his eyes. He raised his arms, and she fled with a little scream. Grimshaw sat for a moment, staring at the door. Then, with a violent gesture, he threw himself back on the bed, buried his face in the dirty pillow, and wept as a child weeps, until, just before dawn, he fell asleep. As far as the public knows, Cecil Grimshaw perished on the wall, perished and was buried at Broadenham beneath the pyramid of chrysanthemums, perished and became an English immortal, his sins erased by his unconscious sacrifice, perished and was forgiven by Dagmar. Yet hers was the victory. He belonged to her at last. She had not buried his body at Broadenham, but she had buried his work there. He could never write again. During those days of posthumous whitewashing, he read the papers with a certain contemptuous eagerness. Some of them he crumpled between his hands and threw away. He hated his own image staring balefully from the first page of the illustrated reviews. He despised England for honouring him. Once, happening upon a volume of The Vision of Helen, the first edition illustrated by Beardsley, in a bookstall at Aix-les-Bains, he read it from cover to cover. "Poor stuff," he said to the bookseller, tossing it down again. "Give me Arsène Lupin." And he paid 2 sous for a paper-covered, dog-eared, much-thumbed copy of the famous detective story, not because he intended to read it, but in payment for his hour of disillusionment. Then he slung his pack over his shoulders and tramped out into the country. He laughed aloud at the thought of Helen and her idolaters. A poetic hoax. Overripe words, seductive sounds. Nonsense. Surely I can do better than that today, he thought. He saw 2 children working in a field and called to them. "If you will give me a cup of cold water," he said, "I'll tell you a story." "Gladly, monsieur." The boy put down his spade, went to a brook which threaded the field, and came back with an earthenware jug full to the brim. The little girl stared gravely at Grimshaw while he drank. Grimshaw wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "What story shall it be?" he demanded. The little girl said quickly, "The Black King and the White Princess and the beast who lived in the wood." "Not that one," the boy cried. "Tell us about a battle." "I will sing about life," Grimshaw said. It was hot in the field. A warm, sweet smell rose from the spaded earth, and nearby the brook rustled through the grass like a beautiful silver serpent. Grimshaw sat cross-legged on the ground, and words spun from his lips. simple words. And he sang of things he had recently learned, the gaiety of birds, the strength of his arms, the scent of dusk, the fine crystal of a young moon, wind in a field of wheat. At first the children listened. Then, because he talked so long, the little girl leaned slowly over against his shoulder and fell asleep, while the boy fingered the knives, jangled the key rings, clipped grass stalks with the scissors, and wound the watches one after the other. The sun was low before Grimshaw left them. "When you're grown up," he said, "remember that Pierre Pillou sang to you of life." "Oui, monsieur," the boy said politely. "But I should like a watch." Grimshaw shook his head. "The song is enough." Thereafter he sang to anyone who would listen to him. I say that he sang. I mean, of course, that he spoke his verses. It was a minstrel's simple improvisation. But there are people in the villages of southern France who still recall that ungainly, shambling figure. He had grown a beard. It crinkled thickly, hiding his mouth and chin. He laughed a great deal. He was not altogether clean, and he slept wherever he could find a bed, in farmhouses, cheap hotels, hay lofts, stables, open fields. Warham's few £100 were gone. The poet lived by his wits and his gift of song, and for the first time in his remembrance, he was happy. Then one day he read in Lumeta that Ada Rubinstein was to play The Labyrinth in Paris. Grimshaw was in Poitiers. He borrowed 300 francs from the proprietor of a small café in the Rue Carnot, left his pack as security, and went to Paris. Can you imagine him in the theatre? It was the Odeon, I believe, conscious of curious, amused glances. A peasant, bulking conspicuously in that scented auditorium. When the curtain rose, he felt again the familiar pain of creation. A rush of hot blood surged around his heart. His temples throbbed. His eyes filled with tears. Then the flood receded and left him trembling with weakness. He sat through the rest of the performance without emotion of any sort. He felt no resentment, no curiosity. This was the last time he showed any interest in his old existence. He went back to Poitiers and then took to the road again. People who saw him at that time have said that there was always a pack of dogs at his heels. Once, a fashionable spaniel followed him out of Lyons, and he was arrested for theft. You understand, he never made any effort to attract the little fellows. They joined on, as it were, for the journey. And it was a queer fact that after a few miles they always whined, as if they were disappointed about something, and turned back. He finally heard that Dagmar had married Worm. She had waited a decent interval, Victorian to the end. A man who happened to be in Marseille at the time told me that that vagabond poet, Pillou, appeared in one of the cafés, roaring drunk, and recited a marriage poem, obscene, vicious, terrific. A crowd came in from the street to listen. Some of them laughed. Others were frightened. He was an ugly brute, well over 6 feet tall, with a blonde beard, a hooked nose, and a pair of eyes that saw beyond reality. He was fascinating. He could turn his eloquence off and on like a tap. He sat in a drunken stupor, glaring at the crowd, until someone shouted, "Eh bien, Pillou, you were saying?" Then the deluge. He had a peasant's acceptance of the elemental facts of life. It was raw, that hymn of his. The women of the streets, who had crowded into the cafe, listened with a sort of terror. They admired him. One of them said, "Pillew's wife betrayed him." He lifted his glass and drank. "No, ma petite," he said politely. "She buried me." That night, his pack was stolen from him. He was too drunk to know or to care. They say that he went from cafe to cafe, paying for wine with verse and getting it too. At his heels, a crowd of loafers, frowsy women and dogs. His hat gone. His eyes mad. A trickle of wine through his beard. Bellowing again. The untamed centaur cheated of the dough. And now, perhaps I can get back to the reasons for this story, and I'm almost at the end of it. In the most obscure alley in Marseilles, there is a cafe frequented by sailors, riff-raff from the waterfront, and thieves. Grimshaw appeared there at midnight. A woman clung to his arm. She had no eyes for anyone else. Her name, I believe, was Marie, a very humble Magdalene of that tragic backwater of civilization. Putting a cheek against Grimshaw's arm, she listened to him with a curious patience, as one listens to the eloquence of the sea. "This is no place for thee," he said to her. "Leave me now, ma petite." But she laughed and went with him. Imagine that room, foul air, sanded floor, kerosene lamps, an odor of bad wine, tobacco, and stale humanity. Grimshaw pushed his way to a table and sat down with a surly Gascon and an enormous Negro from some American ship in the harbor. They brought the poet wine, but he did not drink it. Sat staring at the smoky ceiling, assailed by a sudden sharp vision of Dagmar and Warham at Broadenham, alone together for the first time, perhaps on the terrace in the starlight, perhaps in Dagmar's bright room, which had always been scented, warm, remote. He had been reciting, of course, in French. Now he broke abruptly into English. No one but the American Negro understood. The proprietor shouted, "Hi there, Pellew, no gibberish." The woman, her eyes on Grimshaw's face, said warningly, "Shh, he speaks English. He is clever, this poet. Pay attention." And the Negro, startled, jerked his drunken body straight and listened. I don't know what Grimshaw said. It must have been a poem of home, the bitter longing of an exile for familiar things. At any rate, the Negro was touched. He was a Louisianian, a son of New Orleans. He saw the gentleman, where you and I perhaps would have seen only a maudlin savage. There is no other explanation for the thing that happened. "Quiet," Grimshaw said, and her fury receded before his glance. She melted, acquiesced, smiled. Then Grimshaw smiled too, and putting the glass to rights with a leisurely gesture, said, "Cabbage, son of pig," and flipped the dregs into Gascon's face. The fellow groaned and leaped. Grimshaw didn't stir. He was too drunk to protect himself. But the Negro saw what was in the Gascon's hand. He kicked back his chair, stretched out his arms. Too late. The Gascon's knife, intended for Grimshaw, sliced into his heart. He coughed, looked at the man he had saved with a strange questioning, and collapsed. Grimshaw was sobered instantly. They say he broke the Gascon's arm before the crowd could separate them. Then he knelt down by the dying Negro, turned him gently over, and lifted him in his arms, supporting that ugly bullet head against his knee. The Negro coughed again and whispered, "I saw it coming, boss." Grimshaw said simply, "Thank you." "I'm scared, boss." "That's all right. I will see you through." "I'm done, boss." "Is it hard?" "Yes, sir." "Hold my hand." "That's right. Nothing to be afraid of." The Negro's eyes fixed themselves on Grimshaw's face. A somber look came into their depths. "I'm going, boss." Grimshaw lifted him again. As he did so, he was conscious of feeling faint and dizzy. The Negro's blood was warm on his hands and wrists, but it was not wholly that. He had a sensation of rushing forward, of pressure against his eardrums, a violent nausea. The crowd of curious faces, blurred, disappeared. He was drowning in a noisy darkness. He gasped, struggled, struck out with his arms, shouted, went down in that suffocating flood of unconsciousness. Opening his eyes after an indeterminate interval, he found himself in the street. The air was cool after the fetid staleness of that room. He was still holding the Negro's hand, and above them the stars burned, remote and calm, like beacon lamps in a dark harbor. The Negro whimpered, "I don't know the way, boss. I'm lost." "Where is your ship?" "You port near the fort." They walked together through the silent streets. I say that they walked. It was rather that Grimshaw found himself on the quay, the Negro still at his side. A few prowling sailors passed them, but for the most part the waterfront was deserted. The ships lay side by side, an intricate tangle of bowsprits and rigging, masts and chains. Around them the water was black as basalt, only that now and again a spark of light was struck by the faint lifting of the current against the immovable hulls. The Negro shuffled forward, peering. A lantern flashed on one of the big schooners. Looking up, Grimshaw saw the name, Ann B.B. New Orleans. A querulous voice somewhere on the deck demanded, "That you, Richardson?" And then angrily, "This damn place, dark as hell. Who's there?" Grimshaw answered, "One of your crew." The man on deck stared down at the quay a moment. Then, apparently having seen nothing, he turned away, and the lantern bobbed aft like a drifting ember. The Negro moaned. Holding both hands over the deep wound in his breast, he slowly climbed the side ladder, turned once to look at Grimshaw, and disappeared. Grimshaw felt again the rushing darkness. Again he struggled, and again, opening his eyes after a moment of blankness, he found himself kneeling on the sanded floor of the cafe, holding the dead Negro in his arms. He glanced down at the face, astounded by the look of placid satisfaction in those wide open eyes, the smile of recognition, of gratification, of some nameless and magnificent content. The woman Maury touched his shoulder. "The fellow is dead, monsieur. We had better go." Grimshaw followed her into the street. He noticed that there were no stars. A bitter wind, forerunner of the implacable mistral, had come up. The door of the cafe slammed behind them, muffling a sudden uproar of voices that had burst out with his going. Grimshaw had a room somewhere in the old town. He went there, followed by the woman. He thought, "I'm mad. Mad! He was frightened, not by what had happened to him, but because he could not understand. Nor can I make it clear to you, since no explanation is final when we are dealing with the inexplicable. When they reached his room, Mummery lighted the kerosene lamp and, smoothing down her black hair with both hands, said simply, "I stay with you." "You must not," Grimshaw answered. "I love you," she said. "You are a great man, Sissa." "That's that. Besides, I must love someone. I mean do for someone. You think that I like pleasure? Ah, perhaps. I'm young, but my heart follows you. I stay here." Grimshaw stared at her without hearing. "I opened the door. I went beyond. I am perhaps mad, perhaps privileged, perhaps what they have always called me, an incorrigible poet." Suddenly he jumped to his feet and shouted, "I went a little way with the soul. Victory! Eternity!" The woman Mummery put her hands on his shoulders and pushed him back into his chair again. She thought, of course, that he was drunk. So she attempted a simple seduction, striving to call attention to herself by the coquetries of her kind. Grimshaw pushed her aside and lay down on the bed with his arms crossed over his eyes. Had he witnessed a soul's first uncertain steps into a new state? One thing he knew. He had himself suffered the confusion of death, and had shared the desperate struggle to penetrate the barrier between the mortal and the immortal, the known and the unknown, the real and the incomprehensible. With that realization, he stepped finally out of his personality into that of the mystic philosopher, Pierre Pilleux. He heard the woman Mummery saying, "Let me stay, I am unhappy," and without opening his eyes, simply making a brief gesture, he said, "Eh bien," and she stayed. She never left him again. In the years that followed, wherever Grimshaw was, there was also Mummery, little, swarthy, broad of cheek and hip, unimaginative, faithful. She had a passion for service. She cooked for Grimshaw, knitted woolen socks for him, brushed and mended his clothes, watched out for his health. Often, I am convinced, she stole for him. As for Grimshaw, he didn't know that she existed, beyond the fact that she was there and that she made material existence endurable. He never again knew physical love. That I am sure of, for I have talked with Mummery. "He was good to me," she said, "but he never loved me." And I believe her. That night of the Negro's death, Grimshaw stood in a wilderness of his own. He emerged from it a believer in life after death. He preached this belief in the slums of Marseille. It began to be said of him that his presence made death easy, that the touch of his hand steadied those who were about to die. Feverish, terrified, reluctant, they became suddenly calm, wistful, and passed quietly as one falls asleep. "Send for Pierre Pilleux" became a familiar phrase in the old town. I do not believe that he could have touched these simple people had he not looked the part of prophet and saint. The old Grimshaw was gone. In his place, an emaciated fanatic, unconscious of appetite, unaware of self, with burning eyes and tangled beard. That finished ugliness turned spiritual. A self-flagellated aesthete, he claimed that he could enter the shadowy confines of the next world, not heaven, not hell, a neutral ground between the familiar earth and an inexplicable territory of the spirit. Here, he said, the dead suffered bewilderment. They remembered, desired, and regretted life they had just left, without understanding what lay ahead. So far he could go with them, so far and no further. Personal immortality is the most alluring hope ever dangled before humanity. All of us secretly desire it. None of us really believe in it. As you say, all of us are afraid, and some of us laugh to hide our fear. Grimshaw wasn't afraid, nor did he laugh. He knew. And you remember his eloquence, seductive words, poignant, delicious, memorable words. In his Chelsea days, he had made you sultry with hate. Now, as Pierre Pilleux, he made you believe in the shining beauty of the indestructible, the unconquerable dead. You saw them, a host of familiar figures, walking fearlessly away from you toward the brightness of a distant horizon. You heard them murmuring together as they passed out of sight, going forward to share the common and ineffable experience. Well, the pagan had disappeared in the psychic. Cecil Grimshaw's melancholy and pessimism, his love of power, his delight in cruelty, in beauty, in the erotic, the violent, the strange, had vanished. Pierre Pilleux was a humanitarian. Cecil Grimshaw never had been. Grimshaw had revolted against ugliness as a dilettante object to the mediocre in art. Pierre Pilleux was conscious of social ugliness. Having become aware of it, he was a potent rebel. He began to write in French, spreading his revolutionary doctrine of facile spiritual reward. He splintered purgatory into fragments. What he offered was an earthly paradise. Humanity given eternal absolution, freed of fear, prejudice, hatred, above all of fear, and certain of endless life. Now that we have entered the cosmic era, we look back at him with understanding. Then he was a radical and an atheist. Of course, he had followers, seekers after eternity, who drank his promises like thirsty wanderers come upon a spring in the desert. To some of them, he was good. To some, a mystic. To some, a healer. To some, and they were the ones who finally controlled his destiny, he was simply a dangerous lunatic. 2 women in Marseille committed suicide. They were followers, disciples, whatever you choose to call them. At any rate, they believed that where it was so simple a matter to die, it was foolish to stay on in a world that had treated them badly. One had lost a son, the other a lover. One shot herself, the other drowned herself in the canal. And both of them left letters addressed to Pilleux, enough to damn him in the eyes of authority. He was told that he might leave France or take the consequences. A mild enough warning, but it worked. He dare not provoke an inquiry into his past. So he shipped on board a small Mediterranean steamer as fireman and disappeared. No one knew where. 2 years later, he reappeared in Africa. Mari was with him. They were living in a small town on the rim of the desert near Biskra. Grimshaw occupied a native house, a mere hovel, flat-roofed, sun-baked, bare as a hermit's cell. Mari had hired herself out as a femme de chambre in the only hotel in the place. I watched over him, she told me, and believe me, monsieur, he needed care. He was thin as a ghost. He had starved more than once during those 2 years. He told me to go back to France to seek happiness for myself. but for me, happiness was with him. I laughed and stayed. I loved him magnificently, monsieur. Grimshaw was writing again, in French, and his work began to appear in the Parisian journals. A strange, poetic prose, impregnated with mysticism. It was Grimshaw sublimated. I saw it myself, although at that time I had not heard Warham's story. The French critics saw it. This Pellew is as picturesque as the English poet Grimshaw. The style is identical. Warham saw it. He read everything that Pellew wrote with eagerness, with terror. Finally, driven by curiosity, he went to Paris, got Pellew's address from the editor of Phil Blasts, and started for Africa. Grimshaw is a misty figure at the last. You see him faintly, an exile, racially featureless, wearing a dirty white native robe, his face wrinkled by exposure to the sun, his eyes burning. Mari says that he prowled about the village at night, whispering to himself, his head thrown back, pointing his beard at the stars. He wrote in the cool hours before dawn, and later, when the village quivered in heat fumes and he slept, Mari posted what he had written to Paris. One day he took a head between his hands and said very gently, "Why don't you get a lover? Take life while you can." "You say there is eternal life," she protested. "N'en doutez pas, but you must be rich in knowledge. Put flowers in your hair and place your palms against a lover's palms and kiss him with generosity, ma petite. I am not a man, I am a shadow." Mari slipped her arms around him and, standing on tiptoe, put her lips against his. "Je t'aime," she said simply. His eyes deepened. There flashed into them the old mad humor, the old vitality, the old passion for beauty. The look faded, leaving his eyes. Like flames that are quenched, Mari shivered, covered her face with her hands, and ran out. There was no blood in him, she told me. He was like a spirit, a ghost, so meagre, so wan, waxen hands, yellow flesh, and those eyes in which, monsieur, the flame was quenched. And this is the end of the curious story. Warham went to Biskra, and from there to the village where Grimshaw lived. Grimshaw saw him in the street one evening and followed him to the hotel. He lingered outside until Warham had registered at the bureau and had gone to his room. Then he went in and sent word that Pellew was below and ready to see Dr. Warham. He waited in the garden at the back of the hotel. No one was about. A cat slept on the wall. Overhead, the arch of the sky was flooded with orange light. Dust lay on the leaves of the potted plants and bushes. It was breathless, hot, quiet. He thought, Warham has come because Dagmar is dead, or the public has found me out. Warham came immediately. He stood in the doorway a moment, staring at the grotesque figure which faced him. He made a terrified gesture, as if he would shut out what he saw. Then he came into the garden, steadying himself by holding on to the backs of the little iron garden chairs. The poet saw that Warham had not changed so very much. A little grey hair in that thick black mop, a few wrinkles, a rather stodgy look about the waist, no more. He was still Warham, neat, self-satisfied, essentially English. Grimshaw strangled a feeling of aversion and said quietly, "Well, Warham, how do you do? I call myself Pellew now." Warham ignored his hand. Leaning heavily on one of the chairs, he stared with a passionate intentness. "Grimshaw," he said at last. "Why, yes," Grimshaw answered. "Didn't you know?" Warren licked his lips. In a whisper, he said, I killed you in Switzerland 6 years ago. Killed you, you understand? Grimshaw touched his breast with both hands. You lie. Here I am. You are dead. Dead? Before God, I swear it. Dead? Grimshaw felt once more the onrushing flood of darkness. His thoughts flashed back over the years. The wall, his suffering, the dog, the song in the field, the Negro, the door that opened, the stars, his own flesh fading into spirit, into shadows. Dead? He demanded again. Warren's eyes wavered. He laughed unsteadily and looked behind him. Strange, he said. I thought I saw. He turned and went quickly across the garden into the hotel. Grimshaw called once in a loud voice, Warren! But the doctor did not even turn his head. Grimshaw followed him, overtook him, touched his shoulder. Warren paid no attention. Going to the bureau, he said to the proprietor, You told me that Monsieur Pilleux wished to see me. Oui, monsieur, he was waiting for you in the garden. He's not there now. But just a moment ago. I'm here, Grimshaw interrupted. Dr. Warren straightened his shoulders. Ah, he said, disappeared. Exactly. And passing Grimshaw without a glance, he went upstairs. Grimshaw spoke to the proprietor. But the little man bent over the desk and began to write in an account book. His pen went on scratching, inscribing large, flourishing numbers in a neat column. Grimshaw shrugged and went into the road. The crowds paid no attention to him, but then they never had. A dog sniffed at his heels, whined, and thrust a cold nose into his hand. He went to his house. I'll ask Mary, he thought. She was sitting before a mirror, her hands clasped under her chin, smiling at herself. She had put a flower in her hair. Her lips were parted. She smiled at some secret thought. Grimshaw watched her a moment. Then, with a leap of his heart, he touched her shoulder, and she did not turn, did not move. He knew. He put his fingers on her cheek, her neck, the shining braids of her coarse black hair. Then he walked quickly out of the house, out of the village, toward the desert. 2 men joined him. One of them said, I have just died. They went on together, their feet whispering in the sand, walking in a globe of darkness until the stars came out. Then they saw one another's pale faces and eager, frightened eyes. Others joined them, and others, men, women, a child. Some wept, and some murmured, and some laughed. Is this death? Where now, brother? Grimshaw thought. The end. What next? Beauty? Love? Illusion? Forgetfulness? He clasped his hands behind his back, lifted his face to the stars, walked steadily forward with the company of the dead, into the desert, out of the story at last. End of The Stranger Things by Mildred Graham. Recording by Jothi Tharavant. Comet, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jothi Tharavant. Comet, Published originally under title The Comet by Samuel A. Derrio from American Magazine. No puppy ever came into the world under more favorable conditions than Comet. He was descended from a famous family of pointers. Both his mother and father were champions. Before he opened his eyes, while he was still crawling about over his brothers and sisters, blind as puppies are at birth, Jim Thompson, Mr. Devant's kennel master, picked him out. "That's the best one in the bunch." When he was only 3 weeks old, he pointed a butterfly that lit the yard in front of his nose. "Come here, Molly," yelled Jim to his wife. "Pointed, the little cuss." When Thompson started taking the growing pups out of the yard into the fields to the side of the Devant's great southern winter home, Oak Knob, it was Comet who strayed farthest from the man's protecting care. And when Jim taught them all to follow when he said heel, to drop when he said drop, and to stand stock still when he said ho, he learned far more quickly than the others. At 6 months, he set his first covey of quail and remained perfectly staunch. "He's going to make a great dog," said Thompson. Everything, size, muscle, nose, intelligence, earnestness, pointed to the same conclusion. Comet was one of the favored of the gods. One day, after the leaves had turned red and brown, and the mornings grown chilly, a crowd of people, strangers to him, arrived at Oak Knob. Then out of the house with Thompson came a big man in tweed clothes, and the two walked straight to the curious young dogs, who were watching them with shining eyes and wagging tails. "Well, Thompson," said the big man, "which is the future champion you've been writing me about?" "Pick him out for yourself, sir," said Thompson confidently. After that, they talked a long time planning for the future of Comet. His yard training was now over. Thompson was the only yard trainer, and he must be sent to a man experienced in training and handling for field trials. "Larson is the man to bring him out," said the big man in tweeds, who was George Devant himself. "I saw his dogs work in the Canadian Derby." Thompson spoke hesitatingly, apologetically, as if he hated to bring the matter up. "Mr. Devant, you remember, sir, a long time ago, Larson sued us for old Ben." "Yes, Thompson, I remember, now that you speak of it." "Well, you remember the court decided against him, which was the only thing it could do, for Larson didn't have any more right to that dog than the Sultan of Turkey. But, Mr. Devant, I was there, and I saw Larson's face when the case went against him." Devant looked keenly at Thompson. "Another thing, Mr. Devant," Thompson went on, still hesitatingly. "Larson had a chance to get hold of his breed of pointers and lost out, because he dickered too long and acted cheesy. Now they turned out to be famous. Some men never forget a thing like that. Larson been talking these pointers down ever since, sir." "Go on," said Devant. "I know Larson's a good trainer, but it'll mean a long trip for the young dog to where he lives. Now, there's an old trainer who lives near here, Wade Swigert. There never was a straighter man than him. He used to train dogs in England." Devant smiled. "Thompson, I admire your loyalty to your friends, but I don't think much of your business sense. We'll turn over some of the others to Swigert if he wants them. Comet must have the best. I'll ride Larson tonight. Thompson, tomorrow. Crate Comet and send him off. Just as no dog ever came into the world under more favorable auspices, so no dog ever had a bigger send-off than Comet. Even the ladies of the house came out to exclaim over him, and Marian Devant, pretty, 18 and a sportswoman, stooped down, caught his head between her hands, looked into his fine eyes, and wished him, "Good luck, old man." In the living room, the men laughingly drank toasts to his future, and from the high columned portico, Marian Devant waved him good-bye, as in his clean padded crate he was driven off, a bewildered youngster, to the station. 2 days and 2 nights he travelled, and at noon of the third day, at a lonely railroad station in a prairie country that rolled like a heavy sea, he was lifted, crate and all, off the train. A lean, pale-eyed, sanctimonious-looking man came toward him. "Some beauty, that, Mr. Larson," said the agent as he helped Larson's man lift the crate onto a small truck. "Yes," drawled Larson in a meditative voice. "Pretty enough to look at, but he looks scared, timid." "Of course he's scared," said the agent. "So would you be if they was put you in some kind of a whale of a balloon and ship you in a crate to Mars." The station agent poked his hands through the slats and patted the head. Comet was grateful for that, because everything was strange. He had not whined nor complained on the trip, but his heart had pounded fast, and he had been homesick. And everything continued to be strange. The treeless country through which he was driven, the bald house and huge barns where he was lifted out, the dogs that crowded about him when he was turned into the kennel yard, these eyed him with enmity and walked around and round him. But he stood his ground staunchly for a youngster, returning fierce look for fierce look, growl for growl, until the man called him away and chained him to a kennel. For days Comet remained chained, a stranger in a strange land. Each time, at the click of the gate announcing Larson's entrance, he sprang to his feet from force of habit and stared hungrily at the man for the light he was accustomed to see in human eyes. But with just a glance at him, the man would turn one or more of the other dogs loose and ride off to train them. But he was not without friends of his own kind. Now and then another young dog, he alone was chained up, would stroll his way with wagging tail or lie down nearby in that strange bond of sympathy that is not confined to man. Then Comet would feel better and would want to play, for he was still half puppy. Sometimes he would pick up a stick and shake it, and his partner would catch the other end. They would tug and growl with mock ferocity, and then lie down and look at each other curiously. If any attention had been paid him by Larson, Comet would have quickly overcome his feeling of strangeness. He was no milksop. He was like an overgrown boy, off at college or in some foreign city. He was sensitive and not sure of himself. Had Larson gained his confidence, it would have all been different. And as for Larson, he knew that perfectly well. One fine sunny afternoon, Larson entered the yard, came straight to him, and turned him loose. In the exuberance of his spirits, He ran round and round the yard, barking in the faces of his friends. Larsen led him out, mounted a horse, and commanded him to heel. He obeyed with wagging tail. A mile or more down the road, Larsen turned off into the fields. Across the saddle was something the young pointer had had no experience with: a gun. That part of his education Thompson had neglected, at least put off, for he had not expected that Comet would be sent away so soon. That was where Thompson had made a mistake. At the command, "Hie on!" the young pointer ran eagerly around the horse and looked up into the man's face to be sure he had heard all right. At something he saw there, the tail and ears drooped momentarily, and there came over him again a feeling of strangeness, almost of dismay. Larsen's eyes were mere slits of blue glass, and his mouth was set in a thin line. At the second command, though, he galloped off swiftly, boldly. Round and round an extensive field of straw he circled, forgetting any feelings of strangeness now, every fibre of his being intent on the hunt, while Larsen, sitting on his horse, watched him with appraising eyes. Suddenly there came to Comet's nose the smell of game birds, strong, pungent, compelling. He stiffened into an earnest, beautiful point. Heretofore, in the little training he had had, Thompson had come up behind him, flushed the birds, and made him drop. And now Larsen, having quickly dismounted and tied his horse, came up behind him just as Thompson had done, except that in Larsen's hand was the gun. The old-fashioned black powder of a generation ago makes a loud explosion. It sounds like a cannon compared with the modern smokeless powder now used by all hunters. Perhaps it was only an accident that had caused Larsen, before he left the house, to load his pump gun with black powder shells. As for Comet, he only knew that the birds rose. Then above his head burst an awful roar, almost splitting his tender eardrums, shocking every sensitive nerve, filling him with terror such as he had never felt before. Even then, in the confusion and horror of the surprise, he turned to the man, head ringing, eyes dilated. A single reassuring word, and he would have steadied. As for Larsen, though he declared afterward, to others and to himself even, that he noticed no nervousness in the dog, that he was only intent on getting several birds for breakfast. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, the pump gun bellowed in its cannon-like roar, piercing the eardrums, shattering the nerves. Comet turned, one more glance backward at a face, strange, exultant, and then the puppy in him conquered. Tail tucked, he ran away from that shattering noise. Miles he ran, now and then stumbling over briars. He yelped. Not once did he look back. His tail was tucked, his eyes crazy with fear. Seeing a house, he made for that. It was the noon hour, and a group of farm hands was gathered in the yard. One of them, with a cry, "Mad dog!" ran into the house after a gun. When he came out, they told him the dog was under the porch. And so he was, pressed against the wall, in the darkness, the magnificent young pointer, with the quivering soul, waited, panting, his eyes gleaming, the horror still ringing in his ears. Here Larsen found him that afternoon. A boy crawled underneath the porch and dragged him out. He, who had started life favored of the gods, who that morning even had been full of high spirits, who had circled the field like a champion, was now a cringing, shrieking creature, like a homeless cur. And thus it happened that Comet came home in disgrace, a gun-shy dog, a coward, expelled from college, not for some youthful prank, but because he was yellow. And he knew he was disgraced. He saw it in the face of the big man, Tharavant, who looked at him in the yard where he spent his happy puppyhood, then turned away. He knew it because of what he saw in the face of Jim Thompson. In the house was a long and plausible letter explaining how it happened. I did everything I could. I never was as surprised in my life. The dog's hopeless. As for the other inhabitants of the big house, their minds were full of the events of the season. Deluxe hunting parties, more society events than hunts, lunches in the woods served by uniformed butlers, launch rides up the river, arriving and departing guests. Only one of them, except Tharavant himself, gave the gun-shy dog a thought. Marian Tharavant came out to visit him in his disgrace. She stooped before him as she had done on that other and happier day, and again caught his head between her hands. But his eyes did not meet hers, for in his dim way he knew he was not now what he had been. "I don't believe he's yellow inside," she declared, looking up at Thompson. Her cheeks flushed. Thompson shook his head. "I tried him with a gun, Miss Marian," he declared. "I just showed it to him and he ran into his kennel. I'll go get mine. He won't run from me." But at sight of a small gun it all came back. Again he seemed to hear the explosion that had shattered his nerves. The terror had entered his very soul. In spite of her pleading, he made for his kennel. Even the girl turned away from him now, and as he lay panting in the shelter of his kennel, he knew that never again would men look at him as they had looked, or life be sweet to him as it had been. Then there came to Oak Knob an old man to see Thompson. He had been on many seas. He had fought in a dozen wars, and had settled at last on a little truck farm nearby. Somewhere in his life full of adventure and odd jobs, he had trained dogs and horses. His face was lined and seamed, his hair was white, his eyes piercing, blue, and kind. Wade Swiggott was his name. "There's been dirty work," he said when he looked at the dog. "I'll take him if you're going to give him away." Give him away? Who had been championship help? Marian Tharavant came out and looked into the face of the old man shrewdly, understandingly. "Can you cure him?" she demanded. "I doubt it, miss," was the sturdy answer. "You'll try?" The blue eyes lighted up. "Yes, I'll try." "Then you can have him. And if there's any expense—" "Come, Comet," said the old man. That night, in a neat, humble house, Comet ate supper placed before him by a stout old woman who had followed this old man to the ends of the world. That night he slept before their fire. Next day he followed the old man all about the place. Several days and nights passed this way. Then, while he lay before the fire, old Swiggott came in with a gun. At the sight of it, Comet sprang to his feet. He tried to rush out of the room, but the doors were closed. Finally, he crawled under the bed. Every night after that, Swiggott got out the gun, until he crawled under the bed no more. Finally, one day the man fastened the dog to a tree in the yard, then came out with a gun. A sparrow lit in a tree, and he shot it. Comet tried to break the rope. All his panic had returned, but the report had not shattered him as that of the other did, for the gun was loaded light. After that, frequently, the old man shot a bird in his sight, loading the gun more and more heavily, and each time after the shot, coming to him, showing him the bird, and speaking to him kindly, gently. But for all that, the terror remained in his heart. One afternoon, the girl, accompanied by a young man, rode over on horseback, dismounted, and came in. She always stopped when she was riding by. "It's mighty slow business," old Swigert reported. "I don't know whether I'm making any headway or not." That night, old Mrs. Swigert told him she thought he had better give it up. It wasn't worth the time and worry. The dog was just yellow. Swigert pondered a long time. "When I was a kid," he said at last, "there came a terrible thunderstorm. It was in South America. I was water boy for a railroad gang, and the storm drove us in a shack. While lightning was hitting all around, one of the grown men told me it always picked out boys with red hair. My hair was red, and I was little and ignorant. For years I was scared of lightning. I never have quite got over it, but no man ever said I was yellow." Again he was silent for a while. Then he went on. "I don't seem to be making much headway. I admit that. I'm letting him run away as far as he can. Now I've got to shoot and make him come toward the gun himself, right while I'm shooting it." Next day, Comet was tied up and fasted until he was gaunt and famished. Then, on the afternoon of the third day, Mrs. Swigert, at her husband's direction, placed before him, within reach of his chain, some raw beefsteak. As he started for it, Swigert shot. He drew back, panting. Then, hunger getting the better of him, started again. Again Swigert shot. After that, for days, Comet ate to music, as Swigert expressed it. Now, he said, he's got to come toward the gun when he's not even tied up. Not far from Swigert's house is a small pond, and on one side the banks are perpendicular. Towards this pond the old man, with the gun under his arm and the dog following, went. Here, in the silence of the woods, with just the two of them together, was to be a final test. On the shelving bank, Swigert picked up a stick and tossed it into the middle of the pond with the command to fetch. Comet sprang eagerly in and retrieved it. Twice this was repeated. But the third time, as the dog approached the shore, Swigert picked up the gun and fired. Quickly, the dog dropped the stick, then turned and swam toward the other shore. Here, so precipitous were the banks, he could not get a foothold. He turned once more and struck out diagonally across the pond. Swigert met him and fired. Over and over it happened. Each time after he fired, the old man stooped down with extended hand and begged him to come on. His face grim now, and though the day was cool, sweat stood out on his brow. "You'll face the music," he said, "or you'll drown. Better be dead than cold yellow." The dog was growing weary now. His head was barely above water. His efforts to clamber up the opposite bank were feeble, frantic. Yet each time as he drew near the shore, Swigert fired. He was not using the light loads now. He was using the regular load of the bird hunter. Time had passed for temporizing. The sweat was standing out all over his face. The sternness in his eyes was terrible to see, for it was the sternness of a man who is suffering. A dog can swim a long time. The sun dropped over the trees. Still, the firing went on regularly, like a minute gun. Just before the sun set, an exhausted dog staggered toward an old man almost as exhausted as he. The dog had been too near death and was too faint to care now for the gun that was being fired over his head. On and on he came toward the man, disregarding the noise of the gun. It would not hurt him, that he knew at last. He might have many enemies, but the gun in the hands of this man was not one of them. Suddenly, old Swiggott sank down and took the dripping dog in his arms. "Old boy," he said, "old boy." That night Comet lay before the fire and looked straight into the eyes of a man, as he used to look in the old days. Next season, Larson, glancing over his sporting papers, was astonished to see that among promising derbies the fall trials had called forth was a pointer named Comet. He would have thought it some other dog than the one who had disappointed him so by turning out gun-shy, in spite of all his efforts to prevent, had it not been for the fact that the entry was booked as Comet, owner Miss Marion Devant, handler Wade Swiggott. Next year he was still more astonished to see in the same paper that Comet, handled by Swiggott, had won first place in a Western trial and was prominently spoken of as a national championship possibility. As for him, he had no young entries to offer, but was staking everything on the national championship, where he was to enter Larson's Peerless 2. It was strange how things fell out, but things have a habit of turning out strangely in field trials as well as elsewhere. When Larson reached the town where the national championship was to be run, there on the street, straining at the leash held by old Swiggott, whom he used to know, was a seasoned young pointer, with a white body, a brown head, and a brown saddle spot, the same pointer he had seen 2 years before turn tail and run in that terror a dog never quite overcomes. But the strangest thing of all happened that night at the drawing, when, according to the slips taken at random from a hat, it was declared that on the following Wednesday Comet the pointer was to run with Peerless 2. It gave Larson a strange thrill, this announcement. He left the meeting and went straight away to his room. There for a long time he sat pondering. Next day at a hardware store he bought some black powder and some shells. The race was to be run next day, and that night in his room he loaded half a dozen shells. It would have been a study in faces to watch him as he bent over his work, on his lips a smile. Into the shells he packed all the powder they could stand, all the powder his trusted gun could stand, without bursting. It was a load big enough to kill a bear, to bring down a buffalo. It was a load that would echo and re-echo in the hills. On the morning that Larson walked out in front of the judges on the field, Peerless 2 at the leash, old Swiggott with Comet at his side, he glanced around at the field or spectators. Among them was a handsome young woman, and with her, to his amazement, George Devant. He could not help chuckling inside himself as he thought of what would happen that day. For once a gun-shy dog, always a gun-shy dog. That was his experience. As for Comet, he faced the straw fields eagerly, confidently, already a veteran. Long ago fear of the gun had left him for the most part. There were times when at a report above his head he still trembled, and the shocked nerves in his ear gave a twinge like that of a bad tooth. But always at the quiet voice of the old man, his God, he grew steady and remained staunch. Some disturbing memory did start within him today as he glanced at the man with the other dog. It seemed to him as if in another and an evil world he had seen that face. His heart began to pound fast, and his tail drooped for a moment. Within an hour it was all to come back to him. The terror, the panic, the agony of that far-away time. He looked up at old Swigut, who was his god, and to whom his soul belonged, though he was booked as the property of Miss Marianne Devant. Of the arrangements he could know nothing, being a dog. Old Swigut, having cured him, could not meet the expenses of taking him to field trials. The girl had come to the old man's assistance, an assistance which he had accepted only under condition that the dog should be entered as hers, with himself as handler. "Are you ready, gentlemen?" the judges asked. "Ready," said Larsen and old Swigut. And Comet and Peerless, too, were speeding away across the field, and behind them came handlers and judges and spectators, all mounted. It was a race people still talk about, and for a reason. For strange things happened that day. At first, there was nothing unusual. It was like any other field trial. Comet found birds, and Swigut, his handler, flushed them and shot. Comet remained steady. Then Peerless, too, found a covey, and Larsen flushed them and shot. And so for an hour it went. Then Comet disappeared, and old Swigut, riding hard and looking for him, went out of sight over a hill. But Comet had not gone far. As a matter of fact, he was nearby, hidden in some high straw, pointing a covey of birds. One of the spectators spied him and called the judge's attention to him. Everybody, including Larsen, rode up to him, but still Swigut had not come back. They called him, but the old man was a little deaf. Some of the men rode to the top of the hill, but could not see him. In his zeal, he had got a considerable distance away. Meanwhile, here was his dog, pointed. If anyone had looked at Larsen's face, he would have seen the exultation there, for now his chance had come. The very chance he had been looking for. It's a courtesy one handler sometimes extends another who is absent from the spot to go in and flush his dog's birds. "I'll handle this covey for Mr. Swigut," said Larsen to the judges, his voice smooth and plausible, on his face a smile. And thus it happened that Comet faced his supreme ordeal without the steadying voice of his god. He only knew that ahead of him were birds, and that behind him a man was coming through the straw, and that behind the man a crowd of people on horseback were watching him. He had become used to that, but when out of the corner of his eyes he saw the face of the advancing man, his soul began to tremble. "Call your dogs in, Mr. Larsen," directed the judge. "Make him back stand." Only a moment was lost, while Peerless, a young dog himself, came running in and at a command from Larsen, stopped in his tracks behind Comet and pointed. Larsen's dogs always obeyed, quickly, mechanically. Without ever gaining their confidence, Larsen had a way of turning them into finished field trial dogs. They obeyed because they were afraid not to. According to the rules, the man handling the gun has to shoot as the birds rise. This is done in order to test the dog's steadiness when a gun is fired over him. No specification is made as to the size of the shotgun to be used. Usually, however, small gauge guns are carried. The one in Larsen's hands was a 12 gauge and consequently large. All morning he had been using it over his own dog. Nobody had paid any attention to it because he shot smokeless powder. But now, as he advanced, he reached into his left-hand pocket of his hunting coat, where 6 shells rattled as he hurried along. 2 of these he took out and rammed into the barrels. As for Comet, still standing rigid, statuesque, he heard, as had been said, the brush of steps through the straw, glimpsed a face, and trembled. But only for a moment. Then he steadied, head high, tail straight out. The birds rose with a whir, and then was repeated that horror of his youth. Above his ears that would always be tender, broke a great roar. Either because of his excitement, or because of a sudden wave of revenge, or of a determination to make sure of the dog's flight, Larsen had pulled both triggers at once. The combined report shattered through the dog's eardrums. It shivered through his nerves. He sank in agony into the straw. Then the old impulse to flee was upon him, and he sprang to his feet and looked about wildly. But from somewhere in that crowd behind him came to his tingling ears a voice, clear, ringing, deep, the voice of a woman he knew, pleading as his master used to plead, calling on him not to run, but to stand. "Steady," it said, "steady, Comet." It called him to himself. It soothed him. It calmed him. And he turned and looked toward the crowd. With the roar of the shotgun, the usual order observed in field trials was broken up. All rules seemed to have been suspended. Ordinarily, no one belonging to the field is allowed to speak to a dog. Yet the girl had spoken to him. Ordinarily, the spectators must remain in the rear of the judges. Yet one of the judges had himself wheeled his horse about and was galloping off, and Marion Devant had pushed through the crowd and was riding toward the bewildered dog. He stood staunch where he was, though in his ears was still a throbbing pain, and through all about him this growing confusion he could not understand. The man he feared was running across the field yonder, in the direction taken by the judge. He was blowing his whistle as he ran. Through the crowd, his face terrible to see, his own master was coming. Both the old man and the girl had dismounted now, and were running toward him. "I heard," old Swigert was saying to her. "I heard it. I might have known. I might have known." "He stood," she panted, "like a rock. Oh, the brave, beautiful thing." "Where's that?" Swigert suddenly checked himself and looked around. A man in the crowd they had all gathered about now laughed. "He's gone after his dog," he said. "Peerless has run away." End of Comet. Recording by Jothi Tharavant.